5 minutes. Unless your name is Jarvis, Earle or Mendes, please put in the lineup. 5 minutes until we start this off. Final day. You see colours in the water. Sitting up the top, we're about ready to go. So all 3 circles, we're ready to go. Please put in the lineup.
Earle, can you hear me?
I'm here. I'm here.
He said because he's hoping he can, the audio is live today.
We will start in 3 minutes. Jesse Jarvis. You have 3 minutes hands in the position of which you would like to start your semi-final. 30 minutes of semi-final action. We will begin in just under 3 minutes. So steppers, please put the line up. We're going to start in about 3 minutes. That 2-minute time is our 5 countries. Thank you, guys. We will start in 2 minutes time. So 2 minutes before.
Here we are, everybody. Welcome to Krui. This is finals day. It's taken us, well, 6 days of competition to get here. It is absolutely pumping out in front. Ujong Bachor is doing its best work this morning. That is the reef we're looking at right now. Check out that mountain range in the backdrop. It's dreamy conditions. It's all firing, and our first matchup is the men's semi-finals. I'd like to welcome Giada Lagardi into the booth.
Hello.
What a way to kick off finals day.
Yes, and it's looking super good. The conditions are glassy, the waves are here, so we are very excited to start things off today for our finals day. It's been a long week coming.
Well, it was, and yesterday no bigger days than yesterday. We pumped out 24 heats to get to this spot. I just heard the siren blast to kick off our first semi-final, which features Jarvis Earle, who has dead set been on a tear through this event. I don't think he's lost a heat. And Jesse Mendes, who the only heat he's dropped has been to Jarvis.
Well, Jarvis Earle did get 3 post-heat interviews yesterday as he won both junior heats and as well the open, so he was pretty stoked about that.
Yeah, he's just been dialing up good waves out here and smashing them to pieces. He's probably got one of the top 2 tubes of the event. He's done probably more manoeuvres than anybody. He can really mix it up and throw in some variety and innovation. His power game, the rail work, there's a real lot to like about what he does, and a deserved semi-finalist. Up against Jesse, who's probably one of the most experienced campaigners here, and has not put a foot wrong throughout the draw. Even when he got beaten by Jarvis, he would have put together about 15 points as a 2-wave total. So I'm going to ask you, Giada, who wins?
I am going to go with Jarvis.
All right.
I feel like he is unstoppable lately,
Wow,
and
yeah.
he has surfed the most heats out there. He surfs the most, he knows his waves the most out of all, so I'm going to go with Jarvis.
All right, which surprises me because you are Italian, you surf for Italy, and I'm an Aussie, so am I going to have to go for the Italian and you're going to barrack for the
Yes.
Aussie? Oh my God. All right, well, we've got to make it a bit of controversy, so then in that case I'll have to barrack for Jesse, I suppose.
I honestly, I
that's
keep
good.
forgetting that Jesse is Italian. But yes, in my heart, I am for Jesse, but I would like to see the young gun make a final in this QS 5000. I just feel like he deserves it, and after every interview, he always has a big smile on his face.
does, doesn't he?
Such a nice, polite kid.
Rocking
So-
around with his dad, rolls up every day with spare boards.
Mhm.
His dad's doing the duties, and Jarvis just gets out there and just keeps stringing together these 14, 15, 16 point heats all the time. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
There's the backdrop. That's what the point looks like, everybody. Welcome to it. Down here, it is just after 7 o'clock now in Krui time. South Sumatra, the swell has finally laid down and the ocean has smoothed up. And trust me, there are some really good waves rolling down the point this morning. So what a ripper way to kick off finals day.
Yep. Such a great event. It's been such a great week. We've had all types of conditions, really.
Mainly maxing with a bit of grump thrown in. There's been some moments of brilliance, and sort of windows throughout a couple of those days got really good, but today is definitely the best conditions. The swell, there's still plenty of it. There's definitely enough for 30-minute semi-finals, man on man, so we can see Red's busted out and trying some different tactics early in the heat. So the young fella Jarvis starting to sniff down the point. Jesse paddles the exact opposite way. Let's see whose tactics pay off here. Following this, we have the women's semi-finals. Everything else is on standby. We are down to our Pro Junior men's semi-finals, I believe, and the women's quarterfinals in the Pro Juniors are also scheduled for sometime this morning.
Yep.
16 heats to finish off finals day should put us in around about early afternoon, done and dusted here at the Krui Pro. So for all the crew online, stick around. Perfect conditions, and we've yet to see a decent set come through on and hit the lineup. But during the free surf, there was a lot of good waves. When sets come, there's been 2 screamers every time, so it's looking really good.
Yes, it's going to be a great day full of action and surfing, and everyone's going to give it their all.
Yep, so we've got our men's draw. Let's have a look at the open women's just to branch it ahead and let everyone know exactly what's going on. Rena Matsunaga will take on Ella McCaffrey in the first women's semi-final. Sophie McCulloch and Minami Nonaka. So a couple of the Japanese surfers have made their way all the way through the draw. 1 Aussie and 1 American. The Women Pro Junior, we've got 4 quarterfinals there. They are 4-person quarterfinals. I'm not sure when they're scheduled, but they will happen at some point. And our Pro Junior men's, we are down to semi-finals as well, which once again features Jarvis and a whole bunch of Aussies. There's 4 Aussies in the first semi, 2 in the second, a Japanese and a Brazilian. Meanwhile, Jessie Mendes drops into the first scored wave of the morning.
Wow.
Yeah, and Jessie has just been, you know, faultless really. Hasn't put a foot wrong. Even the heat he did get second in, he still had a huge total. So, former CT surfer speeding down the line now, looking for a final scoring opportunity. Gets denied that. We'll get a look at the replay and see if there's another wave behind for Jarvis.
Wow, what a great first turn. Starting off things differently than what I would have expected maybe. But yeah, you're right. He has not done anything, like any flaws really throughout the week. This is the first ride of Blue. What a great little layback Larry.
It was a pretty good way to kick things off. I mean,
Yeah.
a little bit sleepy right there. He starts to look down the line and thinks, right, I better try and get around this section, which he doesn't.
Yeah, maybe, you know, this is the first heat of the day. The judges will be comparing all the heats to this one. They are the experiment of the morning.
Yep, so 4.33, plenty of room above that number. Would have been nice to see Jessie get around that section and see what was on offer down the line. But Jarvis is glad he didn't. He's out the back now, the Aussie with priority. 30-minute matchups here this morning, plenty of time. It's all looking pretty good now. Did I see some footage of you, Giada, on the dance floor shaking it last night? Hey, come on. What happened? There was a party involved. I think it was someone's birthday, wasn't it?
Well, there was. It was one of our beach commentators, Made Joy's birthday. So we did have a little barbecue at our place. I bought him a cake that somehow I found here in the South Sumatran jungle.
All right, Jessie's second wave. We'll get back to the dance party in a minute, but Jessie's putting his own dance moves together. Stringing together a couple right there, a third. Nice spicy hit, some really good drone work from Ryan. We'll get the judges' angle probably right after this, and about a 4 or 5 turn combo there for Jessie. That'll be better than his first ride.
He must be liking that one much better. And under priority, he found that one on the inside.
Yeah, just a little wider this wave broke. So this is what the judges are looking at, folks. A nice slice again to kick things off, staying busy. You can see the pace of this wave is much better than his last one. It's a little smaller. It didn't have that big grower section down here, so Jessie just helping himself to 4 or 5 pretty nice moves. Well done.
What a beautiful looking wave. As you see, Jarvis Earle now out the back, opening up his semi-final campaign now. What a powerful surfer, and what a great young man. A big future in front of him, Jarvis Earle.
Yeah, for sure, out of Cronulla. Everybody that's been around for a little bit on the East Coast knows this name. He's straight out of the ISA World Titles over there in El Salvador. First time I'd seen him live, and I will remember this name forever because I reckon he's going to be around for a long, long time. There's a lot of quality out of what Jarvis does. It's no fluke that he's in 2 divisions, quarterfinals of the Pro Juniors, this big semi-final matchup with Jessie. Look at these conditions rolling down the point. Damn nice morning here, folks. It's a pretty long wave. When it really gets it together, it breaks way deeper than where that wave just started from. Right up the point, when you get the right swell direction. Don't need a big swell for this wave to be good either. So here goes Jarvis now spinning on wave number 2.
Wow, a much better looking wave than his first one, if I would say.
He's got all the moves, this young fella. And the rail work is just undeniably good. Loves to attack at every opportunity. He's got a real touch of the smarts about the way he's been competing. You can just feel the confidence oozing out of this guy when you talk to him, when you're watching surf. It's just brilliant, you know. We've said a lot about his act this week, and it's for good reason. Look at that wave behind. Stop it, Giada.
Oh my God, what a dream. 30 minutes in that.
30 minutes.
Great. What a great way to kick off.
So that's what we were saying. Yeah, when we started, it looked a little bit lightweight, and there wasn't much going on. The crew on the broadcast about, you guys said it's pumping. There you go. It is.
And we're not seeing any morning sickness today as we have been in the past few days.
Good point. It's definitely smoothed over right from the word go. So it's a 6:30 call this morning and ripping straight into at 7 a.m. down here in Krui time.
Yeah. As we're going to be waiting for those scores, it'll be interesting to see what the judges think of these waves as we see the replay of Jarvis Earle. Beautiful rail work and such crisp and on-timing surfing from our young surfer, as he does not waste any time from one turn to the next. And this wave slightly, maybe not offering exactly what he was looking for in the inside.
Still wasn't too bad. I'd be happy with that. Geez, your heat's still got 20 minutes remaining. It's 2 waves apiece. So he's dropped the 5.17 for his first. Jesse's first was a bit under that. They still both have a score to come. So the judges are just sort of having a look at the replays, having a think about it, making sure they get the scale set correctly for the day.
Yep. There's going to be some big scores dropping down today as everyone's going to give it their all on finals day.
Oh, you've got no point messing around here. You've got 2 heats in you. You've got 4 good waves to win this thing. 2 in your semi, 2 in the final. Our next semi-final, Rio Wider and Billy Stairman. So 2 backhanders coming up next, 2 goofies in this one.
It's going to be a great semi-final to watch.
Goodness, it will be. So here goes Jesse now. Wave number 3 gives it a pump, rips straight into that grinding top turn that served him so well throughout the event. A bigger section now presents itself, takes the high line to get to this part of the wave. Another pretty solid grind right there. Very similar styles coming out of these 2 guys. That's a rare mistake we've seen from Jesse. Plenty of time to recover. The wave probably looked like it was just racing off beyond that anyway, so he just went for it a bit. Didn't quite stick that move, doesn't matter, but look at Jesse's second wave at 8, Jarvis's second wave at 6.83, so the judges are digging it. There's only 0.33 separating these 2 at the moment. On Buckinda, there is our judging tower, there is the resort that we are parked up at. Competitors area just to the right, so we can see somebody giving us a high five. One of the dads. Down there, the competitors area, it's not heavily attended at this stage. Everybody's probably just getting the messages and the call outs. Tide's still pretty high. It's washing right up against the break wall there, Giada.
And I think it will be getting a little higher, but hopefully won't be affecting our surfers and the waves too much as we see a replay of Jesse Mendes. Another really great wave from...
What's his last wave? Does it improve on the 4.33 though?
I wouldn't know, as he did get 2 very good turns in before.
4.6 does indeed a little.
Yep.
So extending the lead just a smidge. He's got a 0.6 lead now over Jarvis. So what has Jarvis got to do from here?
He does need to catch another one of those 6.83s, I would say, to make sure he gets a solid lead above Jesse Mendes.
I reckon he'd be looking squarely at busting into the excellent range. He's been living in the 8-point side of life pretty much every heat. So I'm sensing just a little bit of a warm-up here for Jarvis. We've seen a little bit more aggressive surfing than what we've seen on that good wave. He got the 6.83. To me, looked like he was just trying to finish and get something going on, which he did. 6.83, good number.
Yep.
But there's more in the tank, trust me. And Jesse's pretty much hitting his straps with that 8. He'll definitely want to burn off that 4.6. Can't leave that hanging in the scoreline, and Jarvis will realise now it's absolutely game on. It's a little bit of a grudge match here because Jesse's, the only heat he's lost has been to the young fella in Jarvis.
So definitely it's going to be, I agree that they are just feeling, having a feel for the waves right now and maybe understanding a little bit what they need and what they need to do. So now that the first few rides have been ridden, they still have 16 minutes 30 seconds left. So it's a long time to improve on their scores.
Yeah, 30 minutes, 2 people in the lineup. When the sets come, there's 2 to 4 waves every time. So it's a very fair playing field out here for each surfer to come in with no excuses. It's not like you're going to get skunked. The waves are there.
Yeah, the waves are there. The sun just starting to come out, and it's a beautiful day here in Krui for our finals day.
Yep, we are in the south of Sumatra, everybody, right down on the very southwestern tip. If you look at a map or want to Google it, it is the west coast of the province of Lampung, which is the airport you fly into on your way here. You do about a 6-hour drive up over the big mountain ridge you see in the background. It's absolutely wild, untouched Sumatran jungle that you drive up and over. You seem to be going uphill, I reckon, for about a good hour of that drive once you hit the ridge. And pretty spectacular drive to check out in daylight hours. Unfortunately, we're going to be driving out tonight at midnight.
Yep.
So we won't get to see that this time around, but I've seen it before. It's pretty good.
It's going to be a long drive back.
It'll be a big day.
Yep.
Got a finals day to get through. Possibly, I'd say potentially a fair bit of partying to be done before the 12 o'clock kickoff. For an
I've
8
already
o'clock,
packed my bags. I'm ready to go.
for an 8 a.m. flight down to Jakarta. And we rebound back up to Medan, where we then can put our bags down and have a snooze for the night before we fly on to Nias.
Yes, and another early call, our 7 o'clock flight. Very excited to get to Nias, as it is my first time heading over there.
All right, well, Jarvis has priority, having a good look at this wave. The young fella, does he get tubed? He does.
He does, and he makes it out. Jarvis, one of the only surfers actually getting tubed in this event.
Both these guys. Oh my goodness.
No.
He was looking a little reserved on that first turn after the barrel. Maybe he didn't quite get his feeding right after the tube. But it was a good way to kick things off. He did say he's one of the only surfers. Both these guys have the 2 best tubes of the event. They happened days ago. And they've been rare. You know, that tube of Jarvis was pretty good. Would have really liked to see him capitalise with some good rail work down the line. Here it is again.
Agree.
So you could see the nose of his board the whole way through the tube. So it was a barrel. It wasn't a deep, gnarly barrel. That just there, not sure what went wrong. It was pretty stock standard surfing for Jarvis. But a little wasted opportunity. Advantage now to Jesse.
Yes. With priority and in the lead, he will be waiting for a very good set to improve on his 4.60, which, seeing how he's been surfing all this week, is not a big score for him.
Yeah, Jesse will definitely get rid of that 4.6. 13 minutes to do it. It'll be cool as a cucumber. Looking out the back. We will hopefully, look, if Jesse wins, we haven't heard from Jesse the whole event, and I said, let's get you in here, and he wanted to yesterday, but he goes, but I had wet boardies and I was still dripping wet. It's like, so what? These chairs are wooden chairs, we've got a towel to wipe it down. I said, get in here. He goes, all right. So we'll get him in here today at some point.
I'm sure we will.
Get the lowdown on what he's doing here. I know he's rolling around with his filmer. So he's putting together a whole bunch of clips for a bit of promotion on the Jesse Mendes surfing side of life.
Yeah, it's he has been a standout in this event, so it's going to be great to see how
Jarvis on the hunt.
As just doesn't make it onto his wave.
So he doesn't need much. A 5.78 is highly doable from the young fella. I am sensing that for the first time he's under a little bit of pressure. Generally he's been leading from the word go and a bit of a front runner and putting a heap of pressure on the other crew in the water. This man-on-man heat here now with Jesse is a slightly different story, the way things are panning out. So the young fella's going to have to remain calm. He's definitely going to have to put together at some point, I think, an excellent ride to get over Jesse, because Jesse will delete the 4.6.
I agree.
He'll add at least a couple of points to that 2-wave total. So I'm tipping Jarvis will be thinking the 5.78 is not the immediate score he's chasing. He'll be hoping to put something together in the excellent range to give himself some chance of becoming a finalist.
Jesse did get that 8-point ride under Jarvis, so it's funny to see how now Jarvis is in the same position that Jesse was earlier. Maybe trying to find a wave similar to that, so he can showcase his surfing.
Check him out. He's seeing something down the line here, the young fella. He's having a good look at this little swell. Can't really see much in it just yet, so it's a little too small. But what a playing field this morning. It's as clean as we've seen.
I agree. That rain really cleared everything out. It was bit stormy yesterday afternoon as we were doing our quarterfinals, but it's now clean and glassy and dream conditions here in the Krui Pro 5000.
Ujong Bachur is the name of the reef. Tanjung Setia at the beach, and the area down here at Krui is pretty cool. There's a big swag of beach breaks that have been heavily utilised by all the competitors when they're not competing. And there's also a couple other real good waves more towards the Krui town, everybody. Some waves that are short and sharp, other waves that are just big and nasty that everyone was comparing to Chopu, a certain spot which I won't name, but I'm sure people that have been will know where it is.
Oh yes, I know which
a
one.
big mean right-hander as well. So there's waves that will kill you, there's waves that are very friendly, and all and everything in between. Here goes Jarvis.
Looking to get around this section and just having to pull off as he doesn't make it. Definitely not what he was looking for, as Jesse patiently waits out the back with priority.
All right, you can see Fed, our water photographer there, sitting patiently in the lineup. That's down towards where the caddies are allowed to hang. I wonder if the boys have caddies out there this morning. I think maybe they would still have, just in case.
I agree. It's still a long paddle in. You wouldn't want to waste any time having to come all the way to the beach and back out.
Yep, there
Yeah.
we go. Looks like there's caddies, so thanks for the drone work there from Ryan.
Yes, there's definitely caddies. And our next heat is out there as well, waiting
Here
to
goes
get
Jesse.
started.
I'm going to just say straight away, there goes the 4.6. This is a good looking wave. He's waited a long time for it, so he likes what he sees down the line. Some good rail work to kick things off, filing off the back end of his 8-point ride. His 4.6 I think was his last ride. Jesse just pacing himself well here. Doesn't look like he's really rushed. The wave kind of slows down a little. He wants to swap a board, so the caddy's about to come into play. So I'm pretty sure that's the trusty red rail board he's been riding the whole
I agree.
event. So I wonder what's up with Jesse.
Maybe
Yeah.
the size of the waves have affected the way he feels that board under his feet.
Well, he got an 8-point ride. There ain't nothing wrong with the board.
Oh, I agree.
So anyway, he's up for something. Maybe yeah, I've got no idea what he's thinking of right there. But there's his caddy. That looks like young Leo Castle.
Yep, it definitely is Leo Casal, who came in here yesterday as he did win his quarterfinal.
In the Pro Junior Men's, yeah,
Yep.
he's a demon. He will feature a little later on, so he's probably gone, yeah, no worries, I'll caddy. I want to get out there and have a look at the waves from side on and check out exactly what's going on. So he's flipped his board over, so he's probably either creased it or something, but the magic carpet of Jesse Mendes is for the first time on the sidelines.
Yep.
You can see Leo there, some good drone work from Ryan, and a quick pit stop there for Jesse, who does increase his lead with that last wave of 6.57. I can't see anything wrong with the board he was riding. Looked really good, and he's now putting a bit more pressure on Jarvis, chasing a high 7.
Yes, Jarvis will be having to get his best heat score now with only 7 minutes remaining. You know, he does have priority, so we'll have to see what our young Jarvis Earle does under pressure.
Right, last wave from Jesse.
Yeah, I agree. His board is looking really great under his feet. I wonder what
Well, he did flip it over and have a look at the bottom, just as he was swapping over, so something's gone on. Maybe he creased it the last wave when he fell off. Remember the wave he got
Yeah.
the 4.64 and he fell.
be.
Maybe that happened straight away, straight into it. He's not digging what he's feeling under his feet. Replays coming also from Jarvis. I think this is a replay. I'm not sure. This might actually be live.
I think this is live.
It's pretty spicy. It's looking like.
Wow, what a great wave. I didn't realize how.
All right.
Aw.
And for the first time, we haven't seen too many claims or death stares to the tower, but Jarvis is feeling it. It definitely looked like that time he was stepping up the urgency in his body movements
Yeah.
and the speed he's tagging the lip. So he's on the ropes, chasing a 7.75. That was a good way to track down that score, that first turn. That was just a bit of a half grind. A whole lot better there. Jarvis on a tear here. You can see the body language. He's now got that determined eye of the tiger on this wave. Lands it. He knows he's done a great job. I'm pretty sure this is going to go really, really close, folks. I reckon that's an absolute photo finish in the making here. That'll bring this heat just about to even Stevens.
Wow, what a great comeback from Jarvis Earle.
It was indeed.
He didn't waste any time on that wave.
No, that was
it
really
was just
strong.
one after the other. Needing a 7.75. What do you think?
I think it's going to be really close. I'm not going to throw a number
Definitely.
out, but I reckon this could be go either way. The judges have been loving what he's doing. He didn't miss a beat. You could see at the end of it, he gave a bit of a chest pump and a bit of a death stare to the judging tower. So he's feeling it, and if he's feeling it, it must be good.
He knows he maybe did the job. Only 5 minutes left in this heat, as we will be seeing in 5 minutes our first finalist in the Krui Pro.
It's going to be really close. Okay, so the number is in. It's a 777.
Wow.
All right, and look at that, 0.03 separating these two surfers right now, ladies and gentlemen. So, as confirmed, it's going to be close. This is the closest heat I've seen all week.
I agree.
It's day 7 of our waiting period, everybody. It is finals day. What a way to kick things off. Look at these numbers. 14.6 versus 14.57. Jesse Mendes now, he's going to have to answer back to the tune of a minimum of 6.6.
He'll be dying to get back out there. He does have priority. He has 4 minutes left in this heat. What a way to kick things off.
Was it the chest pump that got Jarvis over the line there? His death stare up to the tower of 0.03. There's nothing in it.
As
Here goes
we
Jesse.
see Jesse paddling for a wave. Will he get it? He did not like what he was seeing. So, 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Here goes Jarvis again. Wow, a bit wide and under priority.
Wow, starting off great. Jarvis doesn't skip a beat as he runs down the line. See if he can make it past this section. He does. Wow, what a great way to start and end this heat from our surfer Jarvis Earle, taking this one all the way down to the inside. Really sharp surfing and smooth in the same time.
Oh, well, a lot's just happened to digest. So Jesse thinks, well, I better keep the rhythm going. So this is Jesse's answer back. He needed a 6.6 before Jarvis stood up, who was trying to burn off a 6.83. Potentially he has done that. So Jesse's just got to dig deep here. May not get another opportunity at the end of this wave. So it's all on the line here, folks. This is for a spot in the grand final. Two goofy footers absolutely squaring off in our first semi of the day. This is unreal. Look at him. He's giving himself a fist pump as well. So the claims are starting to come out on finals day.
We haven't seen a claim just yet, so it is starting off. We'll be having a side contest of the best claims.
And look where Jesse started off, was right up there in the background.
So it'll be great to see a replay of Jesse's waves and see how the beginning of that wave was.
This was really good. I like this ride. So that was just a bit of a tag. Now he's just sort of sticking with it, waiting for his first real bossy opportunity to put some big points together. There he goes, crunching it right there. And again, nice little spicy tail whip there to finish that turn off. Staying in the pocket, foam climb just to show a bit of variety. A wrap around Cuddy, the claims coming, there it is. All right, trying to sell that one to the judges. Let's see whether they buy into it. Maybe not quite as vicious as what we saw out of Jarvis, but it's over to the judges. We've still got a score for Jarvis to come, still a score for Jesse. Absolute amazing semi-final here to kick things off, everybody. I hope you are entertained, because I'm thoroughly into this heat.
Me too. I'm so excited to see what ends up happening, as we have two scores from both our surfers.
Yep.
You know, judges have a big job to do, and they're probably watching and rewatching those replays to make sure they get the right thing down.
For sure, it's not an easy role. Once a few scores are in, their job is then to compare current rides as to what's happened previously. They have the option of replays. They have a bit of a chat should there be a discretion in you know, how wide the high and the low number goes. So it is got their thinking caps on now, the judges.
So Jarvis's last wave came in at a 5.83. It does not go in his top two.
All right, so he's 7.77. 2 waves ago, still the number that got him into the lead. So Jesse's requirement would have been, I think it was a high 6 he was chasing.
What do you think?
I think he potentially gets it, yeah.
I think he gets it too.
Here he is. He's not prepared to sit around and wait and listen. He's on the hoof, looking at another wave here. I'm still not sure his score. He's still not in, folks. The heat is over. Whew. So we did this about 20 times yesterday. We'll do it again
and
today.
we're doing it
Let's
again
go
today.
on a quick break and we'll come back with that result. Well, there's the two competitors out of the last heat, and the official result is that Jesse Mendes overtook the young fella there in the dying moments with a really good score, a 6.8. And it's still really close to Billy, 0.2. At one stage, it was 0.03 separating these two going into the last exchange.
Yeah, good morning, Mark. Yeah, I watched that live out at the competitors area. Everyone was into it. It's really early in the morning here, just click past 7:30. 30-minute heats all day. And this drone shot, you can still see the smile on Jarvis Earle's face.
Well, he'll be grinning because he's still in the Pro Junior semi-finals. He's got a massive career ahead of him, and it's just in its fledgling stages. But Jesse showed his composure and his experience right there, and did not panic. He knew at the end of that wave, he looked at the judges and he was well into it. He did a board swap during the the heat as well, so he got off his magic carpet, the red railed stick, and put together his winning score on his backup, his winning wave score on his backup board.
Wow. Well, bit of a fist pump and a bit of feeling in this. When they first paddled out, they sat right up the point. Had started. It was a bit of mind games who was going to paddle first and get into the lineup. If you think this doesn't mean much because it's a QS 5000, think again, because I was in the competitors area watching these two, Rio Iota and Billy Steadman, getting ready, and Rio was on his way to get his rashi, and there was a bit of an accidental bumper bloodies. Clash of bodies
between him and Billy.
Billy Steadman give him the stare, and Rio just put the sidewalk thing and kept walking.
Well, this is going to be a battle of the backhand blast this heat. So they've both got their backs to the wall. Billy Steadman, we know it's his weapon of a move. And he said, well, tomorrow the serve's probably going to be a little smaller as well, so that's going to favour me. He loves what he does on his backhand, and so do we. And Rio is pretty much the surfer of the month. And Indonesia's big great hope. So a well-balanced heat here, mate. This could go anywhere.
Yeah, it's going to be a cracker, mate.
Two goofies in the first one. Advantage to the Italian Jesse Mendes. We're going to have a chat with Jesse. the action replay here of Billy's. What did you like about this wave?
I like the initial attack mode that he's switched on. There's no getting his feet in the wax. There's no relaxing. He's caught a wave and just gone absolutely bananas on this. A series of, I've forgotten how many turns he's done, but every one of them in the lip, every one of them in the pocket. There were no lazy cutbacks and there was no downtime on that wave. That is the way you start a semi-final.
And it was just such a good wave. It maintained the same height the whole way. It had the same bowl the whole way. He might have repeated the same manoeuvre half a dozen times, but it's a damn solid weapon he's got there on his backhand. So if you own that move, you might as well just keep throwing it up there. It was so sick.
Yeah, that is our competitor from New Zealand. A big hello to all the Kiwis watching around the world. They love their sport and they love Bilbo Baggins.
Well, look, he's been carrying the weight of the nation on his shoulders for a long time. He is a favourite down there. He's an 8-time national champion.
8 times?
8 times.
Wow.
He's put a record that he owns. He just got taken down for a 9th title this year, busting straight into the excellent range with an 8.17.
Wow.
But he is a famous Kiwi at this stage, and we love his work. Smiling assassin, Billy Stammen. And I interviewed him after his quarterfinal win yesterday, and I said, well done, blah, blah, blah. And he said, yeah, feeling good. It's all going on. It was a real close heat. I said, what do you do for tomorrow to bring to finals day? And he says, well, more of the same, really. Pretty happy with how he was going.
He's pretty relaxed, isn't he?
Yeah, pretty relaxed. And, you know, he started with an 8.17. A brilliant way to stamp your authority on a semi-final and put your hand up to become a grand finalist against Jesse Mendes. Really good stuff. So Rio, what a giant killer he has been over the last month and a bit, winning a 10,000 Challenger Series in Manly convincingly. Then stepped it up a couple of days later. We saw him at G-Land where he went and beat Philippe Toledo, who is ranked the #1 surfer in the world. Philippe got it back on him, but it didn't matter. It was a 2-0 advantage after that very first heat to Rio. And he's up here now in a semi-final. The kid has not missed a beat really over the last month.
Yeah, definitely on some sort of a roll is Rio Waida. He's going to have to get his act together there here in this semi-final though. He's got his hands full with a rampaging New Zealander in Billy Stedman.
Yeah, no, that number, when you interviewed him the other day, you know, his focus is just squarely something I've never heard out of anybody else. He goes, oh, for me, win or lose, same.
Same.
My focus still remains the same, and you know, he knows where he's going. He wants to win a gold medal. He wants to be on the championship tour, which is, you can probably see where that line is at this stage, and he wants to win a world title.
Well,
clear goals.
yeah, some people are happy just to get on the pro tour and, you know, when they're an old man go, I was on the tour for a couple of years. That's not going through this young man's head. He's got a clear goal in mind. He's letting everyone know about it.
Yeah,
and he's got a pathway to get there and a plan.
And even the interview yesterday afternoon, you know, he was giving you 1-minute answers as to what he thought and the way his heat was going. It was a great insight into his brain and how a competitive machine thinks during a heat. It was really cool. It was a great insight as to what the champion sort of thoughts you need to have. And that heat went back and forwards, and he told us, you know, just how he stayed composed, and it was just a damn great interview.
He was really good. You know, some athletes you have to really get a crowbar out and ply some answers out. You just have to feed Rio a little bit of information and stand back and let the man talk.
That's it. Some people you sense all they want to do is get out of there, and so they give you a quick rushed 10-second answer and look at you like, hey, I want to go, and you try and ask something else and you get it again. You're like, right, beat it. You obviously don't want to be here. Rio, happy to let us in into his brain thoughts. Here we go now, Rio Waida. A big wave, probably the biggest wave I've seen this morning in competition.
Oh, wow.
A nasty crunch to kick things off. And down the line now. So he paddled right past Billy to get onto this thing. Billy would go, okay, geez, that's looking like a pretty good wave. It's not as steep. It's almost the exact opposite wave to what Billy rode. It's not small. It's not quite as bowly, but it had just that monster first section on it. and a whole bunch of different moves to what we saw Billy crunching out. So the judges are now going to have to go, okay, which wave out of those two do we prefer, and why, and where does it sit on the scale?
Well, mate, that was a bigger wave, and he had a choice. He could have negotiated that first section, or he could have gone full attack mode and belted it. That's exactly what he did. So I wasn't sure if he was going to make the drop after that first turn, so I'm pretty sure the judges will lap
the point.
that up. Here goes the Kiwi now on his backhand, wave number 2, continuing as he did on his first wave. He's going to really dig deep to take down this Indonesian juggernaut right now. But is the Kiwi looking at the goods on wave number 2? That's a good looking finishing move. Pretty sure Bill will be happy with the first 10 minutes of his semi-final.
Yeah, for sure. I did sort of, to be critical. Last 2 turns before that end move, I don't reckon he hit him as flush as he wanted to.
Oh, look at this. The paddle is on, Mark. Sorry to interrupt.
All right.
Talk us through this one, what you liked about it.
This first turn, amazing. What a way to grab the judge's attention. That was just a flat-out attack. It was a full CT move. A big wave, helped himself to it, so he'll realise he's off and racing for a good score. So now just stringing the dots together, staying with this thing. It's not as bowly as Billy's waves, but doesn't matter. When you kick off things like that, it's very eye-catching. We're going to get Jesse in here for the first time in 7 days. So Billy's answer back here was a good wave in itself. It's going to be a decent backup number either way. So get these headphones on, Jesse. We'll have a good old chat, mate. Yep, perfect. He's done this before. Okay, I'm going to shake your hand, Jesse. My name is Mark. Tell us, that was a great semi-final, mate. It was super close. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, it was. Sorry, I'm out of breath a little bit. I had like 5 waves back to back, and this battle
take
feels
your time.
worse
It's no
than
rush.
sunset.
It's no rush. We'll just take your time with your answers. We can watch the whole semi-final in here if you want. The AC's on. You've got your water.
Doesn't feel bad.
So
yeah.
recover
It's nice
and we'll get some answers out of you.
No, yeah, it was a tough heat. I actually had a match with him before in this event, and it was a great battle again. He had an 8 and a 7, and I had 2 high 7s, and he beat me. And then this one, I knew we kind of have a similar game. We're looking for the same waves out there. We're both goofy. I feel like not that similar style, but we have the similar line out there, like the carve down, like 2 snap, and big carve when the open face count. When the
There's your
open
score
face
line.
count.
The 6-8 at the end was
Yeah.
Was the nail biting. The difference in the heat there, when you needed a score, I think you needed a high 6. You put a 6-8 together on your backup board. You looked at the judges. Boom.
Yeah.
Were you feeling that? Yeah, I've got the score. I got it.
I thought it was close. It was a tough call. I knew it could go either way because I had just changed my board, and this board's a little smaller. I came here last minute and I had no boards pretty much. I had my main board. I had 3 buckles already on it fixed, and then when I took off on my 6-5, it was probably the best wave of the heat that I got. As soon as I took off, the board was going backwards. I didn't notice that it broke on the wave before.
Oh, so is that what happened just then? Is that today?
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, one of the waves I was going like this in the end.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Just switch, and I was going backwards, but I was like, I only have a 4, I have an 8 already. I just need like at least try and get the most of this wave, And I was kind of going flat and slow. I was swimming so bad on that wave, and it was a buckle from rail to rail on top of the fins. And I changed the board, so when I changed, that board had a little less drive. It's just a smaller board wave, and this wave is very fast down the line. And I kind of missed the first turn, but then I kind of put a few good turns together, and I think maybe they had to go look back on the heat and see what happened, And maybe my 8, I heard, should have been a little more difference than his 7-7. That's what I heard. You don't see anything on the heat, but
all right. Yep. Yeah.
so I knew it was close, so I just give it a fist pump. Just
at
just
one
see what
point
happened.
it was 0.03 separating you guys before that final exchange. So how nervous were you at that stage? Not too bad?
I wasn't nervous. I came here looking for surfing good waves and heats, and I had a 1,000 in my region, and the waves are bad there, and I was like it made no sense for me to go there, and I'm shooting a clip with a friend of mine, so I was like, this would be perfect. Come here to Krui, surf. I've been surfing like 2 times a day, plus my heat, so it's been fun. It's been a lot of fun
We'll
here.
have a chat about that in a moment. Check this heat though, what's going on here. So Billy started with the 817. I don't know whether you saw it, but it was an inside bowly wave that was just such a sick wave. Billy's got that devastating backhand. In stark contrast, Rio caught a wave that was much bigger, it was flatter, but the opening turn was just dynamite. So they're both well positioned now with the 8-1-7 and an 8. So you get to surf the final against one of these two. And they're both going to be worthy opponents regardless of who steps up into that grand final.
Definitely. Both of them come from land of laughs, right? Like Billy's from Raglan.
Yep.
Rio's from Bali, where Uluwatu is like, this is literally that wave breaking right there is just like Uluwatu.
Yeah, it's like racetrack.
So they're both amazing on their backhand. I feel like Billy's a little more experienced, have been on tour a little longer, but Rio is also, I think, a little more stocky and more powerful, like throws a little more water. But it's just a very even match right there. It's really up to catch the right waves and is confident enough to put their surfing on the line.
And look at these conditions this morning, mate. You were lucky enough to lead things off, busting out of the block, 7 a.m. start. How stoked were you with the call to bring the men's semi straight into it?
Man, I was frothing. I actually wanted to sit out the back and just get barrels, and I feel like Jarvis also wanted to, because we both kept looking up the point and seeing barrels, but that wave is very short. It's a very good barrel, and it's a gamble if it's gonna line up down the line or not. So you get a barrel, you get a 6, and you kick out. That's it. You know, down the line you can get 8s.
Yeah.
So
well, he did get a barrel in that heat, but he fell off after it, so it didn't factor into his score line. But
luck for me.
Clean barrel. It was a clean barrel off the takeoff. Jarvis, he got a good barrel. It was pretty good.
But he was still down the point. It wasn't the wave way out the back, right?
No. And the nose of the board didn't disappear, but it was good one straight off the takeoff, and then kind of fell the next turn after it. So it was a throwaway situation. But you did get an amazing tube ride on your first heat, day 1, which was 7 days ago. There haven't been a whole lot of barrels out there, but geez, we've had some interesting conditions over the 7 days.
Yeah, totally, man. That first heat was special. It was me, TP, and a local kid. TP, I become good friends with him in G-Land, and we're surfing fun waves all the time, kind of similar to this. And it was fun to have a heat with him, and the waves are firing. It was so good. I think today is the best day so far, but yeah, that day was special still.
So when we were in G-Land, were you already entered into the event at that point, or was it having chats with Tippy that got you over the line, or when did you enter?
No, I spoke with after I finished Manly, I was like, man, I just want to get good waves. So I was coming up Indo, and I saw the swell, and then I went to G-Land, got amazing waves. Me and 6 guys out. It was like 8 to 10 foot G-Land.
Before the event started?
Yeah, before the event.
Yeah.
There's no one on the island.
Yeah.
Most of, like 80% of the surfers weren't there yet, so we got amazing waves. And halfway through, I was like, should I sign up for this event, or should I go to the 1,000 in my region? I was like, you know
That's
what?
a no-brainer.
I was like, I'm going to go and get waves and work on my clip that I'm working on. And
yeah, so let's talk about that. So you have got your filmer here with you. Obviously, the boys are on the hunt here. Someone's going to ride a wave in a minute. Great drone footage. How's the crevices in the reef? Beautiful, clean water. Priority is with Billy. So why don't you give us your thoughts on this wave when we get a good look at it?
Wow, beautiful wave down the line. He has such a good timing. See, like, so patient. That's a big turn, critical. Back to a nice carve. Let's see how he's gonna finish. Not a critical turn, most likely. I don't know. I haven't watched the heat, but I feel like he's probably gonna better.
He's trying to improve the 6.67. It's kind of borderline. You know, we've seen guys get yourself, etc., stringing 5 good hits together to get the numbers that count. So it's a maybe, but I think the door is left open now for Rio. 13 minutes to go. So you're here making clips for what? Self-promotion, or just making a video? What are we doing?
Yeah, just making a video. I went to G-Land, and my filmer was there. Not my filmer, but he was with Miggy Pupu, and I know him forever. Let's go back to Billy's. You can call that one.
Right. Bit of a speed run to kick things off. This was a really good turn. That was quite brutal up through the lip. Had a nice little recovery there at the bottom of the wave. This turn here, kind of late to the scene, but a really well served section to finish and not fall off. It was pretty well structured. I'm not sure whether it will lock into his top 2, but it does. It's 7.33. Rio now chasing a mid-7. A well-balanced heat. So you've been getting some good clips. Did you G-Land here? Did you surf in Bali before you got to G-Land, or what was the story?
I did one session in Bali. I had one session there, but then my filmer that was shooting me had to go, so I brought another friend of mine that was here in Bali already. And this place is incredible. Like, after Mint Towers, it's my favorite place probably. Just surf over a wall besides Desert Point.
There's
'Cause
lots of good options in this region.
so
hey?
many, so many. You got one of the best beach breaks I've ever surfed. Turns and barrels, and then you have amazing barrel lefts, amazing barrel rights, rippable waves like this, and then there's wave jumbo. There's so many waves. That's the wave I'm talking up the
Look
top.
at this thing coming through, Jesse. Oh my goodness.
See, that was a drainer, and this one's still gonna line up all the way through, but there's only a very few in a heat that would do that. And once you're up there, it's hard to notice which one that is, you know?
Yeah. Well, either way, it's been breaking for about 20 seconds, and Rio still likes the look of it, so he had a little investigation. Perhaps gone a little fat down there, but the first half of that wave barreled and went nuts for about 15 seconds. Would have been nice to see somebody sitting up there and actually ride that wave, but it's all going on here in semi-final number 2, mate. So you're coming up. I'm not sure when. We don't even have the schedule formatted for the rest of the day, but what do you do now?
As soon as I'm done with this, I'm gonna go have some breakfast. I woke up kind of at 6 a.m. I was kind of tired from the last few days, and I thought they were gonna start with juniors because usually they start with the division that it's gonna have the finals first. But because of the conditions, they did a great call and they start with the men. So when I had the call at 6:30, I had to pack my boards and come here, and I got here like 15 minutes before, put on my jersey and paddled out like I didn't even see the waves really.
Well, it doesn't matter. It all went to plan from what I can see so far, mate.
It worked out, but not always does, you know.
I've
Like,
got to say, your backup board's looking pretty good as well. I'm just going to shake your hand and say all the best for whenever your final is today. Go get him, Jesse Mendes. You've had a ripping contest so far, mate.
thank you guys. Sorry for taking so long.
No,
for
that's all
coming on
right.
the booth.
No, you can sit down. The AC's good. You're recovering from your heat. Don't forget your water bottle. And see you in the grand final. Good luck.
Thank you guys. Bye
Cheers.
bye.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Thanks, Jesse. Cheers, bro. All right, out of Team Lavina down there, staying at the Lavina Surf Camp. The first team member into the grand final. And just taking us through his thoughts on this heat, which is an absolute ripping affair in itself as Billy Hangen steps back in. The 7.33 backup for Billy Stairmond, a good number there, leaving the young Indo chasing a mid-7.
A mid-7 mark, and I do have that information, mate. So following these 2 semi-finals, we'll go into the junior women quarterfinals. That will be followed by the junior men's semis and then the junior women's semis.
All right.
So we have
a
probably
format.
half our day set out for us.
All right, and then it's just a matter of which order we roll out the grand finals. 4 divisions here at this year's Krui Pro. We have the men's and women's 5,000, and we also have men's and women's pro juniors attached to it as well. So it's been a lot of surfing. Big day yesterday with 24 heats. We have 16 to finish up finals day, so probably happen about 2 or 3 o'clock. We'll know who our champions are.
Right on, and this one, Mark, it looks like with the Indonesians with priority and a bit of work to do. A 7.51, quite capable of it.
Now, his 8-point ride, I think you saw that. That was that
Yeah.
monster first turn on a really big wave. He hasn't had those bowly,
Lips to
medium
hit,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's only ridden one good wave. So there's plenty in the tank for Rio, and through his interviews we've seen over the last couple of days, he keeps his composure. He knows what he's got to do. Win or lose, he reckons it's same. And he'll be in the zone. He won't worry one little bit about what Billy Stairmand's up to. He's got the eye of the tiger, this young fella.
That's right. And a big good morning to everyone. A salamat pagi and a hello, Mr. For everyone watching around the world. And I can tell you this, our great mate Finton Maguire is watching from Greece. It's 4:15 in the morning there. He's
and
up.
he does his best work about that time of the night as well. So Finny's in fine form. Good on you, Finny.
Yeah, he is over there with the Greek surfing community. He loves it.
All right. Well, when are we going to see a Greek challenger at these kind of events? Finny's training them up, doing their best work at 4 a.m.
Yep.
The training regime has well and truly started by the sound of things.
Could be wild then.
Well, it might be. It's definitely a few sleeps away, that's for sure. Why don't we give a shout out as well to our famous buddies in WA, out of Surfing WA, Mr. Mark Lane, our CEO. Cheers, buddy. Justin Majex, the whole team down there. Pirate Pete and Pascal and Jerry Peru.
Oh, yeah.
There's a famous gang down there. So we're thinking of you guys. Hope it's not too cold on the west side of Oz right now, but it's a completely different scene up here. It's pretty steaming hot. Jesse Mendes was just sweating throughout that whole interview because he just surfed 5 waves in a row. He said, man, I'm taxed.
He was taxed, yep. Yeah, big hello to that crew at Surfing WA and all these surfing associations around the world. You do a great job. It's resulting in junior surfers and performers getting into contests like this, the QS 5000s. It's great to have a clear pathway for a kid that you can spy that has talent. And then, hey, let's have a look at these regionals, and let's have a look at the QS, the higher number QSs, and then let's have a look at the Challenge Series, and let's go get a world title.
Yep. You've got to surf your way through these to get your ranking up into the Challenger Series. It's the only way you can get onto the CT. There's a great looking wave coming through right now, folks. Billy Stammen under priority, having a good look at it, and Rio says, off you go, mate, no worries, all yours. Take us through this, Bill.
Yeah, he's taken that high line because there's not much opportunity to return. There's one there, and he absolutely belts that thing right in the pocket.
Oh.
Follows it up with a second one. This is looking like the best wave for the Kiwi.
Oh.
Really cranking it around now. A series of really critical turns. None has been on the shoulder. He feels it. I'm feeling it. How you loving finals day, Mark Cliff?
That's the wave of the heat for me. That was just so mental. He no downtime between his turns, mate, on a big wave. Rio let him have it. For sure, Billy upgrades his total right there. Was that a little error by Rio letting him take that wave? Or was it just the brilliance coming out of Billy Stammen to turn
Let's have
this?
a look at. He's kind of out of position, but I'm sure he could have paddled on it.
No, all these turns were just done so savage in the pocket, board above the lip. Look at that, and he just goes straight into it again.
Bang.
Boom.
Yep.
He does 4 of these. All right, so boom, and one more right here, and then he comes out and he just clicks his hands together going, oh my God, I nailed it.
That out. And I tell you what, from behind that, all you would have seen was 3 fins getting released each turn right in the pocket and going, what have I done? I've just let a cracking wave go.
I reckon he let that, Billy would have been licking his lips going, hang on, how's this? Old mate's just let me have it. Stringing it together, we're just speculating at this stage, but I'm sure the judges are deliberating now with once again, the thinking caps on a 9.5, ladies and gentlemen. Wave of the men's side of the draw. We have seen a 9.6 out of Jamie Thompson earlier. That was in the Pro Juniors. A 9.5, and Rio Wider let him have that.
Wow. Let's
make note of that, Billy. A big turning point. Billy Stammen was throwing away a 7 something as well. I think a 7.33. An 8.17 in his score line. The 9.5. There's been no better number on the men's side of the draw. That was just mental surfing from Billy. And look what Rio needs now, mate. Pretty close to a perfect number. So what notes are you writing there?
I'm writing he has a 9.67 under priority. Incredible.
That was a 9.5 under priority. It's 9.67 is what Rio needs.
I'm sorry, a 9.50. Excuse me.
But it was exciting surfing. It was 4 crazy good big hooks by Billy. We've got some sort of trophy here as well. It is the men's, women's. So let's get the other one out here. Ungi, give me the other one. Let's do this. Let's get the men's ones in here as well, because we'll show everybody what the hardware looks like. Rio Wider is paddling onto this wave. I'm sure we'll come into the room in a moment. Here goes Rio Wider. Let's stay with this wave, folks, because the Indonesian now needs to answer back big time. He's just got to absolutely tee off on this wave to get the score. There's only 3 minutes, Billy. Boom, he's going upside down. The wave lets him down. He looks at his watch and he'll go, oh, why didn't I take that other freaking wave?
Yeah, well, he is upgrading that 8. That would be his goal, but I don't think he's going to do it with that wave. It really didn't offer much scoring potential. He had to pump through the bottom turns and try and make sections, but wow. 2 minutes 35. I am holding this trophy here.
Yep, it is for the women's winner on the 5,000, the Krui Pro 5000. It looks pretty cool. Got some sort of big marlin just doing its thing on the top of the stand. It's a local flavour. We'll get the men's one out in a minute, and we'll show the world what they look like. There's 2 minutes remaining. Billy Stammen has not put a foot wrong. That the 9.5 was just freaking epic. And he was feeling it at the end. You can see Billy, there's no priority, but Billy will gain first opportunity. Just 2 minutes remaining. Oh my God, it's going to be cool to get Billy in here and get his thoughts, because he's a frother, he's a famous surfer. Here's the other trophy, so let's whip into the room and show the crew online exactly. This is the Pro Junior men's, that's all right. Let's do that. Here we go, folks. This is, there's a lot on offer today. Huge points, a big payday as well. Some pretty cool local flavour trophies here, Billy. So you've won the women's and I've won the Pro Junior men's. How good?
Well, I'm pretty happy with that. Woohoo! Yeah, I love it. Love a bit of local craftsmanship. I love a surfing trophy with a fish on top. The Mad Hueys would love that. The twins, they'd be going crazy for it. So whoever made that, we'll have to find out later, but fantastic. That is what is offer, as well as 5,000 QS points, mate.
Yep, and I'm not sure of the payday, but it's going to be pretty healthy as well. So there's a lot to surf for here at this stage. Billy Stammen has earned himself a booking up against Jesse Mendes. There is a set appearing out the back. Hopefully there's 2 waves here with 50 seconds to go. Does Rio get another opportunity? He needs almost the perfect number. He needs the best wave of the men's round so far to get into the final. They both look at this thing now. It is decision time for Billy Stammen. He says, get out of the way, Rio. I've got to put myself over here to make sure I get this thing. It's a good looking wave.
Oh,
Billy has to take it, I reckon.
He has to. Yep, half a minute to go, and this is the New Zealander, our heat leader. A good looking wave, nothing so critical so far. That's a pretty good turn. He really doesn't have to improve his scoreline that much. Trying to get rid of an 8.17 if you don't mind. He just had to take that so to deprive Rio of that opportunity. Trying to look over the whitewater with 5 seconds to go. There's been no noise from the beach commentary. Billy gives himself a clap, and that has been a barn burner as predicted. Mark Clift's semi-final number 2.
Yep.
We'll cut to a short break and be back with women's action and Jessie Starling. Welcome back, everybody, as we catch our breath after that cracking semi-final between Rio Wilder and Billy Stammen. Billy coming out on top. It is now women's time. Rina Matsuunga but takes on Ellie McCaffrey, the Japanese surfer, the American. I'm joined by Jess Starling. Welcome for the first time this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Now, I'm not sure if you caught that action of that semi-final number 2.
Yeah, I was down the beach watching it from down there, and yeah, Billy Stammen put on a great performance. He is also a really talented surfer and a great guy, so it was awesome to see him take the win against really, I'd say, the favourite of the event, Rio Wilder.
Yeah, he definitely was the sentimental favourite, if not the most informed surfer. His role comes to an end, but you will take a semi-final finish any day of the week.
Any day of the week, and I also saw Jarvis Earle after his heat was over, and he's still smiling, still happy, and yeah, 3rd place. I think you'd be happy with that any day of the week.
Yeah, you could see his smile from the drone shot when he's coming in from his heat. So he's a pretty happy kid, and why not with results like that? All right, this is semi-final number 1 of the women's. The final is set for the men. It will be Jesse Mendes taking on Billy Stenman.
Yeah, Billy Stenman with that 9-5 under priority was pretty impressive. When watching it from the beach, it looked like one of those ones that wasn't going to hit the bank, or the reef I should say, too well through that inside section, but it stood up so perfectly and he just capitalised. So yeah, hopefully we can see the girls get a couple great waves out there, and both these surfers extremely talented. There we see a drone footage of the beautiful reef.
It is lovely. Matsunanga takes on McCaffrey. McCaffrey, probably the form surfer through this competition so far.
Yeah, she's been dropping big scores in both the QS and junior divisions. She just come here to get a couple heats under her belt. I spoke to her about why she decided to compete in these events. Being from the North American region, she can't take the points home, and she said just to get a few more heats under her belt so that she can go and blaze through the North American region. As we see our surfer in red on the first wave of the semi-final number 1. Just 2 turns to kick it off. I'm sure she's just trying to get the feet in the wax and a little bit of rhythm.
Yep, that is Rena. I'm not sure of her best results in her career thus far, but a QS 5000 is nothing to sneeze at. She'll be pretty pumped, I reckon, to try and get in this final and take on the winner of Sophie McCulloch and Minami Nonaka.
Yeah, Soph has started psyching up. I was lucky enough to sit down next to her down the beach as we see the replay of Rena. So a great opening turn into a second carve. Unfortunately, that wave not really offering her everything she was hoping for. And I think Ella had a little look at that wave, but she was a little bit too far out to see. So
yep.
Rena capitalising on the first wave, and there we go, 3.5. So she'll be looking to drop that pretty soon.
Now, finals day, it's all over today. Hopefully these conditions continue through a majority of the day, because it's absolutely perfect, isn't it? I'm not sure if you caught any action from El Salvador overnight.
No, I actually didn't. I haven't even looked at the results.
It's down to semi-final time. I know Steph Gilmore is in there. I don't have it in front of me, but I'll give you a full rundown next time we meet. Italo, Felipe, Griff, and I can't remember the fourth one. But the only Australian in the draw is Steph Gilmore.
I saw a few clips. That's surprising to me, because I saw a few clips of Isabella Nichols in the free surf, and she looked like she was in some of the best form I've seen her personally throughout this year. I haven't been able to watch too many of the El Salvador heats, being there super late at night, but semi-finals, so they've obviously ramped through the event so far.
Let's have a look at it. Joanne DeFay will take on Lakey Peterson, and Caroline Marks will take on Stephanie Gilmore. A revived Caroline Marks, and of course it's a right-hand point break, so you're not going to ride off Stephanie Gilmore anytime soon, are you?
Definitely not. Steph Gilmore, she is known for her forehand carves, but Caroline Marks, she is back with her backhand.
She is back. And on the men's side of things, let's have a look while we're here before we get Billy in here. It is Gabriel Medina, who took down Jack Robinson, taking on Griffin Colapinto. Felipe Toledo will take on Italo Ferreira in an all-Brazilian semi number 2. That's over in El Salvador. Their waves aren't as good as our waves here. And I have an absolutely pumped up Kiwi ready to join me. Rightio, let's put you in here and get that up there. That's beautiful. Actually, I might just do this. No worries. Well, Billy, I'm Billy.
Hey, Billy.
Nice to meet
How are
you.
ya?
How's that? Sounds like some sort of a movie. All right, so mate, that final, I'm gonna put it on you because I saw a bit of a thing when you were getting ready for your heat. You're saying hello to your friend of yours, and Rio walked past. There's a bit of an accidental how you going like that. Rio just put the blinkers on and kept going. You give him a bit of a sly look. What was going on?
Nah, we were just saying, like, good luck before the heat. I know Rio really well. We've travelled a lot around the world together and competed in the same event. So, you know, it's just a mutual respect of each other and saying good luck to each other and hoping for the best.
Well, I mentioned it. I hope Stab Mag would pick it up. You know, gossip columns, and there'd be a bit of a stink fest, but it was pretty funny, mate. Of course, afterwards you caught up and had a bit of a talk, and everything's cool. So that's just a bit of fun we're having here in the broadcast booth. But that semi-final, let's talk us through it. That first wave you got had a really good pace to it, and it let you attack that lip probably 4 or 6 times through there. And then Rio kind of got the larger wave. It was a good looking set wave, but it really didn't have those critical places to hit.
Yeah, my first one was a little bit smaller, but it just had the best shape. Coming from Raglan, I can, you know, going left all the time. I'm kind of used to going my backhand all the time, and yeah, I was just trying to read the waves out there. It's absolutely firing here this morning. I managed to get that 9.5 under priority as well. I could kind of see it chipping down the end, and fortunately for me, Rio didn't go, and it kind of just doubled up and gave me 3 perfect sections. And yeah, my equipment feels really good. I'm riding a 5.8 Sharp Eye 77, and it's feeling good, and the rails are glowing out there, which is good. And yeah, like I said, I feel at home. It's just like rags out there, but a little bit warmer.
A little bit warmer, yeah, that's right. Yeah, about that 9.5, that was under priority. Quite amazing. I made a note of it there. Did Rio just ignore it, or did you scratch inside him? What was the play going on there?
It kind of doubled up a little bit weird. I was a little bit deeper and out a little bit, so I got the little chip in, and it kind of just doubled up under him a little bit. I'm not sure if he wanted it or not, but yeah, I could kind of see the inside track doubling up for me, and it's kind of a wave I wanted to go, and if anything, I was trying to sell him, but he didn't go, so
nice one. Well,
perfect for me.
You had to do a bit of a speed run first before it kind of slowed enough for you to hit it in the pocket. Got really excited here in the booth, and you seemed a bit of it feeling afterwards as well, a bit of a clap, a bit of a flex. How you going?
Yeah, it's always good to get a wave under priority, especially a wave like that, and it felt really good. It felt way better than all my others. It was a bigger wave, and it gave me 3 perfect sections, and I felt like I pushed my surfing to the limit. So it showed in the scores, and I was stoked. And yeah, fortunately for me, there was not too many opportunities towards the back end of the heat. I know Rio's an amazing surfer. He's been on the CT in G-Land, and obviously he just won that Challenger in Manly. So I knew it was going to be a tough ask, and he's been ripping on his backhand. So it was battle of the backhands out there, and I got one over him.
It certainly was. It was kind of Raglan v Uluwatu, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah. Oh, mate, yeah, that was a really exciting semi. And you know who you got in the final?
Jesse Mendes, I believe.
Mendes, yep. That's right. So it is Italy versus New Zealand, believe it or not, up here in the jungle in Sumatra. All right, looks like Rena has a bit of a problem here. She looks like a snapped leggy or something in semi-final 1. So our surfer from Japan. Let's just track this wave, Billy. It's a pretty good look in a series of pretty handy looking turns. That's a better one for her on the inside. I think she comes unstuck right at the end and may have snapped the leggy. Not something you want to do in a semi-final.
No.
Really goes over the top there. It looks like she avoided the board, which is fantastic. Not much chance of injury there, but she's taking on the form surfer, probably Earle and Sophie, the form surfers of this women's draw. Yeah, really flying her way through on that smaller wave. But I think Rena might have snapped the leggy or something. Did you have a caddy out there?
I did. Sophie Vetti from Gisborne in New Zealand is out there caddying for me. We've travelled a lot at the start of this year in the regionals in Australia, and yeah, we've had a good time in Aussie, and she's a good friend of mine, so it was good to have her in the channel pumping me up.
Yeah, right on. Yeah. Of course, no coaching, just
No, I was actually coaching her in Australia, which has always been pretty fun for me. So yeah, I wanted to get her out in my corner and kind of be out there and on the shoulder watching how things are panning out, and hopefully she learns a bit out on the shoulder as well.
Oh, of course, definitely. Good on you. Now, you've been at this a while, and this contest will bag you a heap of points.
Yes.
What is in the future for Billy Steadman?
Yeah, obviously I couldn't really pass this competition. Coming from Raglan, it's basically the same wave. So yeah, I've come over here and hopes just to keep some practice going before the Challenger Series in Bolito.
Yep.
And just over 2 weeks. So and I actually won a contest in Maroubra, so That counts towards next year's Challenger Series, or Regional, sorry. So this is going to be a lot of points for that also. So yeah, another good result this year for me, and feeling good. I'm stoked.
Right on, and you're looking good too. So you'll be going to Bolito and not coming to Nias, is that right?
Yes, so I'm going to Bali for a week to go see some friends, and then I'll go to South Africa early. I just want to go over there and get over jet lag and kind of get used to the conditions and the temperatures and the food and stuff over there, because yeah, I got pretty sick when I first got here, so it took me a few days to get over that. So I kind of learned from that and want to go to South Africa early and yeah, get used to things over there.
Wow. Yep, this is
Bit
a
of a
real
swim,
pity
yeah.
arena. That's Nugger.
Oh, there it is.
There's a board. It's taking a long time for us. It's going to sap a whole lot of energy out of it also, isn't it?
Yeah, it's super hot out there and the water's, like, you're sweating in the water, so yeah, she's going to be exhausted after this heat.
Well, let's hope she keeps it focused, gets back on that board and gets out and makes a good account of herself, because she's had a really good campaign thus far. Is that a 917? Maybe
2 waves?
Yeah, maybe a 2 waves. We'll wait for the rest of that score tablet to come up.
The waves are absolutely pumping out there. It's so fun. It's hard to like not go for waves and choose your waves wisely, and well, especially with 2 people out. You know, there's so many waves going unridden.
It's hard not to wave
yeah.
off. Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Now you're catching up with friends in Bali. Is one of those friends Nick Chung?
Yes, I am actually.
Because
yeah.
he's just given me a message. I'll show you when it says his Cuzzy Bro name is Bilbo Baggins.
Yeah, it
is
is.
Right?
Yeah, everyone calls me Bilbo. Yeah, I'm pretty short, and obviously I'm from New Zealand, which is Hobbitville, and my name is Billy, so everyone calls me Bilbo Baggins.
Oh, that's good that it's a factual thing, because I've been doing it. I just didn't want to cop a spray from you at your presentations. Rightio. So, yeah, that is the case, Bill. It's a 2-wave total of a 5, a 6, 7, a 3, 5, 0 for Rena. And Ellie off to an uncharacteristically slow start. The American over here for a bit of experience and get her groove going. Not much in the way of QS is happening in America at the moment. So I thought she'd come over here and check it out. Have you been talking to her at all?
Who's that, sorry?
Ellie McCaffrey?
No, not not in the last couple of days, sorry. No, I've been staying way down the end in Paradise, so kind of in my own little bubble down there. Me and Daniel Farr from New Zealand, so yeah, we've kind of just been coming down for our heats and then going back and watching some movies, watching some heats, and trying to relax, stay out of the heat. It's pretty hot over there.
It is hot. Yeah, we're down that way too at Lavina. You would have heard us doing the karaoke every night.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I heard it last night.
Yeah, there was a big party on, but by the looks of your form, you didn't go. And it's good to keep a cap on things. It's not the jungle in G-Land, is it?
Yeah, we're out in the Wild West over here.
All right, mate. As Rena gets onto out the back again, hopefully she has another leg rope or she can't fall off a wave. You've got to get ready for a final, mate. There is a few rounds to go, so go get yourself in a shower, whatever you're going to do, have some lunch, rehydrate, and you take on Jessie Mendes in the final of the QS 5000. Best of luck, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Great talking to you.
Cheers.
And best of luck in the final.
Can I say a little shout out to everyone at home?
Come on, let's do it. Right
sorry,
down
the washed up kooks. I made a mistake in my fantasy team. Sorry about that, boys. But yeah, hey to my wife, all my family at home. Yeah, I'm in the finals. I'm stoked. Hopefully you guys can watch this afternoon, and hopefully I'll put on a performance.
Ripper, mate. What
Cheers.
an absolute champion, Billy Stedman from New Zealand. All right, joining me again is Jess Starling. Did you catch a bit of that interview?
Yeah, Bill, he is probably one of the biggest legends going round. Lucky enough to spend a little bit of time with him on the Australian regional tour, and really close friends with his caddy, Safi Vetti. So, yeah, we've all spent a little bit of time together, so it's great to see him in the final. He puts in so much time, and he passes on a lot of information to us, the next generation. So, yeah, I'm stoked to see him. I'm definitely rooting for Billy in the final.
Yeah, right on. Yeah, I think he gets to take the points.
Yeah, he does.
And
Jessie
doesn't get to take the points. So, yeah, I'm sure most people would love to see Bill on tour. That would be wicked.
Yeah, he's been giving it a go for a while now, and we just really hope he can crack the tour. He's just surfs so good. He spends a lot of time down at my hometown of Narrabeen with Davey Cathles, who used to be on
Wow.
tour, and they're good friends. And yeah, he deserves to be there. So I hope this year's his year. He's had two okay results in the Challenger so far. He did pretty well in Snapper, so hopefully he can keep it going and bring home the bacon.
Yeah, come on. Right, enough of that. What has happened here? Rena off to a pretty good start, a 5.67, a 3.50. Then she snapped a leggy. So she had to swim all the way into a floating board. She doesn't have a caddy, which is a real, well, maybe a bit of an error. And she had to swim all the way in. I'm not sure if she has another leggy or another board.
I believe she does have a caddy.
She does.
I saw her paddle out with one while Billy's heat was on, but maybe she just wanted to stick with that board.
Well, I'm not sure what was happening because it took her about a good 5 or 6 minutes to swim to a board. So maybe she wanted to trade in that caddy for another one.
Yeah, the caddies aren't allowed to paddle into the surface.
No,
they
they've
have
gotta
to stay wide.
right there. Yep.
Yeah. So
But,
it's a long swim.
Yeah, it is a long swim. Ellie McCaffrey really didn't take advantage though. She's just got that one singular 4.27. So, yeah, we'll see how this plays out. But that could be a telling moment because it would have taken a whole lot of energy. Just having a look at Rena now, paddling back out. And the body language is, I'm conserving energy or I'm absolutely knackered.
Yeah, it is a long paddle back out, especially if she's lost a board and had to swim in and get back out there. Even I know the other day Jarvis Earle got a barrel and came out. I believe he got an 8.37, but then as he jumped off the wave, his leggy string broke and lost his board, so he swam all the way out to his caddy, Reef Hazelwood, swapped his board, and then Reef had to swim all the way in and got caught in the inside rip and was miles down. He came in, he was like, remind me not to caddy again.
Yeah. So probably one thing we can't see from the screen is where Rena fell off. Now she could have swum out to a caddy, got a board, and the caddy could have swum and got the board, but we don't know the logistics of it. It could have been a longer swim to the caddy, or who knows what's happening. But regardless, this is the American now, Ellie McCaffrey, on her second wave. A bit of a smaller, medium-sized one, but it seems to be growing down the line as she cranks off a couple of really handy turns. The surfer in blue finding a groove now on the second wave. It is almost a third through this heat. Gives the judges tower a bit of a stare. I'm not sure what that's about, but a lot of surfers love doing it. And Rena just going over the falls there. Maybe a telltale sign of all that paddling she had to do. Let's hope she can get out the back, regain her composure, and put her best foot forward. She's still leading with a score to drop from Ellie.
Yeah, I reckon Ella probably just locked in what would be the best wave of the heat as we see the replay of our surfer in red, Rena. So that was a great opening turn for her. And unfortunately just couldn't get in front to come down off that one. And this is the replay of Ella's last wave. So a great opening turn, just carved back to the pocket. And this is, like you said, where the wave really grew. She rips off a couple turns, and it's this turn that I really like. Sand spray, flying, carve back, and then the look back to the judges to say, give me some extra points.
I don't think it's ever worked.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
It creates a bit of drama, and that's what we love. What else are we going to talk about?
Yeah, 100%. She's just, stamping her authority, saying, yep, that wave felt good, so hopefully the score reflects how she's feeling about that wave, and there it is, a 7-point ride. So Ella McCaffrey straight into the lead with a 7 and a 4.27, leaving our surfer in red from Japan, Rena Matsunaga, needing a 5.61. So she's already locked in a 5.67, needing a lower requirement than what she already has. So if I was Rena, I would be feeling pretty confident knowing that I can get that score because I've already got it. And she's got priority next to her name, so she's sitting pretty for the back end of this heat. And here she goes up on a great looking wave. Take us through this one, Billy.
Yep, a bit of a check turn first off. That's a better one, the second one. These larger ones really not offering that inside bowl section like we saw the men attack. Bit shouldery, and it's hard to get those critical turns off. Now it starts to stand up, and Rena cranking around probably turn number 4 or 5. These left-handers here at Krui are just delivering this morning and allowing you to really crank off those points all the way through until it dies. Can you believe we are having a QS 5000 at a wave of such quality?
Oh, I am just beyond belief that we're actually here, as this is the replay of Rena. So 2 calves to open up her wave, and she's just looking for the power source. Like you said, this wave was a little bit fat to start off with, and then she found a little inside section to really stand up for her, and this is where she started unleashing her best maneuvers on this wave, and I believe it's this next one that looks pretty good.
Well, she was chasing a mid-5. Jess, what do you say? I'm going to put you on the spot.
Yeah, I reckon it's a 5-6-1. I mean, it was a bigger wave. She got a lot of maneuvers done on it. Nothing too critical, not like Earle's 7, but I do think it could be the 5-6-1 for sure. I am no judge, so don't take my word for it.
It's a good get out of jail free card just stuck on the end there.
Yeah. But yeah, the girls have just got some great waves out there this morning. I think I'd rather be surfing in these conditions than the El Salvador conditions, personally.
Oh, but you'd rather be on the CT.
Oh, but I would rather be on the CT 100%.
Yeah.
But these waves are just firing today. We've been really lucky with the waves in the entire event, so it's been great to be here. Nias tonight. We leave late tonight for Nias.
You go tonight? Wow.
Yeah.
It is a bit of a contrast to the CT, the QS series. There's no room to wiggle. We had a big storm come through the competition site at the beginning of this contest, absolutely destroyed the judging tower and all the infrastructure on the beach. The ASC crew did a fantastic job rebuilding it. So we lost probably a day. I think we squeezed out 3 heats of that day, and that really put us behind the 8 ball. But there's no waiting period. You've just got to rock up to a beach and get it on and get a result. So that is the tough crawl through the QS. Of course, the CT usually get a 12 to 14 day waiting period where they can pick the eyes out of a swell and the conditions, and hopefully you get a really good contest. This place has delivered, however, over the last week.
Yeah, and we see that last wave of red locking in at a 6.53. So just shy, 0.5 shy of Ella's 7. So now Ella is looking for a 5.2 to advance into the leading position with priority next to her name. So I bet she will just be picking the eyes out of this last exchange to try and get that 5.2. But yeah, as you said, the QS, there is no room to move. Any mistakes and you are out. Back to the drawing board. But I love the new setup they have with the juniors, then the regional series, then the challenger series into the CT. I think it's a great pathway, and still in both.
Good.
And looks like Ella might be having a look, decides to opt not for this one. 4 minutes remaining. How would you be feeling out there in Ella's position?
Well, if I could surf like Ellie, I'd be pretty confident.
Yeah.
Yep. But I think the waves have been consistent. Most people at the end of their heat haven't been sitting there wondering. They've been surfing for their survival. So 4.5 minutes left in this one. It is the American in blue with the work to do. She has priority and needs a 5.20. Let's sit back and enjoy this vista for a little while, Elle.
Yeah, 4 minutes to go. These 30-minute heats offer a lot of opportunity for all the surfers. We saw both the men's semi-finals. All athletes capitalised on the longer heats, being a little bit more picky than what they have been in the 25-minute heats in the previous rounds. We saw at the end of the first semi-final it flip on its head in the last minute. Jarvis going from first to second, unfortunately, and here we go, our surfer in blue rolling the dice on this wave, looking for a 5.2, so strong opening turn, straight into a second, get around this section, into a third.
Does she, doesn't she?
Just comes unstuck on that one. Was looking for the finish on that to lock in that 5.2. We'll see what the judges think of that.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? There's a couple of really powerful moves there, and you've got to compare that up to Rena's 5, 6, 7. It's going to be really close. It's going to be tight, and that has been the modus operandi for the entire contest in the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, it was a beautiful bottom turn for that first turn and sent spray flying. She got a strong second turn in, and if she hadn't landed that turn, it would have been the score every day of the week. But we'll just have to wait and see what the judges think of that last one, whether the first 2 turns were enough to get her that 5.2 she was looking for. And up next, we have the Australian, Sophie McCulloch, and the Japanese, Minami Nonaka. So far, the Japanese have been leading the charge, really, in the women's division.
Delivering, you're right. You've got to give it to a 6.33 for that last one of Earle. She has regained the lead with 2 minutes and a handful of change left. So the tension building here, it's over to the Japanese surfer now, requiring a 6.81 with 2 minutes remaining. Wow, the judges really lapping up those couple of powerful turns. We haven't really seen it from any women so far, be it this is the first time we've seen them. Haven't seen turns like that, so they're sending out a message. We want to see strong, powerful calves off the top of the lip. Being rewarded with a 6.33. What do you make of that, Jess?
I thought the first turn was super strong and the second turn as well. I definitely thought it was around the 5.2 range for the score, as we see Rena looking for a 6.81, but I mean, it's strong committed surfing, so you can't deny her of her points. And hopefully we see Rena get to showcase her surfing one last time, but Ella is out there with priority, so she will be making that pretty hard for Rena to try and get that 6.81 she's looking for. I think, the judges have definitely told us what they're liking this whole event. Strong, committed surfing in the pocket, and that is why Ella got the 6.33.
Well, they've
with
kind
the
of put
completion.
it between Rena's 2 waves, haven't they?
Yes.
So it was better than a 5, 6, 7, but not as good as her highest scoring wave out surfer in red. So I'm sure they watched a whole lot of replays and they would have compared the previous waves also. So when you usually watch the replays, these decisions make sense. Here goes the American now. This is a better looking wave, and her intent is clear. She wants to get up early and be aggressive. This one running down the line, kind of a bit shouldery, does a bit of a wheelie, so she doesn't go too far out onto the face. That allows her to snap in the pocket like that. Really intelligent surfing from this young lady, all the way from, I'm not sure where in America, but I imagine it's California with that body glove sticker on the front.
Yeah, I believe it's San Diego or something. She's told me, but I always get confused. I did find out. But I believe she locked that heat away with that last one. Rena was stuck on the inside.
Yep, I reckon that is the result for semi-final number 1. We will confirm that when we come back, but right now it's a congratulations to Earle McCaffrey. We will cut to a break and back with more women's action. Heat number 2, semi-final number 2, Sophie McCulloch and Minami Nonaka.
Everyone, and welcome back. We are down here at Ujungabokyo for the Krui Pro QS 5000. Right now we have the women's semi-final heat 2 in the water. It is Sophie McCulloch out there from Australia in the red and Minami Nonaka from Japan in the blue. My name is Jessie, and I am joined by my friend Mark. How you going, Mark?
Yes, good morning. Just had a little choke on the omelette out the back there, but it's a great morning. And our second semi-final, I didn't see a whole lot of the first one. I like to sort of take a full break, and I was just chatting and doing some other stuff. How did it go? What happened? Highlights.
Yeah, the highlights. Ella McCaffrey really put on a strong performance. She was super committed in the pocket on her backhand. Rina Matsunaga put on a great defense, but unfortunately just couldn't find the wave that she needed at the end of the heat. But still, nonetheless, third place. You wouldn't be too disappointed with that result.
All right, so let me just have a look at some of Ella's scores then. I can see a 6-7-3 and a 7, a throwaway 6-3-3. So really good stuff.
Yeah, it was pretty strong surfing. We saw Rina have a 5.67 and a 6.53 as well. But in the water right now, Minami Nonaka only opening up with a 0.5, so I'm sure that score will be long gone by the end of the heat, leaving Sophie McCulloch out there with first priority. She has been one of the informed surfers of the event, and from Australia, I can't help to be going for the fellow Aussie.
Yeah, well, good work. You've got to sort of back your countrymen. So Sophie has been a dead set standout as well, so you can't go past current form as well. Good to see two Japanese featuring in the semi-finals as well. So they've been down here on force, Jess, and really, you know, more than just making up the numbers, they're turning a lot of heads, and I'm expecting we can see a lot more out of the Japanese crew in the future.
Yeah, we were talking about this last night. All of us Australian girls were together and we were saying we really got to step it up in Nias. The Japanese definitely blew us out of the water down here at Krui, which we weren't expecting, but we haven't competed against them before, so yeah, we're looking to come back swinging.
So there is a serious threat on the horizon. The Japanese are moving in. They want a big piece of the Challenger Series, and that's how you get there, via these 5,000s. So Nias, our next stop. Today being finals day, we're at heat 4 of the day. I think we had 16 heats to get through today, so after this we swap over to the Pro Junior Women's Quarterfinals. 20-minute affairs coming up next.
Yeah, I believe my roomie is in the first heat, so good luck to Charlie, big hi to Loz if you're watching, and her little sister Tyler. We'll see you guys tonight in Jakarta.
And what a day, you know, for finals day. Geez, every morning we've had a touch of the wobbles out there and a little bit of a grumpy ocean. Not today, super smooth, so a really good call to kick off with these two main division semi-finals. The best conditions I reckon we've had all week, all coming together on finals day. It is Friday the 17th, and it is just over 8 o'clock, 8:30 down here on Krui time. Here goes Sophie.
Yeah, here goes our surfer in red, Sophie McCulloch, up on her first wave. Just bottom turning up and out. Unfortunately, it looked like she maybe caught a little bit of rail down the bottom of the wave. 0.83 to start off her campaign, so I'm sure Sophie and Minami will be looking to definitely replace those scores. But with these 30-minute heats, there is plenty of time on the clock, so only 5 minutes gone. And with the conditions like we've had, like you said this morning, there is definitely some great waves out there. We saw Billy Sterman get a 9.5.
A 9.5, best score out of the whole men's draw on finals day. I just saw him walk off with his couple of surfboards under his arm. What a morning's work. He's definitely bringing his A game. He even had an 8.17 as his very first wave in that semi-final. So beware, the rampaging Kiwi is on fire. His backhand is a massive weapon. We'll get back to that later on, but he'll be squared up against Jessie Mendes in the grand final. So one more spot to book in the women's final, and then we'll move through our Pro Junior Women's quarters, Pro Junior Boys semis, and Pro Junior Women's semis, and then in some order bounce out our 4 finals.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to note as well that the men's final has only Billy Sterman can take the points home from the men's final. And now that Ella McCaffrey has made the final in the women's side, whoever makes this heat will be the lady who takes home the most points in the women's division for the QS as well. So with 2 internationals, for those out there who don't know this, all the QS are broken up into regional series, and if you compete out of your region, you cannot take home the points. And unfortunately, Jessie Mendes and Earle McCaffrey are out of their region. I'll get back to that in a second as we see Minami Nonaka on a great looking wave. Strong opening turn. Great bottom turn into a second. This wave looking like it's offering endless sections for Minami as she capitalizes on her third turn. Wow, super strong surfing from our surfer in Japan, and she's just going to hop out of that one.
Yep, really liked it. I mean, the wave itself just broke at the perfect pace. You didn't have to rush anything. It was just to get up there and attack, come down, reset. There it is again, the bowl. So look over the shoulder, repeat the dose, get to the bottom. There it is again. So there was no rushing. It was a good wave, and definitely is going to put her rocketing into the lead.
Yeah, she'll definitely lock in a great number for this wave. Her first turn, I believe, was probably her strongest. She got straight up there and vertical in the pocket, comes down with the lip, and I really love that bottom turn, hand in the water to release the fins at the top of that wave, and tags it twice more to finish off this wave with this maneuver here. So she'd be happy with that ride.
Sure would.
And she'd be looking to get out there and back it up as soon as she can.
And I really loved the slow-mo work there, Toto. Good stuff, our production team. You could really see how she squared that board up. It pretty much hit 12 o'clock. A lot of the board went above the lip. Judges' cues, you know, they like to see the spray flying around. They like to see the board above the lip. They like to see it stabbed as close to at 12 o'clock as possible. A lot to like about it. The score is in.
It is a 7.33 for the last wave of Minami.
Yep.
So 7.33 and a 0.5, taking her total to a 7.83. If I was Minami, I would try drop that 0.5 as soon as possible and
That'll
put the
happen.
pressure on my competitor. But Sophie McCulloch is probably one of the greatest competitors I've ever seen.
All right.
So
okay.
Don't count her out just yet.
Yeah, Sophie's been blazing away through the draw. She's in a big time semi-final here. She's behind and needing a 7:01. Plenty of time on the clock. Blue water, still conditions, a balmy morning, and the waves when they come through, 2 to 3 or even 4 sometimes waves per set. The men's were pretty impressed with what they were dished up this morning, and the decision to roll out our big semis this morning straight up was a bit of a no-brainer. When you look over these trees right here, flying over the on Buckinda Resort, that's where our work site is. This is what we're looking at all day long, and what a scene it is. Look at that wave just reeling off.
Yeah, I do feel pretty lucky to be down here and competing in such an event that the community really got behind. And
look at that back wave. Are you kidding me?
yeah, it's just paradise here. It truly is. Perfect waves, lovely people.
And then the mountain range in the background, you know, the afternoon sunsets. It's just a pretty dreamy locale.
And this is only one of many good waves in this area. I was lucky enough to get a little paddle out Mandiri Beach last night, and it was, for my first time, extremely fun. I do have lots of sand in my hair this morning.
Let's pick a peak and get out there and get barreled. It's pretty cool, and I don't know how many Ks there are attached to that beach break, but it's got to be, you know, more than 2 or 3, I reckon. It's pretty sick.
Surfed with your little mate Raja,
Hey.
and he was going to town on the barrels out there. He is next level barrel riding.
Yeah, and you know, he was probably one of the youngest guys here. He's on his way home back to Lakey Peak today, back to join his dad Joey Barrel and his mum and his sisters and all his pals down there in Sumbawa. Safe travels, my little man. But look at these lines coming in, folks. It is dead set pumping out here. Sophie now dropping into her first good opportunity to stake a claim for a finals position. The drone footage just showing the reef and the everything that's going on and the epic surfing that Sophie is putting together on this ride. Got a really, one of them waves again that is not a hard wave to surf, so she's got plenty of time to get up there and really throw the board right in the pocket. The judges have been putting all the big numbers towards that top to bottom surfing all week, and I imagine they're going to like Sophie's ride.
Yes, Soph, we call her the pocket rocket in Australia, and I'm not sure if you saw her clutch heat moment the other day. I believe in the round of 16 she was looking for a 4. Ooh. And she took off on this set, and her last turn was extremely late, extremely critical onto dry reef, and she came out of the whitewash and stood up.
But also remember that there was a surfer on the outside of her that had priority that didn't take that wave.
Yeah.
And You know, so Sophie not only got gifted a wave, lucky she didn't get it taken off her, hung on to the finishing move, got something like a 7-point ride and really blasted into the lead. I think we're going to have a chat with Giada and the winner of the last heat, so let's take it away with Ella.
Okay, you're up.
So Ella, you are in the QS 5000 Krui Pro Final. Tell us a little bit about what you're feeling right now and what's going through your head.
Oh, I'm so stoked. The waves are absolutely firing. It's so fun out there. I'm having a great time and I'm just stoked to be in the final.
This isn't the only, you're also in the quarters as well, is that right?
Yeah, I'm also in the quarters for the Pro Junior women.
So you're gonna, what's your game plan right now?
Just try to conserve my energy. I'm gonna have a lot of heats today, so just surf smart and not waste my energy.
Is there anything you'd like to say to anyone back at home?
Shout out to my family. Thank you guys for your continuous support.
Thank you. Back to you.
Righto, thanks Giada and Ella McCaffrey. We're still awaiting a score for Sophie's last. I think it's going to be pretty good, and this semi-final will be well balanced. There it is, an 8-3-3, so a point better than Nonaka, and it is game on right now. So the Aussie getting the better of their first solid opportunities.
Yeah, an 8.33 for red and a 7.33 for blue, so it really probably will be the battle of the backups right now. And there is plenty of opportunity out there, and these 30-minute heats making it easier for the girls to be a little bit more selective, looking for those waves that will give them their inside stand up on the reef. As we see the replay of Sophie McCulloch's last wave, so super strong opening turn, that second carve really extending through it into a third committed maneuver, and this is where we're seeing why that last score was an 8.33.
Yeah, for me the third turn was the one where she got a little bit more savage and got a little bit more top to bottom. The replay going on here of Minami's second wave, I guess it's not going to factor in. It might get rid of a 0.8. It's not going to factor in at the end of the day, so sorry, Minami's one will be gone. Either way, got about half of this semi-final to go before we switch over to the Women's Pro Junior, so Ella's probably going to have to suit up pretty quick smart, and I'm not sure which one she drops into, but you know, she's got a little bit of a workload ahead of her. She potentially at some point may even have to go back-to-back heats. So let's have a little look at the Women's Pro Junior. Here it is.
Yeah, Ella McCaffrey drops into quarterfinal number 4, but coming up in the first quarterfinal, we have Anon Matsuka from Japan, Jasmine Struder from Indonesia, Charlie Hurst from Australia in the white, and fellow Australian Ellie Harrison will come up in the green. As we
Sophie.
see, yes, Sophie just trying to back up that 8.33 straight away. So strong turn in the pocket for that first one. This wave just running off in front of her.
And that's a pity, because a couple more metres this side of where she fell, that wave was bowly barreling. She's done a leg rope. She'll be looking for a caddy. Oh no, she's decided to have a swim for the board. So a nasty wipeout. She's changed her mind again. Her board's gone. She's going to have to probably change tack here and get over to the caddy. That was quite a brutal wipeout. I'm sure we'll see that again on the replay, but the lip of the wave broke pretty much right on a board. We all know that feeling. It's damn horrible when the lip is just, you know, peppering the rail of your board, then all of a sudden your board flips. It is a dangerous position to be in. Not only have you got the lip, you know, ready to take you down as well, but your chances of landing on your board are really high, and a little bit of damage there. The leg rope is done and dusted, and the caddy now has to swim in.
Yeah, that's the benefits of having a caddy out there. You can rely on them to have your backup board. Hopefully Soph's board of choice isn't too damaged out there. As we see blue, wow, great opening turn from Minami into a second one. So this will replace her 1 point ride for sure. And she's just looking for an inside section to stand up for her. Unfortunately, no connection, but it'll be interesting to see what she got done on the outside.
Well, I really want to see Sophie's second wave again from the judge's view, just to get, you know, the drone is really cool. It can be a little bit misleading sometimes. Here we go. This is a little better. So this is the wave, and look at this thing. The board just starts tapping a rail. She falls off, probably landed on a board. The leg rope came off, or something happened there. Minami on the way behind, a really good vertical hit right there in the pocket. That's what counts. And another backup move here. So I reckon Minami's wave will potentially catch up that point that she was behind on the first exchange and may go into the lead here.
Yeah, Minami showing us that she is a strong backhand surfer. Sophie McCulloch getting a 4-point ride for that one committed turn in the pocket.
Blue just needing a 5.01, so we're yet to see Minami's number drop. It'll probably be really, really close. I think maybe potentially going into the lead. That one turn she got in the pocket looked pretty good. The backup caddy, there goes the board. There'll be a caddy somewhere around there heading in that direction.
Yeah, it looks like potentially maybe the leg rope just came off around the ankle. It still looks connected to the board down in there, as we see.
Jet ski.
Jet ski and the caddy swimming in, so it is a long paddle in for, I believe that is Noah Stocker, her caddy. But she is back out there with another board, and it looks like Noah's going to paddle back out with this board just in case.
So
anything
4.6
happens.
locking in for Minami. She needed the 5.01, so it's pretty close. There's less than half a point separating these two right now. In fact, 0.4. So yet again, and I'm not sure whether you caught the first men's semi-final this morning, Jess, but at some point there between the two goofies, Jarvis and Jessie, there was 0.03 separating them, with one exchange at the end that made the difference. So the waves are out there. They're pretty similar when they do come through, and it is just a real fair playing field, I reckon, today.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to watch that heat. I was cheering for fellow Australian Jarvis Earle. Unfortunately, he got knocked, but it was a super close affair between Jarvis and Jessie, both very talented surfers, two of the standouts throughout the entire event. And it was great to see a great matchup between the both of them. Jessie getting the jump in the end, and we'll see him coming up in the men's final
Against
this
Billy
afternoon
Stammen.
against Billy Stammen.
And it's not all lost for Jarvis. He's still in the Pro Junior men's and on his giant killing way. So he'll look at that and go, damn, I would love to have been in two finals. He's still got an opportunity to make the Pro Junior men's final. Being in a semi, we'll just have a little look at that. That'll be coming up right after the women's quarterfinals. So the men's Pro Junior, I'll just glance at this. No doubt he's the number one seed. He is. He'll feature in the first semi-final there, and it is 4 Australians in that first semi, so it's going to be a tough one. A lot of quality names featuring coming up in the men's semi-finals, but the women's quarters are on next. They're all going to be 20-minute heats, 4-person matchups. There's the drone view. Check out how clear that water is. Right? There's no junk, no rubbish. It's just like looking through a pane of glass onto the reef. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, we are super lucky to have clean water, no rubbish out there today, or any day really. The only things we've had to deal with in the water so far have been sea turtles and some trees.
Bit of debris from the rains and the river mouth about 400 metres just to the north. So there have been a few floaties out there, but none of it was plastic, so that's a good thing. And a real testament to the area, sort of keeping their scene clean and green. It's great.
Yeah, there's been a little sea turtle popping its head up every
How's
single
the
day.
grooves in the reef? Look at what we can see.
Yeah.
This is really, really cool. So Ryan there on the drone, catching all the action. Also Sean Gilhooly down there getting the beach interviews done. Ropic and Ochim on our broadcast cameras either side of the judging tower. So a big team here, and Toto and Sam in here pushing the numbers and bringing the production to everybody online. I hope you're enjoying it, because it is a great event in a really cool location. The surfers and the quality of the surfers that have made their way to Krui is really, really strong. So with finals coming up a little later on today, it is crunch time. It's do or die. We'll know who all our champions are by about 2 o'clock this afternoon. And we have about 10 minutes to go to sort out, is it Sophie or is it Minami that's going to feature in our first, the women's final up against Ella McCaffrey.
I think either surfer will definitely be a great opponent for Ella McCaffrey out there. Ella is coming up in the 4th quarterfinal of the Women's Pro Junior division, which are coming up next after the end of the 2nd women's semi-final. I touched on who was in the 1st quarterfinal, but let's have a look who else is in the Women's Juniors. So in the 2nd quarterfinal, we will have Ziggy McKenzie representing Australia, but from Indonesia. Our surfer in red just up and out on that one. We will also have Sarah Wakita from Japan, Kyla Whitfield from Australia, and Simon Nawa from Japan. So a bit of an international field in number 2. In number 3 we have Nanaho Suzuki, Lydia Kato from Indonesia, Willow Hardy from Australia, and Kokona Kawase from Japan, who we saw lock in a 9-point ride out there yesterday.
She was outstanding. We had to bring her in here for an interview. Even though she got second in that heat, we had to have a chat with her because what a performance. And what about quarterfinal number 4?
We have Kailani Johnson, the local girl from Indonesia, Kana Nakashio from Japan, Somumo Sato from Japan, and Ella McCaffrey, our first finalist in the US division. So she will have a fair bit of surfing to do today. I've been lucky enough to stay with her, and she is such a frother, so I'm sure she's excited to surf a bunch of heats.
All right, well, finals day, she's going to have to pace herself here. I imagine, sit down, stay in the shade, get some fluids in, maybe load up on some carbs or something this morning for breakfast, but a big program coming up for Ella. Meanwhile, Sophie not getting her head around that first ride on the spare board. Unable to get around that section, so a throwaway number for Sophie does give Minami the priority. Chasing a 5:01, went pretty close on the last wave, so she'll know that she's just got to step it up a little bit to get that number and move into the lead. But Sophie does have the single best number, which will be a little bit of a concern for Minami. It was a point advantage out of their first good numbers. So Minami somewhere is going to have to make up that ground and some just to fend off Sophie, who's trying to just improve on a 4.
Yeah, both surfers with a strong opening score. As you said, there is a point difference. So Minami looking for a 5.01, but yeah, Sophie only has a 4, and with her talent, she will be able to get rid of that pretty easily. Unfortunately, coming unstuck on her last 2 opportunities, but
let's see how she responds with the backup sled under the feet. I hope it hasn't rattled her brain space too much, especially not getting a last wave together and not really getting the feet on the board and really feeling what the backup board feels like in comparison. We did see Jessie Mendes do a board swap mid-heat as well, and really strung together a good quality wave there to win that one in a real close effort over Jarvis.
I believe 0.13.
Yeah, there wasn't much in it. It was, he needed a high, just over 6.5 points. He got like a 6.8 or something by memory. A really close result, and before that it was separated by 0.03, so that the Earle/Mendes semi-final could have gone either way this morning. Seen a lot of close heats and a lot of real clutch moments in a lot of heats yesterday. A lot of heats were decided after our ad break, with the numbers coming through in the dying moments. So we've seen a lot of that sort of pretty exciting photo finishes throughout the whole 6 days. I think we're set up for another one here with just 6 minutes to go in this last semi-final matchup. The Pro Juniors will be licking their lips, ready to do business out here. Look at this lineup, folks. Pretty good.
More than pretty good, pretty excellent out there, I would say.
Yeah, that one there.
And looks like a great left-hander coming through. Minami with priority, so no takers for that one. Potentially a little bit wide of
Yeah, I reckon that's what happened there.
the peak. It looks like Soph hunting up the inside for potentially a small one to try and get rid of that 4.
Well, I mean, why not? Some of those small waves do hug the reef really well. I'm flashing back to Billy Stammen's first wave in his semi. It was one of those waves that was just ruler straight across the whole wave. It didn't grow, it didn't drop. It had that bowl across the whole wave. So some of these medium ones that do kind of break up a bit and in a bit, for me, but offer kind of higher scores. This next wave out the back is so sick. That started right up where the next heat's paddling out. Check out that thing.
That is a great looking wave. It just peeled so perfectly along the reef there. I caught myself for the first few days calling the reef a bank. Just being in Australia for so long, and
well, it's the best sandbar ever if this is. Ujong Bachor is the reef we're surfing. It's attached to the beach called Tanjung Setia. It is in the southern west coast province of Lampung. So we'd like to thank the government and all their excellent work to bring this 5,000 event here. We know they want to try and step it up to the next grade, which is the Challenger Series. So let's see if the government dig what they're seeing this week and whether they match the hype. They've been talking the talk. It's time to see where we go with this event next year. So another throwaway wave for Sophie. So the backup board at this stage, we're yet to see it do her too many favours. Hasn't rattled her to the point that she's really leaving the door open here for Minami.
Yeah, I think she's just looking to get rid of that 4 and put pressure on Minami. So I don't like, pardon me. I do like her approach about trying to get rid of that 4. So Minami needs more than a 5-point ride, but unfortunately her last 3 chances of doing that have just run away from her a little bit too fast. Potentially the waves are too small and running off a little bit too fast along the reef. But we see waves approaching this beautiful lineup, and Minami out there with first priority and choice of any wave she likes.
Yep, she's had priority for quite a while as well, so she'll be getting a little anxious now, down to 3 minutes. This could be an opportunity. Although the wave looks like it's pushing off to the right of our screen, it might be one of those. Might be one of those waves that sort of just avoids the main part of the takeoff zone on the reef here and heads down towards the caddy zone. Either way, Minami has been well measured with her approach to the back end of this heat. She started off really well. Her backup is quite low. She went really close to getting the number she needed. Sophie's ridden a bunch of waves and for no advantage. So Minami won't be too fussed about what Sophie's doing. She's got 2 minutes and 40 seconds now, hoping one more set will come through to give her that opportunity, chasing only a 5:01, a highly gettable number.
Yeah,
and being super selective here.
Definitely crunch time for both surfers out there. Right now it is anyone's game with the backups being so low and only being 0.4 between the 2 surfers. So I'm sure Minami is trying to stay calm and just believe that a wave will come, and I bet Soph is scratching to get back out there and potentially try to put a little bit of pressure on Minami.
Sophie just came into the picture. Yeah, well, she'll probably go and give keep Minami honest by sitting close to her, trying to paddle her around a little bit, trying to get her off her mindset. We've seen a lot of mind games and some really competitive efforts going on the last couple of days. Now all the real fierce competitors remain in the draw. There's certain things you can do to play mind games with your opponents. It's not just about what you do, it's about trying to take their focus off what they're doing. We saw a lot of that yesterday from Mike Clayton Brown, so after a really good heat to try and rattle Jarvis.
Yeah, both those boys.
So here we go. So Sophie paddles straight onto her inside here. She's going, well, I want this, I want this, I want this, and makes Minami take it.
Yeah, Minami looking for a 5-point ride, so wow, super strong opening turn. Looks like this wave might fizzle out a little bit. It might just be a little bit too small, so only looking for a 5-point ride. It was pretty strong surfing on that first turn. We saw Ella McCaffrey get a 6.33 with an incomplete in the last heat for that type of surfing.
Well, that was a good tactic by Sophie. You know, she came into the picture, she went straight to the inside of Minami and then paddled for the very first wave that came her way and looked like she showed the intent that she wanted it. So Minami kind of thought, well, if you want it, I want it. I've got priority. Sold, bang. It's going to be tough for Minami to get the number. She's now got a second wave here straight away, so unable to get more than one manoeuvre. I'd say it's still going to be advantage to Sophie here. 30 seconds. We do not have that second score in 2 waves ago for Minami, I don't think.
Yeah, with only 20 seconds remaining, I'm sure Soph would probably like to get one more wave just in case the judges do give that 5.01 to Minami for not her last ride, the ride before. It was a really strong turn off the top. However, with 8 seconds remaining, we are looking to count this one down.
Yeah, so it's another one of these moments where we'll cross to a short break and we'll come back on the other side of it with the result from that semi-final, so we'll be back in 1 minute. Okay, everybody, here we are back at Ujong Bachor. We're overlooking the Ombak Indoor Resort right here. You can see our presentation stage, the judging tower, the big blue thing right there in the corner, left corner of the screen. The waves are firing down the reef. We have swapped divisions now. It is the Pro Junior Quarterfinals on the women's side of the draw, and we welcome back Billy Hangen. G'day, mate.
Hi, Mark. How are you? It's good to be back here. Charlie Hurst is our surfer in white. This is the quarterfinals of the junior women, and on Matsuoka is in red. Blue is for Jazz Studer and green is for Ellie Harrison.
All right, so worthy quarterfinalists, and there's 16 of these surfers in this round. There's 8 spots in the semis up for grabs. They're 20-minute matchups. Due to the fact that's what we gave them yesterday. They're used to the 20-minute program, and not only that, they are juniors, so they paddle pretty damn fast, and they generally froth on anything that breaks. So that is the program. A little putt-putt out the back, mate.
Yeah, he's loving life. Steering with a foot, which is the Indonesian way.
Well, he's got to smoke with the other hand and hold his coffee with the other one. That's what they do. Little fishing village just about 300, 400 metres to our north. Tons of those things line the beach down there. They're out every night and coming back in every morning. And how's your day going, Bill?
Oh, it's going fantastic. A couple of cracking semi-finals to kick the day off. The waves are absolutely on the cook. Conditions are beautiful. A few local crew come to check out the contest, and I'm sure this broadcast is looking good around the world.
All right, so this was a wave we didn't see. Must have happened super early in the quarterfinal on the break. So a bit of a start there for Matsuoka, a 4 and a 3 for Ali Harrison. We didn't see that. Charlie Hurst also got a wave, so as confirmed, frothing grommets, ride just about anything. That happened in our 1 minute break.
Wow. 1 minute and 3 waves. Yeah, Jazz Studer sitting out there with priority. Travelling solo with a few chaperones up this way. Full of admiration for this girl. She comes down the comp side each day, checks out the action, goes for a free surf, and then goes home and does school by herself.
I know. I'm sure her dad will be watching online, and your girl's going pretty well. And so is Charlie Hurst here, screaming down the line. Got a good, solid base, a strong stance. Done really quite impressive surfing.
Oh, yeah.
To get itself into this point. That was a good brutal hit at the end of that wave. Great job to finish the manoeuvre, and just we're rounding out now, a little cutback to play the game and sign off in good style. I'm pretty sure she'll go into the lead off that one single wave. It's pretty good. And look at the lineup here. So taking off deep now in red is Matsuoka. Opened with the 4, getting some heavy grinding rail work going on now. She's got a good back foot snap on her. It's a third good section and tags it again. Needs to finish that to really capitalise. It wasn't bad. It was a pretty good wave, and here goes green now, Ellie Harrison.
Yeah, Ellie Harrison on her backhand just passes under the drone shot. There she is. Through that full section, she's had enough. For those watching around the place, this is the junior women. This will be followed by the semi-finals of the junior men, and then the semi-finals of the junior women again.
All right, and then we're not sure the order. We'll roll out our 4 grand finals, but either way, there's a lot to look forward to this afternoon. Here is Ali's last effort.
Yeah, that was a good deep bottom turn to start things off. That wave kind of disappearing on her as it rattles down the reef. So, yeah, one major manoeuvre and a pretty handy backup.
I like Red's wave here, mate, because she did a lot of solid snaps off the top of the wave. It's a fairly aggressive manoeuvre that she's packing there. Had she finished this, I could have seen probably the best number of the heat so far. It might still go there. It was pretty strong surfing, and the judges are always rewarding that sort of committed approach. Here is Jazz Studer. Her old man Luke will be watching in Bali. G'day, champ. Look at your girl weaving down the line on one of his crafts. Does make boards. She's a cool girl. I like her attitude, her style. I've seen them come down to our neck of the woods in Sumbawa a bunch of times and surf, and she always does a pretty impressive job down there. So, as you were suggesting, she's travelling solo, so she's chasing some points. She's really keen to get out of this heat and make her way to Nias. It depends on this result, she said.
Yeah, she's got a plan.
Dreamy conditions, Bill. There's like no wind out there at the moment. It is dead set glass.
Yep, here she goes, the little ripper from Bali. First bottom turn, a little bit of a wobble in the wave. She deals with it well, cranks off her first top turn, rather. And this one, a little cutback, flares those arms. Very indicative of the beachy surfers around Bali. And just comes unstuck on that last one. Surfer in blue.
And, you know, being one of the younger girls here, I feel, as perhaps a little coaching tip, Luke, your daughter's surfing just perhaps not as in the pocket as Red's last wave, and it's where she could probably garnish a little bit more of a solid attack to gain some bigger points. It was a 3-point ride for Jazz.
There you go.
I reckon Red's last wave is going to come in pretty good. All her snaps were in the pocket. Judges sort of really look at that to help separate the scores and separate, you know, the good surfers from the very good surfers. It is harder to surf right in the pocket, so I think Jazz's 3, if she could just do similar turns but closer to the breaking part of the wave, she will upgrade those totals.
Yeah, Ellie Harrison has kind of got that down pat. Has to have the last 2 winners of those semi-finals, Ella and was it Sophie?
Yep. Sophie got the nod.
Yep, so those two have really got that down pat. Jazz is just a young girl though, so it's all a learning thing. It's pretty cool that she can come and hang out at another part of Indonesia with some really cool gangs. Speaking to Jake from Drifter out there, and he goes how good this experience is for the younger girls to meet the more experienced campaigners like Philippa Anderson and Ella and Sophie, and hang out and just talk and learn about life. It's a really cool thing. A big learning experience for the younger surfers, and they'll be all the better for it.
And the surfer in red and on with those 3 or 4 brutal hits right in the pocket of 6.50. So this is the best number of the matchup. Charlie Hurst looking pretty strong also with the 6. So I reckon those two surfers are best positioned at this stage, although Charlie's in 3rd. Don't worry about that. There's still 11 and a bit minutes for the youngster there to just chip away at a better second turn, a second score. Ellie Harrison's probably going to have to do a little bit better work. Got to get rid of that 3. She's in green. She has to let red go here, so Anon. Well, she didn't. She had priority, Ellie.
Yeah, let her have it.
She could have taken that wave. Anyway, I like the way this girl surfs, Billy. She does surfing in the pocket. She's got a pretty heavy back foot, throws a lot of them chook feathers around. She'll get up there and hit it again and does just that. So great wave choice, manoeuvre selection spot on. Another real blockbuster number about to drop here for Anon.
Oh yeah, will Ellie woo that decision not to take that wave?
Yeah, I'm not sure maybe she didn't have a clear look at the priority board. It was always looking like a great wave. I imagine red just went off. Thank you very much.
Oh, I'll take a bit of that, thank you.
Yeah, this will be a really strong number, Bill.
Yep, that is a bit of a set-up turn to kick things off, but a really good rebound on the lip. I like that. And then she gets that strong snap she's got going through this middle part of the wave, sitting down after those turns, finding the pocket on that one, a really speed run afterwards. Follows it up with another attack on the lip. Like you said, Mark, this is going to be a really strong score.
I reckon the best number of this matchup. So her 4 is Gonski. All the other requirements to win this heat will all substantially blow out. A really well surfed wave. I can't believe Al let it go. A 7.17. There it is, the wave of the heat so far.
Boom.
So Ali, could have been yours. Now chasing a 9.47 to win, or more importantly, upgrade the 3-point ride. That's not so difficult because Charlie Hurst needs only a 1.2, and the surfer Jazz just a 4.2 to get off the bottom of the pile into second. So I'd say right now, Bill, it's a bit of a race for that second position.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I see where you went. Sam shaking his head. Anyway, it is a great day, finals day. The oceans come together at the right time, mate. It's been a real tricky forecast with a little bit too much swell over 6 days. It's not often you ever say that, 6 days in a row, but we've had a lot to deal with given the size of the event and the amount of hours we've had to get through. I'm sure everybody that's made it to this day will be going, finally some clean, non-spooky sort of surf. The ocean's really leveled out. It is a very good finals day.
Right, a little
Goes
bit of
young
a
Jazz on the inside.
inside note. She's trying to sell it. All the girls
Ali's
not
been,
buying into it.
Ali's been most careful with this top priority.
Yeah, 20-minute heats. You kind of just got to get your grom on and get out there and catch as many waves as your mate, or more waves than your mate, and then you've won the heat. That's the way I used to do it with my mate around Trig. I caught more waves than you. I won that surf. You still do it.
Well, you know, back in the day, it used to be 3 and 4 waves, so that the whole 2-wave thing, you've got to be perhaps a little more of a measured approach than you used to be. And it's still their decision as 20 minutes goes pretty quick when you're in the water. Ali's had a look at a number of waves with top priority, so maybe she's being a little overcautious with that top priority. It can affect you negatively sometimes. Ali now has pulled the trigger. Here we go. Needs a 947, so let's forget about that number. She needs to improve on the 3. Some pretty strong rail work. She's already got rid of the 3. And now just really starting to wind up. So this is a great attack from Ali.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. The drone footage, so sick. So the whole bottom of the board on that 4th hit. She's not done with yet. Crunch, boom, right out, and she's got a big number herself.
Yes.
Well done. Ali Harrison, sick. That'll be a really good score.
I reckon.
Let's see the, you know, we'll see the front on angle, which will give us a total realistic perspective, but the drone footage, to me, really well done. Only 7 minutes to go, so after coming off 30-minute matchups, these 20-minute jobs go pretty quick. Ali will definitely easily her best score. May even rival Anon's numbers.
I'm picking it's going to be between Matsunoka's 2 waves.
Anyway, here goes red. We like what she does. That wave doesn't offer her much, so she gets directly out. Priority now to Charlie Hurst, who has a 6. There goes Ali 6.5, so it does drop right up there in the higher end of the what we've seen so far. A good number, something to hang your hat on right there. Now trying to get rid of the 4.2. These other requirements have gone a little north. 4.71 for Charlie, a 7.7 needed for Jazz Judah. What do you got for us, Bill?
Giada is down there with Sophie, the winner of the last heat.
Hey, you're on.
So I'm down here with Sophie, our second finalist. Wow, Sophie, you're in the final, your first time here in Krui. What are you feeling right now?
I'm actually feeling a lot of nervous energy right now after that heat. I feel like I definitely made a couple of errors and left it wide open, and yeah, my leggy came off, so that kind of rattled me. But yeah, no, I'll just go back, try and chill for a bit, have a banana pancake, and yeah, hopefully come back strong for the final.
You know, going into this final, what are you thinking? Are you going to keep your same strategy, same boards? What's your game plan?
Yeah, definitely same board. I found it really hard to adjust in that one when I did have to switch boards. I mean, I do have faith that all my boards are going to go good, but I'm going to stick with the same one that I've been riding because, you know, it's been getting me scores. So yeah, I'll keep trying to do that and just get on the best waves and do the best turns.
Perfect. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back home before your final?
Yeah, just thanks for watching. I miss you all, and I'll be home on Sunday, and I'll be looking forward to some family time and some good food.
Perfect. Back to you guys.
All right, well, some wise words there, some good questions out of Giada and Sophie in the groove and going home after this event. So I imagine probably got blinkers on for maybe Bolito. Maybe she has to duck over there and Challenger Series.
Yep.
Meanwhile, we did see Jazz ride a wave, put together her better score, and we also saw Charlie ride a wave. We're yet to confirm where that score drops. And the boys on the jet ski, and they're on the shorey. The high tide still playing a little bit of havoc with the team down there.
That clip could go into qualified captains pretty soon.
Here goes the replays of the waves that went on during our beach interview. So this is Jazz Judah riding a lovely epoxy board. Her dad makes them. It's pretty good surfing again from Jazz. Not a huge number though, being a bit of a young grommet. Just not quite the power base that the other surfers have, but have a go at Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie has really come to life in the latter part of this draw. And a couple of really deep bottom turns. Doing a bit of work with Matt Cattle, I'm pretty sure. And her surfing has just gone from strength to strength as this competition has come down the track. Just relived this replay. She's doing a great job. And she's going to be happy with that. If that is a
really
backup or maybe even her best wave. See how it goes. There we go.
Just really challenge for second. So she does move into second place. There's just about 0.7 separating her and Ali Harrison. Jazz Studer's wave locking into the 3.3. She's a great little surfer. She's just, to me, you know, she's got a future, and I like what she does. So Luke and Jazz, Team Studer, at this stage needing a big number to get out of trouble and make her way into the semis. 813 is the ask. Dig deep, Jazz. Got 3 minutes to work on that number. Really good conditions, a real well-balanced matchup here. Here is Charlie again, so somehow has found another wave out there. So she's got a froth on, carving down the line. She's picked a pretty good wave as well. This must have happened on a way back out, just a wider wave that avoided the main takeoff zone. So does that improve a 5-4? I think we saw the whole wave. Now I'm really loving what this Japanese surfer brings. She's a real polished act, I reckon, Billy. Surfing in the pocket, she's heavy-footed, which is good work.
Yep.
Judges like to see that power base, and seems to be a point of difference between her and the other three in this heat for me.
Yeah, I think Ellie is right up there with her, if not, you know, shoulder to shoulder. It's just who's going to put the best heat together. Meanwhile, Chuckleshurst has come in and surprised the whole field with that 5-4-3 backup and put Ellie down into third position. There's just under 2 minutes. It's our surfer in green with the work to do, a 4.93 the requirement.
And I can't see a priority reading in Ellie's column, so she's obviously out of screen. Maybe she's ridden another wave. We're yet to see any numbers drop, but yeah, you're right, she does have the good strong power base as well, so to mix it up with Matsuoka. But at this stage, Charlie Hurst has picked some good waves. She's done some good gromity, goofy footing surfing to put herself worthily into second spot. 1 minute, 20 seconds. Can Jazz scoop up another wave? I'd love to see her finish with a real quality good wave that she can sink her teeth into and show us her best work.
Yeah, me too. She's got 1 minute and 10 to do it.
Well, our next quarterfinal bill, let's just enlighten everybody with 46 minutes to go. No waves zoning in. It's going to be Ziggy McKenzie out of Australia taking on Sarah Wakita from Japan. Kyla Whitfield, another Australian there, and another Japanese in Sai Maniwa. So 2 Australians, 2 Japanese, a solid based heat about to roll out next. The ocean's got a little flat, unfortunately, for Jazz. So she's sitting out there biding her time. She's only ridden 2 waves. You know, she is a cool surfer, you know, and with the age being on her side, she's got a lot to like about her future. She'll learn a lot by surfing against these elder, more experienced surfers out of Australia, out of Japan. They're bigger and stronger at this stage, but she's got time to work on it all. So that's the end of our very first quarterfinal. That is Charlie Hurst bringing her way in. At this stage, looks like she holds on a second position. So her and Matsuka will move through to the semi-finals. We'll be back in 1 minute. See you then.
Okay, we are live, we are back, and we are looking at quarterfinal number 2 of the junior women's. I am joined by the North Narrabeen Slayer, Jess Darling. Good to have you on board.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Love being the North Narrabeen Slayer. All right, we are jumping straight into quarterfinal number 2 here for the women's pro junior. So in the red is Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie. In the blue, Sarah Wakita from Japan. In the white, Kyla Whitfield from Australia. And in the green, that is Sai Manawa from Japan. So a little bit on all of these girls. So Ziggy Aloha she represents Australia but has grown up in the beautiful Bali. Her dad owns a restaurant over there called Drifter, so shout out to Drifter. And if you get to Bali, definitely head over to that cafe and shop, really.
Hang out.
Yeah.
Be cool. There's a lot of cool people there.
There are.
Curtis Lowe hangs out there. He's a super cool hippie. I love him.
So Ziggy is a very talented surfer. She charges big Uluwatu, and no doubt she will show us some great surfing in this heat. In the green, Simanawa. So Sai is from Japan, but now she resides on the Gold Coast to try and improve her surfing in Australia, as we see a little bit of tactics from our surfer in red. Unfortunately, up and over from Ziggy. But Sai, yeah, lovely girl, great surfer. She also charges. Unfortunately, Kyla Whitfield wasn't able to make this heat. Unfortunately, she got hit in the head by a board yesterday and has been sick all night. So she won't be competing in this quarterfinal, which is a shame. My fellow North Narrabeen friend.
So a little bit of concussion, you think?
We're not too sure. I just spoke to, we both work with Matty Cattle, and I just spoke to him and said, yeah, she got hit in the head by a board and has been unwell all night. So hopefully she is fine and will be back and better for NIAS, and I believe she's in the NIAS Pro Junior also.
Well, we'll send our best wishes for her. Now, Chuckleshurst, does she work with Matt Cattle? Charlie Hurst?
Yeah, she does. Yep. So there's a big group of us working with Matty Cattle. If you're in Australia and need a coach, he is one of the best out there. He puts in so much time and effort, and he has been doing the same over here, sitting down the beach for countless hours.
Oh, yeah.
Filming us all day before surf, after surf, during the event.
We've been trying to get him here for a chat, but he's got that many athletes under his belt. He doesn't have 5 minutes to himself during the day.
Yeah, he is a busy man, and with Charlie Hurst getting through that last heat, he still has a competitor going in the Women's Pro Junior. He was working with Kyla Whitfield. Unfortunately, as I said, not able to surf in this event, and he has a few boys left in the Boys Pro Junior as well, which I believe is Jamie Thompson and Saxon Reba. As we see Sarah Wakita, our surfer from Japan, living out of Hawaii. Great opening turn for Sarah, straight into a second. So a super strong surfer. I love her drop back knee style. Allows her to bottom turn and hold that rail engaged the entire way up the wave. So she is just milking this wave for all of its life right now. Taking it all the way through, and yeah, she can hop out of that one and get herself back out there. And Sai, just a quick up and out for Sai. So these junior heats back down to 20 minutes for juniors. We are able to catch lots of waves.
Yeah, they got lots of energy, the Groms. So Ziggy sitting out there with priority as we look at the replay from our surfer in green. Kind of a little bit under the curtain on that first one, not allowing her to do any maneuver of consequence. Kind of mid-face turns. We'll see what the judges think of this. The bigger ones are not really offering that bowly section to hit.
Yeah, I think Sarah
Like
got
this
the
one.
best of all of them. This one stood up really nicely along the reef. Great first turn into a solid second turn. And then she just milks this wave all the way down, which maybe would have added a couple extra points, but I think the bulk of the points came from those first 2 opening turns.
Yep, you're dead right there, but she's getting a groove on. Sometimes it feels good just to tic-tac your way through there and get the feeling going. Add a few strokes to your paddle back out.
Yeah, definitely. And Ziggy coming off an injury on her foot. She got a bit of a gouge out on her ankle. She has been wearing a booty when surfing, but looks like she's out there now with no booty on that foot. So obviously feeling a little bit more comfortable, and there you can see the live scores on your screen. So Sai with a 3.67 for that last one and a 2.27 for the one before. Ziggy's just still with that takeoff fall off of a 0.2. Sarah Wakita's last wave still looking to lock in. I believe that wave will probably rocket her straight to the lead. So 6.0 for her surfing on that last wave. Can't deny her of those points.
No way. That was very deserved. 6-point score, just slipping into the good range. This is Ziggy Mackenzie now. Ziggy Aloha on the kick. It's a good looking wave. She's going to scratch over the front of it, the natural footer. Zooming down the line, waiting for it to kind of slow down so she can crank out a turn. She does that. The young girl from just up the Bukit in Bali just gets that one turn of consequence away really, and she'll be grooving on through that bit of a slower section of the wave.
Yeah, such a talented young surfer, only 13 years old. I was lucky enough to do an interview piece on her for my magazine Murmur, and yeah, she was so fun to work with. She has so much energy and so much talent. So I'm excited to see, where her career goes in the next few years. I'm sure great places.
Yeah, looking at this replay, she digs that right hand into the face of the wave so she can pivot around on it, that high line cutback. And this wave kind of getting a bit full, but tide is still quite high. You'll see at low tide like yesterday, these sections do offer something to hit, but not right now. We'll have to wait a few hours. Speaking to her old man just in the break, Ziggy kind of only really started taking surfing seriously during the pandemic. She's been surfing for not long at all, and here she is, the QS 5000, giving it a crack.
Yeah, she, as I said, is extremely talented. She improved so quickly. I remember we have mutual family friends, and I remember hearing about her and seeing some clips and being like, oh yeah, she surfs good. To the next clip being like, oh my gosh, she is absolutely charging and ripping. So her last wave locked in at a 3.10. I'd say bulk of that point came from that first turn. If she can find one to open up for her, we might see a couple bigger scores for Ziggy. And Sai, just having a look at that one, look at that wave. Absolutely perfect.
I imagine you've been surfing since you were a little kid?
No. Well, yeah. I started surfing when I was 3. We'll get back to that in a second. This is Sai using her priority on a great looking wave. So sending a spray to the sky on that one, carving back to the pocket. She'll be looking for a steeper section through this middle. A bit of a halfway turn there just to get her back in the pocket. Almost coming unstuck. And there we go now. She'll be looking for an end section on a foamy bit, and she rides out. So she's going to pull out of that one. That was her best ride yet, I dare say. But yeah, no, so I probably stood up for my first time when I was 3, and then I stopped and I played competitive basketball.
Oh, right on.
And I got back into surfing when I was about 12, and I only really started competing a good go last year.
So what I've noticed is the girls that start really young, they've got that whole cutie pie thing going on. Oh, look at that little girl, she's standing up and trimming along. That's fantastic. Is there a bit of an awkward or strange time in your life when you go from that cute little kid, if you want to be a competitive surfer, and get taken seriously as a surfer and not a cute little girl on a wave?
Yeah, I definitely think there is. I was introduced into the sport as I had an older sister who had been competing for a lot longer than I had, so I kind of came into the sport as True's little sister.
Right.
And I feel like this year has been the first year that I felt like Jessie Starling and making my own name, but there's definitely a phase there where you're not a cute little surfer doing little turns, and you go into being like, okay, she can do turns now, and then I think the more hard work you put in is what you get out. So I think respect comes from hard work, and as we see a hard-working surfer here, Sarah Wakita, 2 great turns. This has been the best wave of the heat so far in my eyes. Straight into a third. She has had impeccable wave selection. She's picked the eyes out of these waves, standing up along the reef perfectly for her. She's looking for a finishing maneuver, but isn't going to get one.
Really like her style, Sarah. It's really a bit of a classic knock-kneed thing she's got going on.
Yeah, it's pretty trendy, her style. But we see Sai lock in a 6.67 for the last wave of green. But I personally think that I know a lot of the girls I compete against started surfing when they were around 3 or 4. But I was glad I started a little bit later.
A little bit later, yeah.
And especially competing, taking that seriously, because it is a toll. There are a lot of great times, but there are also a lot of lows when it comes to competing. It's such a unique sport, surfing. So I'm glad I waited. I feel like being a bit older can process it a bit better.
Yeah, sure. Yes, you're an ancient thing. Yeah, probably an example of that is Summer Longbottom.
Yes.
She was a cutie pie. She came over small fries, had a good go at surfing. She was getting some results, and then kind of disappeared for a little bit out of the public view. Now she's back, big wave charger and full of beans. So she's kind of she skipped that cutie pie to hardcore surfer, and she's done it extremely well.
I think that's the word, hardcore surfer. She seriously charges big slabs. As we see Ziggy opting not to go that way, but Sai
licking her lips. You can't believe she got this wave off the back of Ziggy. That's a good looking one, although it could have been a good decision by Aloha because it's a little bit full in the first half, but it's standing up now. So, wow, what do you do? Do you take him? Do you leave him? Sai Moana is absolutely can't believe her luck.
Yeah, I think surfing heats is all about opportunities and creating as much opportunity as you can in a heat. I know it is easier said than done. I am learning as I go with that. I think everyone is, but I think Sarah Wakita's made the most of her opportunities with her last wave coming in at an 8.17. So dare I say that's one of the best waves in the Pro Junior Women so far. We did get a 9 locked in yesterday by our surfer Kokona Kawase. She ended up getting second to Ella McCaffrey, but got a 9. So this is the replay of Sai, the wave that she got off Ziggy Aloha. Just getting a little under that section and carving back. But like you said, those big ones are looking like they're shoulder off a little bit out there.
You've probably got time for 1 or maybe 2 big turns of consequence. We saw that yesterday with Philippa Anderson. Her surfing was through the roof. She caught a great wave, probably the manoeuvre of the women's round for me, but the wave didn't offer a second turn, and we found her bowing out. Here goes Ziggy, taking a late drop, a bit of a lip on the head. Wow, hope she hasn't heard us saying go for every set. But she gives up priority up to our surfer in blue, which is Sarah.
Yeah, that was a little hard
going
to
again.
watch, but she's going to go again and decide to opt out. She's looking for a 7.7, so still only has that 3.1. Trying to get rid of that 0.63. There's only 6 minutes and 45 seconds to go, so should be looking to get a little bit of a wiggle on. Potentially if she can get a 6 and get back out there quickly, or just go bang straight for the 7.7. Sometimes I know surfers like to break it down into 2 scores.
Yeah, it makes it a lot more achievable.
Yeah, it definitely does. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the talent of Kyla Whitfield out there, so we are sending her lots of healing, and hopefully she's back and better for the event in Nias. So with just over 6 minutes remaining, it is our surfer with blue, Sarah Wakita, out of Japan with an 8.17 and a 6.0. So that is the combination you're really looking for in every heat. Simon Nawa sitting in second with that 6.67 for multiple turns string together on that set wave, and a 4.13 came in for that last wave of Sai. Ziggy with 3.1 and a 0.63, a very talented surfer. Unfortunately hasn't found too many opportunities out there right now, but there is still time on the clock. As we say, it's not over until it's over.
Oh, good.
But she will be looking just to showcase her talent out there today, I'm sure. Dad Jake on the beach. And brother in the lineup, I believe, caddying. So up next in quarterfinal number 3, we will have Nanaho Suzuki in the red, Lydia Kato in the blue from Indonesia, Willow Hardy from Australia in the white, and Kokona Kawase in the green, the lady who locked in a 9-point ride yesterday. And coming up in quarterfinal number 4, we will have Kailani Johnson in the red, Kana Nakashio in the blue, Samumo Sato in the white, and Ella McCaffrey in the green. So in about 44 minutes time, we will have our semi-finalists all confirmed, with Charlie Hurst and Anon Matsuka getting through that first quarterfinal. We look forward to seeing them surf again today.
Yep, we will have our finalists set very shortly, already set for the men and the women. It is Jesse Mendes taking on the New Zealander, Billy Stedman in the men, and in the women it is Ella McCaffrey and Sophie McCulloch, I'm pretty sure.
And to be a little bit cheeky, do you have any picks for the win?
It's really hard to go past Jesse. He's a bit of a Terminator. He hasn't put a foot wrong this whole contest. He did get second in one of the earlier rounds. Might have put his nose out of joint, and he hasn't put a step wrong since, but it's hard to ignore that last form of Billy Stedman in that semi, taking down Rio Waida. A sizzling backhand attack. And for the women, I'm going to go Sophie because I'm from Australia.
Yeah, I think my picks are the same as yours. Well, actually, maybe not. My pick for the men, I would say, would be Billy, only because he is a good friend of mine, and you can't really go past that 9.5 he got in the last heat. If he can bring that style of surfing, it'll be great. And we are going to jump down to Giada with the winner of the last heat, Anon Matsuka.
Hey guys, I'm here with our last heat winner, Anon. She is here with me, and you know, you passed your heat. How are you feeling?
I'm so excited, and here wave is so good wave, so very fun.
You're in the semifinals, that's a great result. What are you planning for your next heat?
Just to do fun and enjoy and do my best. Yeah.
Is this your first time competing in Krui?
Yes.
Do you like it?
I love.
Is there anything you would like to say to your friends and family in Japan?
応援ありがとうございます。ラウンド2勝てたので、次のセミファイナルも勝って優勝できるように頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
Alright, thank you so much, and back to you guys.
All right, great work, Jada, and good on you, Anon. That was cool. How good is this drone footage of the reef there, Jess?
Yeah.
Got those little canyons, those little fingers of reef running out, and super crystal water. It's good to be here in this part of the world. The girls look like they're floating.
Yeah.
Oh, they are floating. It looks like they are mid-air above the reef.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful out there. Feel extremely lucky to be there, but I just can't get over it. I don't think Anon stopped smiling once in that interview.
That's great.
That was a great interview by Anon, and some great surfing she performed in that heat as well. I believe that she got 2 pretty strong scores. So she got a 6.5 and a 7.17
Boom.
in the first heat. And Ellie Harrison actually jumped to second in the
Ellie?
dying stages. So it
Wow.
was a 6.5 and a 5.87. I saw her come unstuck on the last turn, but the judges obviously liked the surfing she did before that last maneuver, getting the jump on Charlie Hurst in the last, I would say, minute.
Well, it's been 20 minutes since that finished, and I've just found out that information. That's super exciting.
That is really exciting for Ellie Harrison. A little unfortunate for our surfer in the white, Charlie Hurst, beg pardon me everyone, but she is a great surfer, and we will see her at NIAS. She is my roomie.
Yay. Yay. All right, so we've just got 40 minutes left in this one. It looks like the Japanese surfers 1-2 at the moment. First priority sits with Sarah, and second with Ziggy.
Yeah.
Ziggy needing a massive score in the last 25 seconds. Probably unlikely that's going to happen with the way the ocean is behaving. So it looks like a Japanese 1-2 here in quarterfinal number 2.
Yeah, Ziggy unfortunately just not really finding too much rhythm in this heat. We will see her over in Nia. She is a great surfer. And yeah, I believe she's only just started competing, so she can take a lot from this. And as that heat closes out, we will jump to an ad break, but we'll see you guys for more action just after this.
Nice.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We are down here at Ojong Bokcho in Krui. We are into the third quarterfinal of the Pro Junior Women's. My name is Jessie and I'm joined in the booth by Mark. Welcome back, Mark.
Yeah, hello everyone, and thanks for being part of the Krui Pro. We are currently at quarter 3 of the Pro Junior Women's. I'm glad I'm sitting in here doing this one because one of my faves out of Margaret River, the west side of Australia, is Willow Hardy. So I imagine Mumsy and the crew down there in Margaret River will be pretty keen to see how young Willow goes. And here we are. So it's me, Mark Cliff. This is
Jessie Starling.
And we'll be taking you through the action in this one, and I'll be with you for the next one as well. Following the Pro Junior quarters for the women's, we had the Pro Junior men's semis, Pro Junior women's semis, and then we go Pro Junior men's final, women's final, Pro Junior women's final, and then the women's final and the men's final to round out a very successful long campaign here, day 7. Willow Hardy's open with an 8.17. My goodness, did not see that. Must have happened during our ad break. So here is the action replay.
Yeah, Willow, great looking first turn, sending spray to the sky. That second turn, she really connected with the top of the wave, carving back for a third turn, and great fourth turn, crisp and in the pocket. Gets around this section, but the work has already been done on the outside. Looking like she'll get an inside section and takes it up there. So no denying that 8.17. Phenomenal surfing from Willow Hardy. Big shout out to her sister Olive, another great talent out of the Hardy clan.
Yep.
I know that they're in Bali at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. They are too. What I said, Margaret River, I realised they were on holiday, so Willow told me that the other day. So Salamat Pagi, in other words, and I hope you're enjoying your holes down there, and your daughter and sister are up here killing it. Willow, every time I see her after a heat, she goes, "Oh, I just feel I didn't really smash that. I didn't really." Feels like for her she hasn't had her best heat, so maybe peaking at the right time, opening with an 8.17 on finals day. What a way to kick off your campaign here.
Yeah, Willow has been dropping some big scores the entire event in both the junior and QS. She made a couple great rounds in the QS division, and she'll be taking home some good points. As we see a replay from our surfer in Wed, wow, beautiful technique and style from Nanaho to Zuki. Almost coming unstuck on that last turn, but that will come in at a 4.5 for the opening wave of red as we see Konaka Kawase. So she looked in a 9-point ride, so let's see what she can do today.
Yeah, I think that was either yesterday or the day before, maybe yesterday. She's got that nice low centre of gravity when she bottom turns. Really been able to get up there and do some damage off the top on that second manoeuvre. Kana was a standout, although she didn't win yesterday, I think it was. We did interview her because nobody had busted into the 9s to that point. She was the first one on the Pro Junior women's side of life and a very seriously good campaigner. So it'll be interesting to see the replay of that wave from the judges' angle. It gets a bit more, we can just see what the wave's doing more. So this is really cool.
Yeah, it was a great looking wave. You called it from the start. Kana just showing us her powerful rail surfing. She connects better with the lip on that one. Flying down the line, as we see, the wave gets a little bumpy, but she is in control and just loving these long lefts out there.
Yep,
bumping off a little bit at the end, but nonetheless the damage was done out the back. So
Suzuki now ripping into another wave. The 817 standing as the best score of the heat. I'm sure Kokona's last wave is going to bother the top end of the scoreboard as well. And a pretty decent little wave right there as well.
She has a 2.5 locked in, but I believe maybe we missed a wave before of Kokona.
Yeah, that's definitely a big number.
Yeah, I agree. I was a little shocked. I was like, that was definitely more than a 2.5.
Way better than a 2.5.
Yeah.
It's definitely not it. So they all got off to a bit of a quick start here. None better than Willow Hardy at this stage. Kokona will probably go into the lead once that score drops. Dreamy lineup. Here we go, some numbers starting to filter through. Suzuki opened with a 4.5. Kokona needs only a 2.01 for second, probably goes to the lead. Here's the replay of Red's last wave, which we didn't see.
Yeah, she has a beautiful technical style. How was that bottom turn?
That was mental. The judges are going to love this wave. They've been throwing all the big points all week long, Jess, for top to bottom power surfing. A la those first two turns of Reds. Loving what this wave is looking like. Outstanding effort. Does she finish it?
She unfortunately doesn't get the ride out of that one, but nonetheless, some really great surfing from our surfer in red. Great technique. Loved the bottom turns. As we see our surfer in blue, this is Lydia Cato, and just not liking the look of that end section. I believe one of the younger surfers in the Pro Junior division, so she'll be looking to get back out there and get the ball rolling again. So still have plenty of scores to lock in for the women out there, but right now we have a heat on our hands.
Yep, the two Japanese surfers have got some really good numbers to drop and some replays going on. So this is Lydia's view that the judges get to see in stark contrast to the way Red and Green, I think it was, went about it. It's definitely not going to draw big numbers that time, but she is a little pup. You can see a clear difference between the amount of spray that flies around when she does manoeuvres. Just not got that strength base just at this stage, but got time on her side and plenty of room for improvement.
As we see a replay, so this is the second wave for Kokona. Her last one dropped in at a 6.17. Just digging the rail a little bit there, regains to get another turn in and finishes nicely. So I dare say she'll replace that 2.5 she has as a backup. Yeah, there it is, a 4.8. So we have our surfer in blue straight back out there and up and riding again.
Rapid fire wave catching from the Groms here. So the girl's not messing around. Really using the first 8 minutes of this heat really well. This is Lydia again. She put together a 3.2 for her last ride. Has to bail out on the end section. Did not quite get there in time, but she would have improved on a 0.5. Needs almost 5 points to go into second place and bother Willow Hardy. Willow, I can't see anybody with priority at this stage, Jess, so maybe they're either not sitting on the peak or they're all still paddling out after a wave. Willow got her wave ages ago. She should be there somewhere. Maybe she's ridden another wave.
Yeah, I saw her a little bit further out than blue in a split-second drone shot that we got before Lydia took off on that last wave. But with, there we go. She got a 1 point ride, so she will be heading back out there. You can see her paddling back out next to that line of white water right there. And our surfer in red, Nanaho, trying to get back out there as well. There is still a score to lock in for Nanaho, which I believe will be a big score. She only needs a 6.8 to take her into second, but we cannot forget that Willow Hardy does have an 8.17 in her lineup. So right now it's anyone's game, and we are coming down to the halfway mark. So it has been a super exciting start to this heat.
Oh, how's these waves rolling through? The drone footage of just how cool and untouched the beach looked. The waves when they come through from this angle, just dreamy stuff. And should the contest not be on, I imagine there'd be a real healthy free surf session available. It looked like it may be a little bit of a fluffy breeze just starting to kick up out the back. But the drone view is super cool. We're still waiting on Suzuki's second score. I reckon she'll definitely go into Willow's position.
There it is, an 8.47 for the last wave of Nanaho. So
wow.
The judges loving her technique, as you said, top to bottom surfing. And she ticked all the boxes on that last one, blew us away. So she has an 8.47 and a 4.5.
Wow, this heat just went to the next level with that score. Willow would have heard that. She's like, damn, now there's someone else from, with the 8s in the excellent range. So stuff just got a whole lot gnarlier in the back 10 minutes to sort this one out. But what a start, that 10 minutes off the clock. Look at these numbers.
Yeah, 8.47, 6.17 and an 8.17. So the girls are out there and absolutely ripping in. Willow with priority, so looking for a 2.8 to jump up into that second place. Dare I say, with 9 minutes to go, she'll get another opportunity to showcase her phenomenal surfing. Used to surfing at big lefts over there in Margaret River. So here's a replay of the 8.47.
Yep, it's just strong rail work, and you can just see how brutal that connection was. That was, I can't believe she's just a pro junior. The strength and the maturity in those manoeuvres, that was just outrageously good. An 8.47, congratulations. Didn't even finish the end of this wave. I think this might have been the one she fell on. Had she completed it, could have been 9.5s, maybe even a 10 in the offering, because my goodness, really strong surfing.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that one. And Willow Hardy looking like she's having a dig at this pretty good wave right now. So let's see what the surfer from WA can do. Really strong first turn. Wow, straight into a second. And that carve tight in the pocket. She knows exactly what she wants and exactly what section she wants to hit. A floater, and she'll be looking to get another turn in, and that will definitely replace her 1 point ride, and I would say put her into the lead.
Yep.
Super strong surfing from our surfer from Australia.
Yep, for sure, because to go to the lead, she probably needed a high 4, and I reckon she gets every bit of that. So I think Willow Hardy back into the lead. Backup number's going to be quite solid. Lots of good, well-measured surfing from Willow without sort of going berserk and taking too much of a big risk. It was a good wave. She did what was needed. Tagged the top a lot of times here. We know she's still got a little bit left in the tank, but that was a good turn there.
Yeah, really strong surfing from Willow. You can tell that she's comfortable in those media sections. She's put in a lot of time with her dad, Jean, over there in WA in some pretty hard sections. She has been travelling all year this year. I was lucky enough to spend a little bit of time with her, not yesterday, the day before, and we were catching up on all things Willow Hardy. And
getting the goss.
Yeah, getting the goss. They did, I think, 10 weeks in a van together, Jean and Willow, chasing the QS Australian Regional Series and the Pro Junior Series. And then straight home for a trial. So they got 2 weeks at home, and then they came back for the Challenger Series.
8.73. Yeah. And I reckon she still had a bit in the tank, looking at the way she surfed that wave. She hit all the sections, didn't take very many unnecessary risks. So to extract an 8.73 out of the judges are really buying into the Willow Hardy attack. This is great.
Yeah, Willow just showing us that she is unfazed and feeling confident out there.
Well, these are the sort of numbers I'm going to write down and put on our highlight reel, because an 8.73 and the 8.17, what a total, just about busting into 17 points. Good work, Willow.
Yeah, it's a pretty healthy looking lineup for Willow. She'll be pretty happy with that, and I can imagine Dad Jean on the beach would be pretty happy with that too. In second place right now, we do have Nanaho. She has an 8.47 in her lineup, so she's looking for an 8.44, which is less of a requirement that she already has. So Nanaho feeling confident that she can get that score again. If she gets the opportunity, she does have that priority next to her name, so she has first pick of the lineup when the next lot of sets come through.
And look at the lineup. Oh, so good. Love the drone view. There's our work site, just middle of the screen right there. Ombak Inda is the name of the resort. If you're looking for somewhere to stay, I'm sure you can check them out online and get yourself over to this part of the world. It's pretty damn good. So Nanaho now, she's chasing a huge number to go to the lead. She's on her way to a pretty good score at that. This heavy belting is unreal. I think we're going to throw to the winner of the last heat with Giada, and we'll get back to that number of Nanaho.
So we're here with Sara Watita, our last heat winner. You know, it's finals day, you're in the semis. Tell us what you're feeling right now.
Yeah, I had a shocker in the QS and lost out pretty early, so yeah, I'm just here to have fun and hopefully make a good result.
You know, we haven't heard much about you. Tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're from, where you grew up.
I grew up in Hawaii, North Shore of Oahu, but I moved back to Japan for contest reasons, and yeah, and I'm just, you know, just surfing in Japan and on the national team.
Where in Japan are you from?
I'm from Chiba, but I live in Miyagi right now, and it's where the tsunami hit, and they're trying to rebuild the city, so I'm there to help out.
That is amazing stuff. So what do you do in your daily trying to help out to rebuild the city?
I'm just there and support the people, because they're really afraid of the ocean. So support the people, have fun in the ocean, and teach surfing.
Wow, that is some amazing stuff you do. Is there anything or anyone you'd like to say hello to?
My brother, he's watching in Japan, and yeah, all my sponsors in Japan, thanks for watching. Hopefully I can make it to the finals.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Back to you guys.
That was the winner of the last heat, Sara Wakita. So she showcased some pretty phenomenal surfing. And speaking of phenomenal surfing, that last wave of Nanaho came through at a 9.93. So she jumped straight back into the lead. Willow and Nanaho have a pretty strong hold on this heat.
My goodness, they must have just about comboed the pack. There's the replay of reds. Look at this thing.
Yeah, that first and second turn really going straight into the lip. That third one again, and that fourth one showing us why she got a 9.93. So 0.07 off excellence. Personally, I thought it was an excellent score. I thought it was the 10-point ride she was looking for. And this is our surfer in blue, her best wave so far. Unfortunately not getting an end section, but she got a pretty nice first hit off.
Lydia will just be stoked to be surfing with someone like Nanaho, Willow. She's looking at those surfers as probably role models that are slightly older, totally, you know, some of the best surfers coming through the ranks. Look at that, there was 3 10s included in Nanaho's score. You suggested you would have thrown one, so
yeah, I would have thrown a 10 at it for sure.
It was pretty damn good. It doesn't get much better, that's for sure. And young Lydia can really look at this and go, I was in that heat. I might have been comboed. I don't care. I got to surf with those girls. That was such a moment here going on. It's a best heat of the day for sure, folks. It's really cool.
Yeah, we have seen some pretty phenomenal surfing coming from all the women in the lineup in these quarterfinals. We do have one more quarterfinal coming up, but as of right now, this has been the highest scoring heat of the event thus far in the women's division.
Yeah, the combos there, you can see them. They're monstrous. Willow Hardy probably just going, oh, I've got 2 8s, I'm killing it, I'm so in the lead. Hang on. No, I'm not. She's now chasing almost a perfect number as well. But they can both sit pretty comfortable. 90 seconds to go. There ain't no chance that Willow and Nanaho are going to drop out of this round.
Like you said, Nanaho showcasing some really mature surfing, especially for being a junior. Yeah. It was really great to see her attack those pretty critical sections and do so at 12 o'clock, sending so much spray to the sky.
Man, she's got a huge future.
I think Willow would be pretty happy with an 8.73 and an 8.17 and would be ready to take it back to Nanaho in the next round. As we see Kokona looking at that one, unfortunately not getting it. Neither is our surfer in red, so under 1 minute remaining. It is green with priority, looking for a combination, so a little bit hard to achieve with 45 seconds remaining and looking like a little bit of a sleepy ocean after this wave comes through. I'm sure Kana will give it one last crack on this wave, and here she goes.
All right, well, she will drop out of the draw, so this is a bit of a sign-off statement here for Kana, who we know got a 9-point plus ride of her own yesterday. So she's turned a lot of heads, made some fans at this event, but she will not advance, so she's just going to have to go for broke and go, well, see you guys in Nias.
Yeah, she is one talented surfer, and we're looking forward to seeing her on her backhand in Nias, with Nias being a right-hand point. Congratulations to Nanaho and Willow, taking it through to the next round of the semi-finals. So we will sign off for an ad break, and we'll see you guys back here for more action in quarterfinal number 4.
Righto, we're back. Look at this lineup. It is finals day. What a day it's turning into. And Nanaho Suzuki just blew the back out of that quarterfinal billy with just about the perfect score, the 993, a high 7 as well as a backup. Willow Hardy, a pair of 8s. That was just an outrageous quarterfinal.
Wow, comboed the rest of the field, those two surfers.
Yeah, 100%. Even though Kokonis really signed off with a strong wave. You know, she couldn't do much about what happened. You're just on the wrong side of a blazing Willow Hardy and Nanaho Suzuki. Excellent surfing. So this heat here has Kailani Johnson in the red representing Indonesia. I'm sure Richard is watching down there in Bali. Kana Nakashio, Japan in blue. In the white is Sumomo Sato out of Japan also. And Alan McCaffrey, we've seen her make the women's semi-final, the women's final. She's trying to go back-to-back finals in the Pro Junior Women's Division. So another heavy-hitting heat. The Japanese are here in force, mate. They're going really good.
They are in this division. They are going excellent.
So we've just seen Kailani tee off on a wave. We'll get a number to that performance in a moment. The lineup, there's just lines coming through everywhere.
Have a look at this.
What a day, you know. The ocean finally got its act together and starting to hit its straps on finals day. We have seen some pretty insane surfing and some great days, but this is the best of them.
Yeah, that was a nice wrap by Johnson. A nice snap under the lip too. She hangs onto it, a little bit of a wobble, tries it again, and that's a series of good 4 or 5 turns. A great way to start your heat. That's not a great way to finish your wave.
Doesn't matter though. 3 good turns. Some of her better surfing I've seen this week. With the Rashi on, she'll be, even though she fell, she'll be pretty happy with what she did, and a real confidence booster for Kailani. Wow, a 9.43. Judges loved it.
Well, the judges are loving finals day, and they love that series of turns. Kailani yet to hit her straps in this competition. She is up against a red-hot Ella McCaffrey. The Japanese, of course, strong as they've proved through the first 3 quarterfinals. This could be an absolute barn burner, Mark Clift.
I know. Look at this set rolling in, and Richard would have to be stoked with his daughter's work right there. I suggested at the end of the wave it's some of the best surfing I've seen her do with the Rashi on.
Oh, she's going
the
again.
Judges threw a 9.43 at it. Get the drone back here a bit. Let's have a look at Kailani. She's probably on a second wave right now as this set just rolls through. Just pushing a little wide, so it didn't really hit prime pole position up there on the reef. But I think Kailani might have jumped on the back end of that and maybe putting together a second ride. Anyway, here goes Ella.
Yeah, Ella McCaffrey not having anything to do with that wave. She wants the best waves, and she wants big scores. There's only 20 minutes. Can't be too selective, but there's no use taking off on second-rate waves. This little one now might be a bit of a reef hugger. Nope, girls decided against it also. So KJ, out to a strong start.
All right, Kailani. Did she get a second wave? We'll know in a moment. The 9.43, what a way to start.
Oh, boom.
So the judges here, they're starting to unleash the big numbers. They've been mighty stingy this week on their scores, but they're keeping the scale real. And at this point, Nanaho Suzuki has forced them to go into the 9-point range. So has Kailani. There's a lot of excellent scores that have gone on today. There's our beach, there's our workplace. The blue hut is the judging tower. That helicopter, that's mine and Billy's ride. We wish.
Well, that's the policey. So maybe maybe yes, maybe no.
But speaking of the policey, there's a lot of them getting around. I saw a little interview that took place. Was that the local copper interviewing Giada?
No, the other way around.
I'm not sure whether we'll. I hope we get to see that on the broadcast, as we just watched White just slam the lip there. Ooh. And a little face plant, not ideal for Sato.
Yeah, Sumomo really going down hard there.
So Kailani mustn't have caught that other wave. She's paddled back out, regained a spot in the priority rankings. At this stage, 3rd priority. So maybe the other girls got washed in. All right, here goes blue. So Nakashio, another one of the Japanese. They're really strong in the junior women's. A great section here. Gets up there and tags it nicely. Another section just bowls out. She's kind of out there on the face a little, just playing the game, being reserved and measured approach. Not really super tight in the pocket. That was a little better. But doing a pretty good job on a great wave. Either way, it's early in the heat, so she'll be drawing a lot of confidence out of that ride. So good work.
Yeah, these 20 minuters, you've got to kind of go out there and go full bore straight away. I mean, the idea of getting a couple of 80%, 90% waves under your belt before going bananas is thrown out the window with only 20 minutes remaining. But this wave looked beautiful after this first section that you hit there. Hits that inside reef. Now the tide is dropping out, and that is an Indo Dream right there, Mark Cliff.
Yeah, that was a really strong turn. So on review, I am really rating what she's done here. She's going to get a good number from the judges, and like you were saying, Billy, 20 minutes tends to go pretty fast, so she hung on. She did a really good job. That wave offered like 5 real strong sections, so I'm confident the judges will actually buy into that and give her a solid score.
Yes, Samoa just coming out that 2.33 after going down heavily. Let's hope she's okay.
Jono sitting out the back. Kailani, a 9.43. She'd have to be brimming with confidence. Dad Rich would be in Bali watching. Big props to you, Rich.
Yeah, g'day, Rich.
And Pua.
Yep, Pua up there in Chengdu, lording it around the place. Her modelling career taking off. Saw a great quote from her the other day, and it's like, it said, and all of a sudden, a dream starts chasing me. So her life coming together quite good.
Unreal. Good stuff. We've seen a lot out of the Johnson girls over the years, and it's good that Kailani has opened it with a blockbuster form, the 9.43. So playing catch up and stringing together a 5, 6, 7 herself was blue on that last wave. There we go, Billy.
Hey, matching shirts.
And what a day it's been. Finals day, mate. So we do know that after this round, we're crossing to the men's semi-finals in the Pro Juniors. There are some serious hitters in that. Oh, don't do that. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, serious hitters in that division, mate. Talk us through it.
All right. 4 Aussies. I can't do that. Jarvis Earle, the man of the moment. He got deleted out of the men's division, so he'll be pretty keen to put a foot into a grand final out of that. Jamie Thompson representing Lavina. A very confident lad who he does a lot of good work down there at Lavina, and he's such a character. Oscar Berry, a big favourite as well. He's won a lot of heats. And Bodie Williams also out of Lavina down there, the Lavina surf camp. So 4 Aussies, a really, really strong semi-final right there, buddy. That's next. Ella McCaffrey has surfed her way into the grand final in the women's. She's got priority, and at this stage waveless. She's down to 12 minutes. the big American. She's going to have to dig deep here because a serious challenge has been thrown at her from Kailani. So you would think with that number, and when she gets a back up, there's potentially one spot available, and that would be second position. So Ella's got to do something shortly to get herself back into the mix here. Can't even see her on screen. Maybe she's ducked up the point. So you were talking about Kailani's sister Pua.
Yep.
And how a dream's starting to chase her. We'll watch Blue and we'll get back to that question. But the 5, 6, 7, she did some really good work earlier. She will probably learn from that and go, all right, I'm doing all right, but I can do better. And she's got herself a great wave. So wave number 2, 3 or 4 good turns so far. The wave sort of pushes out into that deeper water. And she just flicks off and goes, well, a job pretty well done. She'll probably track down Kailani with that wave. But Jono won't be phased. That huge number, 943, is going to hold her in good stead. If I was Alan McCaffrey, I'd be getting pretty nervous about now as about half the heat's soaked off.
Yeah, you're going to need 2 waves in half a heat. Yeah, just for those kind of new to competitive surfing, watching around the world, that 5, 6, 7 for our surfer in blue. The turn she was doing wasn't right near the pocket of the wave. And when we say pocket of the wave, it is the part of wave that's enveloping over, and it's the most dangerous part to hit. So the curl of the wave, if you like, that's where the judges like to see the turns, and that's where you get all those big points.
We're going to throw down to Giada and have a winner chat with the winner of the last heat.
I'm here with our last heat winner, Nanaho. She comboed the field. Wow, what a great heat. And it's finals day here in Krui. Tell us a little bit about what you're feeling right now.
そうですね。私が今まで試合してきた中でも一番高得点を出すことができて、とにかく波が良かったんで、もうめちゃくちゃ楽しかったです。
You know, what was your game plan when you paddled out? Did you expect to get those great waves?
そうですね。とにかく待てば必ずいい波が来るので、自分が乗りたいいい波をひたすら待つことだけに専念してました。
Well, we're very excited to see you in your next heat. And is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family or sponsors back at home?
昨日のクォーターファイナルで負けた悔しさをバネにここからじゃんじゃん勝っていこうと思うんで応援よろしくお願いします。
Alright, thank you so much and back to you guys.
Righto, good on you there, Giada, and I have no idea what the responses were, but maybe you did, Billy.
Yes, big smiles, and she thanked all her friends and family back in Japan, and hoping to
said she was pretty stoked with the result.
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Kailani.
Yeah, here goes Kailani. That is in the dangerous part of the wave. She didn't quite pull it off, but you can see why you get bigger points when you do turns like that, Mark.
Okay, so Nakashio did take the lead with her last wave, so the surfer in blue surfing really strong. Her 2 waves she's picked have been great wave choice. She hasn't made a mistake. She's just finished them and done some pretty strong surfing to now challenge Kailani. So she'll have to regain composure here. She did get an opportunity and kind of threw it away as a low score. So leaving the door open for the girls just under her in 3rd and 4th. So this was the wave of blues that got her to the lead. So it's another very similar number to her last. She scored a 5, 6, 7 on her first wave. This number must be right thereabouts, perhaps just a smidge under it. So Jono, she's going to have to get a groove on here and get rid of just a low 1-pointer because an 8-11 needed by Sato is a big score, but it's in the realm of possibilities, and a 2-turn combo now from the American in green, who is absolutely waveless. I can't believe it.
Yeah, wow.
We haven't seen that out of Ella at all. She's just been out of sync and out of rhythm. Kailani, we just saw paddle for that wave, so she'll drop into 4th priority.
Yeah, white and green probably need a couple of waves each. Red in Jono looking for just that one solitary backup wave. Let's surfer in blue.
Last wave of 5-2-3, so a pair of 5s.
Yeah, going out strong. That is Kana.
Kailani needs just a mid-range 1 to regain the lead. The 9.43 stacking up as the second best wave of the day in the Pro Junior Women's. You know the Pro Junior Men's are coming up next. 2 high-powered semi-finals. The first one is featuring 4 Australians.
Wow.
The second one has 2 Australians, a Japanese and a Brazilian. And what a great and a bit of entertainment we're up for shortly. 4 spots up for grabs in the boys, well, the men's Pro Junior final. Here is Ella finally swinging onto the onto a wave. It's a first effort. She'll be no doubt feeling a little nervous. She's got that big backhand blast. We know the wave is petering out pretty quick. A little lifeline thrown to her down the end of this one. Almost bottoms out there and hanging in, but she waited a long time, 14 minutes for that wave. I don't reckon she'll be that impressed with what happened on it. She will remain, no doubt. Well, she may go up to third. She probably will, but that doesn't really matter. You've got to get to second somehow.
Yeah, what a out of character heat is probably a good way to put it. Earle does go to third, 3.07.
At least gets out of combo. Right, 5.5. So if you've done a bit of work with Kailani Johnson before, as we watch Ella just get a second wave, you've done some work with Kailani before. If you could get in her ear right now and give her a coaching tip, what would it be, Billy?
Well, you've already banked that 9.43. So let's surf within yourself and try and bank like a 5 or a mid-range score. Get that gap between the rest of you and the field. Get on out there and try and hunt down another excellent score. You're only needing a, if you've got a 5.33, 5-point ride, a mid-range ride, you've put this heat to bed.
Yep. So she did have that opportunity, kind of overcooked it on her first turn on that last wave. We're talking about Kailani Johnson in red. The 9.43 though from me, the second best score of the day on the Women's Pro Junior. Really brought her A game on finals day. We've watched her get through a couple of heats with surfing below what we know she can do. But she did open this semi-final in really strong form. Dad'll be a little nervous down there. Just come on, just string together 2 scores, go into the final, brimming with confidence, or the semi-final. So here we go now. This is Kailani's 9.43, folks. Really strong driving bottom turns. There's Toto on the slow-mo. And she did this a couple of times on this wave. Boom.
Right under the lip there and free-falling out of the turn. Judges are lapping that up, and the third snap was really tight as well. You see she's really close to the white water there, Mark.
Yeah, and that's what we're saying the difference was with blue, yeah? Thanks, Billy.
100%. Just under 4 minutes, it looks like our American in green has got a bit of a job in front of her. She needs a 7.34 and hasn't appeared on the priority board as yet. This is playing to the hands of red. However, this is our surfer in white picking up priority, and that's a great looking turn from Samomo. She's had a bit of a slow heat, but this one's looking like a great wave, but just comes over the handlebars on that second turn. Look at that thing rattled down the reef. Everyone around the world tuning in is mind surfing that. Of course, we're all ripping. We've probably just done a massive floater section over that bit.
What score did you get, Billy?
Oh, I got a 10, of course. And yeah, Samomo having a bit of out of rhythm heat. That has put her up into third position. It's kind of doesn't really matter at the moment. You want second or first. Quarterfinal number 4. Have a look at this wave, Mark.
Oh my God. Look at this thing. This is perfecto. So she's got another great bowling section. This wave is not dropping in size. That was a major blunder on an absolute A-grade wave. When you are in third spot, the opportunity was right there. If she doesn't get through the heat, she'll kick herself, because she definitely had the wave, Billy. She started off pretty well.
She's going again.
She must have just got straight up and jumped on another wave. What the?
Yeah, that inside section's starting to work now, that tide dropping out. So this is her, I imagine, third wave. And it's kind of delivering down the line. a little bit of J-Bay in reverse, if you don't mind.
Well, she needs a 6.41 to bother Kailani, who would be spewing if she dropped out a second, opening with the 9.43. The door has been left a little ajar, with 2 minutes on the clock. So our surfer in white, we're going to Sumomo. We're going to speculate that she's really narrowed the gap here. So this must have happened right after she fell off, Bill.
Yeah. It's a bit of
back-to-back waves.
Paddle out and turn around.
2 waves in the same set.
Not much going on there. That was a pretty nice turn. Probably the only thing getting some points at the moment. That was a bit better, right next to the lip, tighter in the pocket. But the rest of this wave kind of filling full of water and going. I'm trying to think of a word for unsteep.
Not steep. Steepless.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was a pretty good performance on that wave. She did have a major opportunity earlier. She's now chasing a 6.04 to delete Johnson out of second spot. 1 minute on the clock, but the surfers in first and second both have the top 2 priority sittings. It's going to be a little tough for Ella, who needs a low 7, and Sato Sumomo needing a low 6. And one of them fishing boats returning back to shore with the day's catch. Yeah, our finals have been set, Billy. I saw that earlier, opening with our Pro Junior Men's. Will feature our first final.
Oh.
We've got a little while to get to there, but a couple of errors there from Kailani. She's had 2 other waves after a 9.4, yet to capitalise and put together some sort of respectable second backup score. So a fair bit of work. In a coaching tip, Kailani opened with a 9.4. You've got to shut it out.
Yep.
Do something. So that's what her dad would be thinking. She left the door open for white and green, and had she got knocked out right there, she would have been dead set with herself. Blue getting smashed, but blue will win. Red finishes second. We'll throw to an ad, and we'll be right back in 1 minute's time, everybody.
Yes, welcome back everybody, and welcome back to Tanjung Setia. We are here for the Krui Pro 2022 for your final shift in the commentary booth. I welcome back Jess Starling.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm glad to be back. I'm actually really excited to be here for the semi-final number 1 of the Men's Pro Junior. It is an all-Australian affair, so in the red we have recent third place getter in the QS 5000, Jarvis Earle; in the blue, Jamie Thompson; in the white, Oscar Berry; and in the green, Bodie Williams. So all 4 of these surfers extremely talented. Jamie has been dropping some big scores, as well as Oscar, through the Pro Junior, and Jarvis and Bodie have been absolutely ripping as well. So this should be a really great semi-final. I've actually been really looking forward to this one all morning. And I think it's anyone's game.
Yeah, it could be anyone. They're all red hot. Of course, the very important information that Jamie and Bodie staying down there at Lavina. pretty red hot on the karaoke mic, I've got to tell you.
Yes, I've heard the stories about the infamous karaoke nights.
Yep. But also Jamie having a little bit of a tummy bug and was out of action for about 24 hours earlier on in the campaign, but he's back and he's ready to rock and roll, and so is this guy, Oscar Berry. His backhand has been scintillating the entire week, and this wave is no exception, just banging it up there through the lip and landing it every time.
Yeah, so he opened up with a 5.5 for his first wave, and he will definitely back it up with that score. Jamie Thompson locking in a 4.33. So with 20 minutes on the clock, we are down to about 16 and a half minutes. Here's the replay of the last wave of Oscar. So bit of a setup turn into a strong one, into a second strong turn, and then, wow, that one. Really putting the money on it. As we see Jarvis Earle up and riding. Take us through this one, Bill.
Yep, this kid has been on fire all week. Also, he's been going really fast and he's going really deep in the tubes, but this time deciding to bank it off the top of the wave. Jarvis Earle, as you mentioned, coming in third in that QE 5000 results, the senior men's, in the men's division.
Yeah, we saw that last wave just run off on our surfer in green, Bodie Williams, but he'll be looking to get back out there and really get his campaign started. So, he got a first turn in before it ran off, and a pretty strong second carve, and this is where we see it run off on Bodie. And here's the replay of Jarvis's first wave. So high lines at this first section to get around that meaty bit, and beautiful strong carve down the face into a great second maneuver. He's really using the entire wave face, which the judges would love to see, and he banks this end turn just to solidify and tick all the boxes. As we see.
Oh, Jamie Thompson going down. Jarvis Earle, I know it's in a mirror, but there are some similarities to McFadden surfing, isn't there?
Yeah, and there's also another boy who comes out of, I should say boy, another man who comes out of Australia named Reef Hazelwood.
Oh yeah.
And they're Jarvis is pretty much a little reef.
Ah.
Have all the same sponsors, they have all the same like maneuvers, bag of tricks, and Jamie unfortunately couldn't pull that last one off. We saw him lock in a 9.6 for 2 turns yesterday, so he knows the formula he needs to get through this heat. Unfortunately, just pushing a little bit too hard on that last one and coming unengaged with the fins. But right now it is Oscar Berry in the lead with a 10.47 total, and Jamie Thompson with the 4.33. We're still waiting for the first wave scores of Jarvis and Bodie to lock in, but still early days. No one with anything too drastic just yet.
Yeah, they go with the extended score tablet. 5.5 and 4.97 for Oscar. A really handy lead. It looks like he got that in the first couple of minutes. Everyone with a wave at the moment, just waiting on scores for green. We saw him crank off a couple of good turns before that wave enveloped him. So very minor scores needed to get up to that first position for first and second, and there it is. Once that score drops for green, I'm sure he'll bump up, and there he does, a 4.83. So look at that, very gettable scores for the entire field.
Yeah, Jarvis getting the best of the opening exchange with that 7.83 for his strong, powerful rail surfing, and just put the cherry on top of the cake at the end of that wave, finishing in that closeout section. So we are almost down to the halfway mark. I'm sure we will get another lot of sets before the heat is over, and looking forward to seeing which boys can capitalize on this next exchange. And coming up in semi-final number 2, we have another cracking heat. We have Marlon Harrison from Australia in the red, Roy Kanazawa from Japan in the blue, Saxon Reba in the white, and Leo Casal in the green.
And this is Oscar Berry. Thank you much, Jess. He is always close to the pocket. He's always high, tight, and vertical. This wave, no obsession. Oh, I'm getting my words wrong. As this runs down the line, and he'll stick with it. The low tide starting to come into play. You can see that wave standing up at the end. He just couldn't quite capitalise on that. Oscar Berry.
Yeah, Oscar He had a pretty great run. He unfortunately didn't make the Challenger Series this year, but winning the Pro Junior in Snapper Rocks just before the Snapper Rocks Challenger Series kicked off, so he got a wild card into that, and I believe made the round of 16 in a Challenger Series event. So as you can tell by this style of surfing, he has a huge career in front of him. He is such a powerful surfer, only 18 or 19 years old, and from the sunny coast. Originally was a skater.
Oh, yeah?
And then moved from skating over to surfing, so believe it or not, he has a crazy air game.
Can't wait to see. We haven't seen much air shenanigans this contest, have we?
No, not really. We saw Zayna Sink drop a couple airs in his quarterfinal yesterday. Unfortunately not progressing to the semi-finals. He did put up a great campaign. He did a few air revs in his heat, but it's not really an air wave unless you're Gabriel Medina out here in 2018. But there we go, that last wave of Oscar Berry locking in at a 6.17. So 2 scores on the board, a 6.17 and a 5.5. He is sitting out in the lead with just over halfway. Jamie Thompson just getting a 3.83 for that last one. So Jarvis still sitting with a 7.83, only looking for the 0.33. So he pretty much just needs to stand up. And Bodie with that 4.83, only needing a 3.33. So it's still anyone's game. It is all very close, all very talented surfers, and still achievable.
Of course.
And we're going to go down to an interview with the last heat winner with Giada.
Hey guys, I'm here with Kana, our last heat winner. Kana, you're in semi-finals. It's finals day in Krui. How are you feeling?
I'm good surfing in quarterfinal.
So, you know, you're in the finals and you want to surf your next heat well. What's your strategy?
Japanese. 次のヒートはもっとすごいハードヒートになるので次も頑張ります。
Where in Japan are you from? Where in Japan?
Yeah, Japan. I'm from Chiba.
All right. Thank you so much and congratulations. See you in the next heat.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was our last heat winner, showing us that just strong committed surfing will get you through any round. She will be excited to be in the second semi-final. I really enjoyed the interviews where you ask them in English and they reply in their
native tongue,
yeah.
in Japanese. Yep. Yeah, I'm kind of digging the. I'm really digging the international flavour going on here in South Sumatra. Of course, we are in the Asia region. Us Australians are guests. We are co-sanctioning this contest, but we are also in that region. So you must expect that English is not going to be everyone's first language.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting week. Obviously, I'm blonde hair, blue eyes, so I've been getting stopped for photos all week, and it's funny. Obviously, English is not the first language over here, so it's either Mr. or Mrs. photo or selfie, and then thank you. So it's been great. I've been trying to learn a little bit of Indonesian while I'm here, but I'm not very good with the pronunciation.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, well, it's weird how words like selfie have gotten into the local dialect.
Yeah, selfie.
Bodie Williams now up and going back to live action. It's a small runner. Does a great job with that first opening turn. Even better on the second one. Staying high, staying tight, staying really smooth and controlled. This is Bodie Williams, probably in his first shot of real anger for this semi-final. Bang, how do you like that, Jess?
Yeah, that was a really great wave for Bodie. He gave the judges a little side eye back just to say, come on guys, that was really great surfing. And we see Jamie Thompson using up his priority on this wave, so he has been one of the standouts in the Pro Junior so far, and it's for that surfing why he has been dropping 9.6s. Just crisp in the lip surfing. If from North Narrabeen, so he surfs lefts all the time, a fellow friend of mine, and he is just going to string this one all the way together. It looks like he's going to get a bonus section down the end, and his legs would be just about burning by now. And can he finish it? And he rides out of that one. Little stand tall.
There we go. Yeah, a little, how do you like that sort of beans? But I'm pretty sure he'd be paddling his little heart out to get out there in 7 minutes and torch that 4.33.
Yeah, those last two waves just made this heat a lot more interesting. So here's the replay of Jamie Thompson's last wave. So a carving maneuver to set up this first section. So really strong surfing. It's surprising that he's still a junior, straight into the pocket for a second or third, and then he just takes this one all the way through.
Stayed really busy, didn't he?
Yeah, he just got really strong carves done all the way out, looking for this end section just to finish it off, dot the I's, cross the T's, and say to the judges, I'm here and I'm getting through this heat.
A little bit of a nose wipe.
And Bodie on another wave, just trying to back up his last score. Almost didn't need to do that. Almost maybe hurt himself on the fins, but luckily he's all right. He was out there on the massive days charging, and he got some serious reef cuts.
A couple of free tattoos. Someone get inside now. This is Jarvis Earle. He loves a tube, and he comes out perfectly clean. A wrapping turn straight away. This kid has been on fire all week, and with surfing like that, you can see why. Wraps it around again. Jarvis Earle coming to life at the 5.5 minute mark of this semi-final number one. He's been quiet. He finishes it off, and bang, take that the rest of the field.
Wow, Jarvis Earle getting a barrel off Jarvis' ledge. We've been seeing him do this all week. He's probably fired up from getting knocked in that semi-final this morning. He has just absolutely torn that last wave to shreds, and yeah, I was sitting here clapping as we see a replay of Oscar Berry as well, releasing the fins on that first turn, getting a second one in, and that wave running off. So all the boys getting an amazing wave. Here's a replay of Jarvis's barrel straight into a swooping maneuver, and this wave just stands up so beautifully for Jarvis, and he gets to showcase all of his amazing maneuvers.
He does. I love that single hand drag inside the tubes. He's not panicking wise inside there like most surfers do. He's working, and he's trying to get deeper. Looks really comfortable inside the cabins, and that's something that not every surfer possesses.
Yeah, so we have a couple big scores locking in for each one of these surfers. To remember, Bodie Williams got that really strong left about maybe 5-6 minutes ago. Jamie Thompson then got one after that. Then Jarvis Earle, then Oscar Berry with the massive fin blow off his first turn. So this heat is really heating up. Only 4 minutes to go. Honestly, this heat could be a final.
It could. This could be a final, 100% correct. And with 4 minutes to go, there's going to be a whole lot of scores dropping, and I reckon that especially the bottom three positions will be dancing all around the place.
Yeah, I'm sure we will see a bit of a shake-up in the order of first to fourth. Right now it is Oscar Berry in the lead, Jamie Thompson in second, Bodie in third, and Jarvis in fourth, but we haven't had any of the big scores lock in just yet. So it will be a great end to the heat to see how these scores come in, see who gets priority for these last 3 minutes, and there we go, a 9.33 for the last wave of Jarvis Earle, and a 9.2 for Jamie Thompson locked in. We are still looking for Bodie's last wave score and Oscar's, but right now, so Bodie Williams locked in a 7.87. And we're waiting for the last wave of Oscar Berry to lock in. So the heat has genuinely just flipped on its head. Jarvis went from fourth to first, and here's a replay of Jarvis's 9. So getting that cover up, and this wave just hit the reef so perfectly. He's just engaging every part of his board, and here we go, a slow-mo on this turn.
Oh yeah, how are those hand movements? The upper body work is really on point for this kid. Of course, you use that upper body, and then the bottom of your legs and stuff will follow. So excellent technique there.
Yeah, that was a well-deserved 9.33 for Jarvis, and he's only had 2 waves in this heat, a 9.33 and a 7.83, so he is well and truly in the front. But we cannot forget that Jamie Thompson locked in a 9.2, so that's his second 9 for the event so far. He only has a 4.33 backup, so he will be looking to get rid of that very quick, because Bodhi only needing a 5.67 and Oscar only needing a 6.81.
How can that be possible? It's such a good heat, this one. The scoreboard is what you want to see when it comes semi-final time. You want to see everyone stepping up the level, and exactly what happened. Performances are going through the roof.
Yeah, these are young men showing us exactly what they're made of. It is going to be whoever makes this heat, it's going to be a great final. And this is the replay of Jamie's 9.2. So as I said, that first carving maneuver in here is really where he releases those fins at the top of the wave and straight back into this critical section for his third turn, just sending so much spray. And then here we get to see his strong rail surfing all the way through to the inside. And then we see him put the cherry on top of the cake at the end of the wave. Right about here, he just gets up and over that foam. Make sure he ticks that box. I know his coach on the beach, Maddie Cattle, will be very happy with that last wave. A 9.6 yesterday and a 9.2 today.
Can't help but be impressed. Under a minute, all scores are in. It's Jarvis looking pretty comfy up there. The backup score of 7.83 has been everybody's best score, as we see Bodhi Williams. He doesn't need much to get into second position. Jamie Thompson not safe with that 9.20, believe it or not. And this is Bodhi putting his best foot forward to progress into the final. Wow, the drama doesn't stop in this heat, and there's only 25 seconds remaining. And as had been the case with just about every heat we've seen today, we're going to have to get the result as the judges think about it and deliberate between heats. So only 10 seconds to go. Bodhi has a quick glance over his left shoulder. He's going to ride this all the way to the beach. The judges will decide on that score. Will it be enough for him to go into second place and take out Jamie Thompson, the owner of that 9.20? We'll find out after the break. We'll be back, so stick with us, folks.
Righto, we are back at the Krui Pro, ladies and gentlemen. We are looking at the second semi-final now for the Pro Junior men. The first semi-final just went absolutely ballistic. We'll get that result for us in a minute. There was a couple of high nines. Here it is. Look at this craziness, a 9.33 and a 7.83 for Jarvis Earle, including a really strong tube. Jamie Thompson went nuts to bust into the 9-point range again. And Bodhi Williams and Oscar Berry did some outrageously good surfing. We'll have to cop a third and a fourth. What a great heat right there. I'm going to welcome Tippy Jabrick into the booth. G'day, Tippy.
How are you, Mark? Good. It's been
what a day.
I know, a long week, yeah. We have everything.
We've had everything.
Big wave, stormy, rainy, and now it's all about perfection.
2 days we had to get called off because the surf got too big. The ocean, we've had some really good, clean days, but only moments. Today is the best day of this year's Krui Pro 5000, and the Pro Junior men are licking their lips. This heat The last semi-final had so many good waves attached to it, Tippy. I'm just really glad to be involved with finals day here and see what these guys are bringing. It's unreal.
Yeah, for sure. You know, this is my first time on the booth with you, but you know, I have to make sure that you know, AAC and all the WSL crew making sure this event is up and running. And looks like we have like, you know, great event. You know, I don't know, like all the surfers have been ripping. So,
look,
what else can you ask?
There's been a 9.93 thrown today. There's been multiple 9-point rides. There's been a bunch of scores in the 8s. So, you know, the judges have been waiting for a day like this. We've all been waiting for this day, and right on cue, Ujong Bachur has performed and delivered on finals day.
Yeah.
Now, how stoked we know the Pesisir Barat Provincia Lampong, the government, the province of the west coast of Lampong, are involved big time in this event as the major backers. How impressed with what we've been doing this week are they?
Yeah, I think this is like I know, the local government should be proud of, you know, because 2017 was QS 1000 and now is a QS 5000, and they're only looking to grow this event, and hopefully, I don't know, rumors saying that the Bupati is saying they want to have a challenger here, so
they want to ramp it up to a 10,000, a big challenger series.
Yeah, it's
event.
a challenger series, so hopefully they can get the funding, and hopefully next year we're going to have a challenger here. And I don't know, looking at the wave at Krui, it's nothing but an invitation to all the surfers to fight on their, you know, regional QS.
Well, how's what's being delivered for finals day? I watched that last semi-final of the Pro Juniors, 4 Australians in it, and they had non-stop pumping waves. They all got really good scores. The guys that dropped into 3rd and 4th had almost 13 plus points themselves. The waves that weren't ridden were crazy good as well, so it's hitting its straps at the right time. The tide is dropping, and we know this reefer, Ujong Bachor, loves a lower tide, Tippy.
Yeah, yesterday, you know, even after the there's only like, I don't know, 30 minutes of lights, and we still see a lot of people surfing on the low tide. This place is high tide, low tide, onshore, offshore, closing out. You know, people can surf here.
It's got really, you know, world-class beach break. It's got other long waves. It's got other slabby waves. It's got this wave here right in front of us. So this region of Krui definitely offers not just pro surfers good options, but your intermediate surfers, your family options. It's kind of got the full bag of tricks.
Yeah, as we can see here, this is Leo from Brazil. He's a surfer that outside the region, but he still come here. The only reason why he want to surf, you know, this wave is only because of the quality. Why would you come out of your region, you know, you don't get the points and still come here? Maybe just to collect the prize money, I'm not sure.
No, I think he looked at this as a left-hander. He's a goofy footer, and goofies love lefts, we know that. He's travelled over here by himself. He's only 17 years old, Tippy.
Yeah.
And he's here just getting some contest practice. He's going to come to NIAS as well and pay homage to the next event.
Yeah.
There's something I want to tell you about Roy Kanazawa, who is on top of this heat at the moment, and Leo, we've just had a chat about Leo. But yesterday afternoon, Roy Kanazawa, he was in the heat with Bronson. Bronson opened with a 7.5. Roy, with 4 minutes to go, needed 12.43, and he did it.
Wow.
You remember that heat?
I think so. You know, there's a lot of exchange happening here. And then one of them is Roy, because, you know, I have to say the Japanese contingent are pretty strong on this event.
Really strong. We've been saying it for 6 days now across every division. They are on force down here. They are a nation to be reckoned with, because we've been saying that for years. When is Indonesia going to get a surfer on the World Championship Tour? It's not far away, with Rio knocking on the door, and I reckon looking ahead into the future, it won't be far before Japan get a Rigiditch full Japanese surfer. We know Kanoa's there, but I reckon someone who lives there full time to come out of Japan and feature on the CT.
Yeah, you know, it's still early in the Challenger series, but Rio is currently sitting in second right now.
Yeah.
Coming to Krui is something just to put his foot on the Challenger series on 2023. But, you know, I have a little conversation with him that he's fully focusing on 2002 Challenger series. He want to make sure that he can qualify this year. He's putting all his energy and focus. You know, he's been working a lot, you know, with you know, like with his equipment, his body, you know. So he's really focused. He's really taking care of his diet. He said he doesn't eat sugar anymore. So he's putting 100% for this two Challenger Series.
Well, Billy interviewed him a couple of days ago, and he sat right where you are now, and Billy asked him where his focus is, what's he doing, and he said, first of all, he gave us his short-term goal. He said, I just want to get better every day with every surf, and I do everything I can to keep improving. In the same breath, he said, obviously, I want a gold medal.
Yeah.
I then want to get onto the championship tour, and I want to win a world title.
Yeah.
All those clear, driven goals from Rio. He copped a third here, which is still some pretty big points. So he'll be adding to his total.
He's still number one in Asia for the 2022 QS right now.
So let's have a look at this Saxon Reba. His first opportunity. Leo Castle, the Brazilian, put together a 7.67. Saxon winding up now.
Are you familiar with where Saxon is coming from?
He's from Lavina Surf Cab, just down the road, mate. He's hanging out with us. So it's all about Team Lavina at the moment. Jamie Thompson flying the flag for Team Lavina.
So he's the background vocal for the karaoke.
The karaoke. It's been a big feature down there at Lavina.
We have everything here at Krui, you know. We have the wave, we have the entertainment, we have everything.
Afternoon barbecue, boss.
Yeah.
Tell us about the trophies here. We brought one of the trophies in. We've got some, some pretty handsome trophies to hand out later on today. You were telling me as well about what they're made of here, and it's one of the main products out of the region of Krui. So let's have a little look at this as we'll just watch the replay, but go ahead and explain what's going on with these trophies.
Yeah, so the trophy is like the icon of this place is the blue marlin fish. So you know the local government putting up all this nice trophy for the champs and also for the finalists, and they're putting also a little extra I don't know what you call that extra feature here with damar. They call it, this thing is damar. So Saxon just finishing that wave. We'll see what is the score now.
Maybe we just want to show the trophies here. If we could just come in here for one sec, guys. Tippy's got this trophy. So what is it called again? Dama.
So damar is like a local, I don't know what you call that, like the glue from the trees.
Okay.
And apparently this starch, is it starch? I don't know what you call that.
I'm not sure, boss. You're telling the story.
So they call this thing damar, and damar is one of the specialty from this region, and they're really proud of this product. And then as you can see, blue marlin is one of their main fishing commodity here.
Bit of an icon of the area.
Yeah, so this is for the first place for the women's division, QS 5000. I'm pretty sure the girls are going to be happy to bring that home and put it onto their trophy cabinet at home.
Of course. Well, a massive score right there for Saxon Reba. Goes into the lead, but we are going to throw over to the winner of the last heat down there for our post-heat interview.
So I'm here with Jarvis, the winner of our last heat. Jarvis, you passed with a 9.33. You're in the final. Just unfortunate in your last semis, but that is still an amazing result. What are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I just missed out on the semi in the QS this morning, but it was a sick heat with Jesse, so I was just stoked with the result still. And then, yeah, just progressed through the final of the Pro Junior, and yeah, the waves are still pumping, so I'm stoked.
So after your semis, was there anything that you thought you were going to bring into this semifinal, learning from your last one, of course?
I pretty much just had the same game plan the whole event, and it's been working, so yeah, I just stuck with the same thing, and it seemed to work for the junior as well. Yeah, so hopefully I can do the same in the final.
So what are you going to be doing from now to the final?
I'll probably just go have some lunch and then rest and watch a few heats before, and then yeah, get ready.
All right, Jarvis, well, you've been killing it, and congratulations.
All right, back into the booth with Tippy Jabrick. We've just seen Saxon Reba go into the lead there, mate. A 7.67 is the best score in this heat for Leo Castle.
Yeah.
And Roy Kanazawa resurrected from the dead yesterday against Bronson to be in this position.
Yeah.
And of course, Marlon Harrison currently in fourth spot. So what else have you got for us, boss? The ASC, the team, have done a great job to be here again. Would you like to give some shout outs to who's in part of your squadron?
Yeah, you know, like we would like to say a big thank you to the WSL. You know, working together with this event with AAC. You know, we have Tim on the media. Tom is running the computer right now at the judging tower. We have Ochim, Ropik on the camera with the broadcast crew. We have Toto, yourself, and Billy. And also we have Sam.
The karaoke king.
Yeah, Sam is Sam is here always being a big part of
Ryan.
Of the Asian tour, and of course the workhorse Ryan. Never stop.
He's second in command when it comes to karaoke.
Yeah.
Down there at Team Lavina.
Here we go. Leo Casal from Brazil, currently sitting in the second position, looking for his second score. You have a pretty good number there, 767. That would
Strong surfer.
That would be a keeper on every heat that you have.
17 years of age to travel from Brazil by yourself to Indonesia. He's definitely a lot to like about the way he surfs. He said his idol is Oki.
Yep.
And you can see shades of what he does there with his power-based surfing.
He does surf like Oki.
Free falling out of the lip. He's come from behind heats a couple of times, another one yesterday afternoon to be in this position.
Yeah.
So a really good competitor. He always stays level-headed and he barely makes errors. So he's got a lot to like about his act.
Wow, look at those waves, unridden. Like in this 25-minute heat, even with 4 guys, there's still a lot of wave that people are super picky and let go, and it's still a good wave.
Here goes Saxon Reba. Can he get back into the lead? Needs only a mid-range 6.
So Saxon is opening with one nice turn. Ooh, looks like that he don't have the priority, and Roy taking on that one. A little bit of a tactic strategy going on there.
Well, probably a wasted tactic really for Roy, because he's in third, so he needed a better wave than that. So there's no point blocking somebody if you're not going to benefit yourself.
And the guy's still getting the priority in front of him.
Probably will, yes.
Yeah. So talking about this one outstanding kid, Jarvis Earle. How big is his smile surfing Krui? That's the infection that we want to show to the world, that everybody who come to Krui, it's all about big smile and happiness.
And another reason Jarvis Earle smiles non-stop is he can look into the crystal ball and he can see his future, and his future is that bright, mate. He just non-stop smiles. He's
oh man, yeah. To have that ability to travel and surfing good wave like this, showcasing how good he is. Yeah. We need more event like this, especially in Indonesia, because this is not only to promote surfing, but also to promote the tourism. We want more people to come here because Indonesia is, we really depend on tourism. A lot of depends on, like during the pandemic, we all in Bali almost don't have any income. Yeah. And then when the international doors are open, we kind of have, this kind of support coming into our economy.
And events like this are super important as well, because surfers like Jarvis need a platform to get onto the Challenger Series. Yep. This being a 5,000 event, and same at NIAS, is the only way you can get onto the Challenger Series, is to perform well in these highly ranked events, to become part of your top ranked surfers within your region, to qualify for the Challenger Series, and that is Jarvis's pathway onto the Championship Tour eventually. It's probably going to take a couple of years, but I reckon he's on a collision course with the Championship Tour, because the kid is so good. I just can't say enough good things about his act here this week. He's won a lot of fans.
Yeah, when you talk about like Rio want to be in the top level, the pathway for Australian surfers is there. They have the Challenger Series. Looks like if Indonesia have 1 or 2 Challenger Series, it's helping like more Indonesian surfers to be on the top of the
because we know how good Rio is, and that he's flying the flag for Indonesia, but there's a lot more unheralded surfers in Indonesia that shred on a daily basis, mate, and I think it's quite surprising that Indonesia hasn't had a surfer on the CT, given how many really great surfers there are throughout Indonesia. So the work that you're doing via the ASC, the Asian Surfing Cooperative, combined with the WSL, to put these dual sanction events together to help Australians, to help Indonesians, it's just a feather in your cap. So I'm sure every competitor here would be just saying, thanks for doing this, guys. What a great tour it is.
Yeah, the only reason why we're doing this is, the reason why we're doing double sanction is we want more Australians to come. We want the Australasian region to come here because we need them. They're the one who promote the tourism in our region. And that's the reason why the local government putting this event. Without this double sanction, it will be hard for us. So thank you very much for all the Aussies and New Zealand and other countries to come to Indonesia, because it's supposed to be only Asian region. But we have a really strong team from Philippines also here.
Yeah, true that.
Thailand, like in Korea, and also the strongest one is always Japanese team. But we can see this variety of countries coming to Krui, and we hope this thing is going to grow. And next event we have Nias.
Yep, and also we've had some Kiwis roll up for this event.
Yep.
We've had a Korean, we've had a Chinese, so a lot of hype around the world. Italians,
yeah,
and we've seen 2 back-to-back 5,000s is a fairly attractive way of dragging these people here. They're not coming all the way for one event. We've got 2 in a row, so the Nias Pro kicks off I think Tuesday-ish next week.
Yeah. And forecast is looking good, I think.
Yeah, I did, because Mark Flint Rock sent me a couple of hits, and he said the forecast is looking really good for that event.
Wow,
he said the
amazing.
last 2 swells that have rolled through Nias have been classic Nias.
Wow.
So, the ocean's coming together. It's all starting to align, and our next stop, this time we go right in some big throaty barrels.
Yeah, that's the beauty of having an event in Indonesia. We always guarantee to have something during the surf season, because we are in the middle of surf season right now, in the middle of June. So the swell is building. Australia is getting colder. That's good news. Good news about the swell. If Australia getting colder, we get the swell. And more Australians coming to Indonesia because
they want to get out of the cold. They're watching us sitting here in boardies, crew coming out of the water sweating because it's 29 degrees and 32 in the middle of the afternoon.
I know. We have a couple judges and a couple surfers. They come from Victoria, for example, and I asked them, hey, how cold is home? And they said, like, it's freezing, and they're sweating their.
They're up there in the judging team and find it hard to acclimatise because it's...
That's the beauty.
Well, we're about, 1 or 2 degrees south of the equator, so it's as warm and as tropical as life gets.
Yeah.
The water is boiling hot. There's so many good things to love about Indonesia. It's cheap, friendly locals, and for me, being a West Aussie, man, it's 3.5 hours in a plane.
For sure.
And we're
so
in
close.
Denpasar.
One the other good thing is when you feel like overweight, just come to Indonesia. You will get some diarrhea. You're gonna lose some weight on your belly, and you're looking good.
Oh, well, there's been a few crew that have sort of been on the weight loss program since they've been here, mate. But,
you don't have to go to the gym. Just come to Indonesia.
Eat off one of the local carts and you'll drop 5 kilos in 3 days.
Yeah. It's been a really sleepy heat here for Marlon Harrison. Yeah, he just got that second wave. His first wave was only a 2.20. As we can see, his Roy looking for a 4.24.
Resurrected from the dead yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. He had 4 minutes to turn a 12.43 combo into a winning score, and he did just that. So
amazing, to have all this battle up and down.
Yeah, has he done it again? He looks over his shoulder. He only needed a low 4, so we'll have to go back to the replay a little later on and see whether he gets that number. That heat is done and dusted, Tippy. So what we're going to do is throw to a break, and we'll bring in Billy Hanging next. But it's always good to chat with you, boss.
Thank you very much, Mark. And then hopefully we have a great final. Thank you.
Back shortly, everybody. we're back, everybody, and welcome to it. So we've just seen our second Pro Junior men's semi-final bounce down. We'll get to that result in a moment. We did see Roy Kanazawa ride a late wave, so we'll confirm those placings as soon as possible. But meanwhile, the women's Pro Junior first semi-final has just bounced down, Billy. We'll have a little look at who's in that. Anon Matsuoka out of Japan in red, Ali Harrison in the blue from Australia, and another two Japanese, Sarah Wakita in white and Simon Niwa in green.
Should be a beauty, mate. Ellie Harrison having an uncharacteristically slow quarter not so long ago, so she'll be looking to rectify that.
That's her ripping straight in.
Bang. How is that? That's a great looking hook. She'll be happy with the way she started this heat. May have had some extra joss in the break, but looking to eye off this section, and she belts that. Also makes the turn, which is very impressive.
Good stuff. So she would be a little buoyed by the fact that last heat didn't go very well. It was a dying moment. She left it to get through to this round, so she'll be, and has stepped it right up super quickly. Here is Anon.
Yeah, Anon got that familiar. She gets up there, really digs in the heels, throws her whole body into her turns, dips the head and brings the shoulders around. The hips follow, and it's kind of working for her, I've got to say.
5 Japanese in these semi-finals, mate, so they're making up a bulk of the survivors in the Pro Junior Women's.
They're coming.
They are coming, and I suggested that to Tippy, and he said for sure, you know, they're en masse. It's only a matter of time. Those last results, Leo Casal held on for the win. Well done to the Brazilian. Saxon Reba, the Australian there, not a huge total, but just enough to fend off Roy Kanazawa, who was resurrected yesterday.
Comeback kid.
A comeback kid for sure, but not quite enough on that last one. He needed a low 4, he got a high 3. And on again, up and down. 20-minute matchups here. Pro Junior Women's semi-finals. So at the conclusion of these semi-finals, we do go to Pro Junior Men's. So I'll just write in those results. It's going to be Leo Casal and Reba, Saxon Reba, who will join Jarvis and Jamie. So our next final at the end of these, the first final of the day will be Jarvis Earle. It will also be Jamie Thompson.
Wow.
It will also be Leo Casal and Saxon Reba.
Well, I don't want to sound cliche and keep repeating myself, but that's a barn burner.
Yeah, no, they all deserve it. Those semi-finals were outrageously good. Anybody that didn't feature in this final could consider themselves unlucky, but that's the nature of competition. Billy, Sarah Wakita.
Yes, Sarah really impressed in her last outing here. She's got a beautiful style. That back knee really turned in, and that allows her those tight arc bottom turns. And of course, you've got a good bottom turn, and chances are that top turn's going to be a ripper. So yeah, really impressing.
Ellie Harrison, the 6.67, a great start. Green now, so everybody with a wave to kick things off pretty early in this matchup. Simon Niwa, we remember back to the first day we put the Pro Junior Women's out. It was big, it was super messy. We got one heat done before it got too big and called off. She won that heat in the big stuff, and she's out here thrashing around and doing a really good job in the small, clean stuff. So Ali Harrison flying the Australian flag. Of course, 3 Japanese surfers in this matchup as well. So Ali will be hoping she can put her best foot forward and feature in the grand final. The replays are flying around at the moment.
What do you think of this style, Mark?
I like her style. The wave unfortunately just raced off. Had she been 2 more metres the other side of that, it could have seen a really big score. But I'm loving this approach from Simon Niwa. That first hack in the pocket, she's got a real strong you know, stance, a real low centre of gravity, and just seems rock solid on her feet.
Yep.
So we'll get some numbers out to those performances shortly and see what's going on the leaderboard. But the good news is all 4 surfers are off to a reasonable start here. Anon Matsuoka locking in another wave. She's open with a 4.10. The 6.67 out of the Australian at this stage, the highlight of the heat. Mani was one strong manoeuvre on that bigger wave. I really like that. It's a pity the wave didn't give her much more.
Yeah, just reviewing that one. Like I said, she's got that strong manoeuvre. She dips the head and throws everything into it, doesn't she?
She always pulls the board back to the power source as well and puts it, completes a turn in the pocket. So Anon was a standout of the quarterfinals. Needs herself 2 good waves to get into the final, so chipping away here, pretty early days, only 5 off the clock, and there's been plenty of action. So they're all pretty well positioned. I reckon at this stage there's been no fails. They've all got runs on the board, and we'll just confirm what Sarah and Sai have locked in a moment. Now next semi-final, Nanaho, a 9.93 earlier today.
Yeah, incredible.
Suzuki, so stand by for some fireworks right there. Willow Hardy had a pair of 8s, 8+, but ended up in second in that one. Kana Makashio is coming up next as well, and Kailani Johnson put together a 9.43 of her own in the opening moments of her quarterfinal. Did not back it up.
She didn't back it up.
And dodged a bullet. But the 9.43, you can see she's in good form on finals day.
Just having a little debrief with her out this competition area. Couldn't calm herself down. She was that hyped up on that 9.43, whatever it was, that she couldn't talk herself down and just do some every run of the day surfing.
Yep, just a couple of efforts there, and I think she only backed it up with a 1.4. Left the door a little open there at the end for a nervous Richard Johnson in Bali watching that one. But Rich, I'm sure she knows she's going to have to repeat the first wave and back it up next time. It's a tough draw in these semi-finals. There's all the numbers have locked in. So Maniwa did go into second with pretty much that one big hit on a big steep wave. Didn't get much more going on after that, so a 4.93, the second best score in this semi.
Ooh, hang on.
Stuff just changed again, and on via 2 pretty low numbers. The first surfer to get 2 scores, though, into the lead. Ellie Harrison, the 6.67 is going to hold her in pretty good stead. She'll want that to become her backup score. She'll be working on these next 13 minutes. She's got priority. That's her in the Blue Rash Vest. The sole Australian with 3 Japanese competitors, 5 Japanese in the remaining 8 surfers here. Willow Hardy, one of 2 Australians left in the draw of the Pro Junior Women, an Indonesian in Kailani Johnson, and 5 Japanese. What a representation out of the land of the rising sun, Billy.
Really is. Well, looks like we have the last heat winner out with Jada. Let's cross over there and see what they've got to say.
So I'm here with our other finalist, Leo Casal. You are in the final, it's finals day. You're surfing amazing. What are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good about the waves, about everything. And yeah, just happy to be in the final. Just win one more, and yeah.
You know, you're in Krui, it's your first time. What are you thinking about this place? Would you come back on a normal surf trip?
I love Krui. I'm here like for my 2nd time, and it's amazing waves. I love this place, and I hope to be back soon.
All right, well, are you gonna change any strategy or equipment for your final, or are you keeping it all the same?
Not at all, I'm just keep doing what I have been doing since the first heat.
All right, perfect, Leo. Thank you so much, and back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Giada. Why would you change anything? It's all working perfectly. So Leo Castle has just been a bit of a giant killer through both sides of the jaw. He did feature also in the men's and fell just a little short of a quarterfinal berth a couple of days ago, Billy. A class act, Leo Castle.
Yet continuing along his winning ways. He's had a great trip to Krui. I'm sure we'll see him again here.
Yeah, and we're going to see him in Nias as well, travelling solo out of Brazil, 17 years of age. A very mature surfer. Red having a good look at this one with 4th priority. So the highlight of this heat so far, Ellie Harrison got the first wave of this semi-final. It was some moments ago. She's been sitting there with top priority for probably 6 or 7 minutes. She knows she's only got to, really add a substantial score to that 6.67, and she would probably be penciling herself into the final. 3 Japanese surfers breathing down her neck. They all want in on the grand final. The surfer in blue is paddling for this wave. She's got priority, and it's looking like here comes wave number 2, Billy.
Yep, she has waited a little while for this wave. Oh, and the wave just gets the better of her. I'm not sure what went wrong there. I was settling into my seat, ready for a big, long scoring blurt, but really coming undone there, Earle Harrison.
The dangerous Maniwa now. We saw her opening move on her first turn of the last wave was just like that. This is looking really good. A strong second hit. This wave is just giving us so much joy. Boom!
Ooh.
Oh my God, I love the approach. Had she ridden out of that, I could have seen 8.5s or something on that wave, but really good surfing, big wave, strong top to bottom surfing. The judges have been reserving their biggest scores for that top to bottom attack. I think Maniwa, straight out of third, will probably almost go, I reckon, into the lead with this, because this is still really strong. Even though she fell, Billy, some big runs on the board early.
Yeah, a couple of really strong turns, and kind of struggled with the lip line the entire competition. The surfing on the face has been fantastic, but there's a little bit of instinct surfing about those closeout Rios, and no doubt she'll have that under control the more experience she gets.
Either way, Maniwa, I'm tipping still a strong ride to the lead with the number when it drops. Her 4.93 off one hit. The judges are really buying into her strength surfing, her top to bottom approach. We're just watching White go through the motions here. Sarah Wakita, it is nowhere near as good a wave as what we saw Maniwa catch. Lots of surfing down the line, so she's done probably twice as much surfing as Mania, and won't get as big a number as we're about to see drop for green. Anyway, red's on.
Yep, red. This is just the recap of the wave she got when, I'm pretty sure just after Sarah.
All right, so the Japanese catching up to the Aussie. We did see Ali fall on her second effort. This is young Sarah right now, so a nice spicy hit in the pocket. The wave goes a little flat here, so some downtime. She bides her time here for quite some metres along this reef, just trying to hang in there, hoping the back end sort of lit up for her. She did get something down here, but compared to what Maniwa's wave offered, but it did grow. It just flattened off. It hit the channel. She did a lot of work there. She's got a big paddle back out. The score won't be too blockbuster, but it's definitely, well, it's her second score, so it's going to help her out.
Yep, the ball back in Harrison's court now. Of course, she fell off on that last chance. I'd like to see a replay of that, but it was unfortunate. It looked like a beautiful running wave. She's kind of back in the same position now, still looking to back up that 6.67. So not much has really changed. The rest of the girls have got runs on the board.
Yeah.
But if she wants to turn that negative into a positive, that's the mindset she's got to have.
Maniwa to the lead for me. There it is, a 6.27 for Maniwa. Well done. Here goes Ali now. Time to bank a second score and keep the scoreboard pressure onto these Japanese. The Australian, she'll know what she needs to do with this wave. It's just a series of cutbacks. So at this stage, no major hits. A lot of surfing done. Slightly better manoeuvre down towards caddy corner. The wave still just flattening off a little. All right, so she's just playing the game here, Bill. After that fall, she's gone, right, can't afford to do that again. Just hanging in there. Be in the contest, you know, kind of theory. Just finish this wave. She's off to a flying lead. She's still got the best score of the heat, and just trying to fend off the attack from the Japanese here. So she's gone all the way to fourth place once all those other numbers dropped. I really like Maniwa's 6.27. That was the wave she fell on. But let's have another second look at Ali Harrison here, Bill.
Yeah, I really like that right hand skimming the top of the wave on the cutback. I reckon she has that game plan. She knows exactly what she needed to do, like you mentioned before. She only needs like a 1.63 or something to go up into second. She's definitely got that. And yeah, I reckon that would be the game plan. Get a half decent score in to back up that really good score at the beginning. I reckon she's got the job done.
Yeah, well, she started in first, held on to second for a while, dropped all the way to fourth. The Japanese are charging up the leaderboard. Ali will, I think, go back into the lead. She needs a 5 or something to do that. I think she gets it, or a high 4 to go all the way to first. And even though she did a lot of surfing on you know, a so-so wave, but hung in there. and I reckon she'll still extract a number to go into the lead.
Yep, if Jake Patterson is here, he would describe it as building house.
There we go. A 3.67, so didn't go there. The judges just rated all those turns a little flat. There was lots of cutbacks.
A little safe, maybe.
Yep, building house. There you go. Anyway, it's given the Japanese in third and fourth something to think about now and something to chase.
Yeah,
so this was the first score.
Yeah, this was 6.63. And you can see things a little more dangerous on that wave.
Yep.
A little bit more
Steeper
critical.
sections, yeah.
Yep.
All right, so now that leaves the surfer in red who's waving to the beach announcer needs a high 5. The Wakita in white needs a mid 5. The door is still well open for those two. Mania will be happy with that 6.27 to hold her in good stead in the lead. Just over 4 minutes. Following our next semi-final in the Pro Junior Women's, we start our series of finals, the run home. It will happen with our Pro Junior Men's. We have 3 Australians in that.
I can't wait.
Yep, and the sole Brazilian in Leo Casal.
Did you see Jarvis's tube?
I did, mate. That whole heat had so many good waves, it was ridiculous.
I think I might have distorted the microphone a bit. I got so excited. He's so good at it, isn't he?
His read on waves, his wave choice, everything. We've said it all day long, but here goes Simon Iwa trying to burn off a 4.93. This strong attack is some real pedigree surfing from Simon Iwa.
Yeah, that is impressive stuff, Mark. This bonus section on the inside, really racking off 1, 2, half a point, but definitely worth sticking with. So Simon Iwa getting the job done.
Yep, that's a good way to describe it. Just got that solid attack. The judges have been rewarding the top to bottom approach all week. And there it is. Did not balk at that first manoeuvre. Straight into a ripping second turn as well. For sure she'll throw a bit more distance between herself and the other 3 with this wave. Forget about the fall that happened right at the end, so no points credited to the last manoeuvre. Did strong stuff at the start, that's what matters. 3 minutes. So can red or white get those requirements in the mid-range 5s? Not a huge ask, but something pretty good's got to happen.
Oh, look at that. They all need mid-range 5s. 1, 2, and 3. 2, 3, and 4, rather.
So Maniwa's improvement there with the 5.83. So all the surfers are in the debate for second spot. They're all on screen, red, white, blue. Red does have top priority here, so Anon Matsuoka, we know she's got a pretty heavy back foot attack in the pocket. Ali's not prepared to sit around much longer. Here she goes now. She's just trying to upgrade a 3.67. A little touch of, got a little chop coming up the face on the first turn. Now stuff smooths over. This is much better for Ali. Unfortunately, only 2 sections. That little critical bog on the first hit could be a little costly, but here goes Anon.
Yeah, Anon racing down the line. I thought that was going to tube for a section. It doesn't matter because that first turn was a ripper. Dips their head again, puts the back foot into that one and repeats the dose for turn number 3 or 4. I've lost count. This wave's so long. You can see she's gone into the second part of the wave. That'll start to side this side and looking for the bonus inside spicy chicken section.
Well, it's getting towards lunchtime, Billy. I gather you're getting hungry, mate.
Well, this was the section that Rio did the spicy chicken claim, so it's been dubbed that now.
Good wave.
Thought it was going to tube there, but check out this first turn, Mark.
Yeah, no, it was all good. And definitely responding and answering the challenge here. I reckon Ali Harrison's got a few concerns. The last wave of Ali's, it was pretty good. There was a little fumble on the first turn, though, so Ali trying to burn off the 3.67. Anon here did lots of good surfing in the pocket. It's been her forte. I think things are going to get really close now between red and green. Needed a 5.85. I think
Ellie might be in a bit of trouble there.
I think so. 45 seconds. Sarah Wakita looking for an opportunity herself. He hits this wave of Ali. So watch this. That was a little bit unlucky. That
Beat
section
up on the way up.
The section was there, so she never got a crisp hit. The second hit really good. And then that was it. Yeah, in hindsight, I think Ali's got some worries.
22 seconds, 20 seconds now. And this is Sai Maniwa looking pretty comfy in the lead. Sarah all the way down in 4th spot. This is a smaller wave, but the surfing's beautiful. Really good style and functional, all these off the top speed line whips. So she only did a 5.48. There's a whole lot of scores to drop, as is the case with every heat just about for this whole contest. We'll find out the results after we come back from this ad break. Wherever you are in the world, stick with us, folks. Thank you and welcome back. This is semi-final number 2. It features Nanaho Suzuki, Willow Hardy, Kana Ashio and Kalani Johnson. That last heat, of course, a bunch of waves ridden in the last, say, minute or so. So we will be looking for the judges to finish that one up and tell us the results. This has been a recurring theme through this whole contest. A lot of waves ridden in the last, say, minute, 2 minutes or so, and then we're left hanging here, waiting for the judges to look at the replays, compare, score, separate, all that sort of stuff, and tell us the results. It's nerve-wracking here in the booth. It must be absolutely nail-biting for the athletes as they sit out there to learn their fate. Do they go on to the final, or do they go and watch with the rest of the field up in the competitors area? So we're still waiting on those scores. Our production team will have them flash across the screen as soon as they come in, and the other surfers sitting out there prepared to take on each other. It is an Australian, 2 Japanese and an Indonesian. Truly international flavour continues. I've just gone through the names. We're waiting for the scores, and I want to welcome back to the microphone the one and only Mark Cliff.
Well, it's a big crowd building up out there, Billy. I just went and had a little quick sniff around, and lots of people realise finals day is here, and the first final is up next with our Pro Junior men's Jarvis, Earle, Jamie Thomas, Leo Castle, Saxon, Reba. Now, those results of the last one, did we...
Balloon, not yet.
Hang on, there we go. Right there. Maniwa first, Wakita second.
Oh, wow.
That little wave at the end there from the little one in white was enough to delete Ali Harrison off the scoreboard and out of the event.
487. Wow.
So here we go. So this is the way it ended up. 2 Japanese, Simon Iwa and Sarah through. The Japanese in red moved into third. Ali Harrison started off in the lead, had the best number of the whole heat and couldn't capitalise. The second best number actually, because Wakita 717 to advance into second spot. So there we go. Team Japan will be pretty stoked with that.
Yeah, wow. Mate, the way they're going, it could be an all-Japanese affair in the final.
It could
Not
be.
if Willow Hardy or Kalane Johnson have anything to say about it.
No, there was only one Japanese. Well, there's two in this, so it could be that way. It could turn out, but I'm sure Kailani and Willow, yeah, like you said, they're going to have to dig deep here. The Japanese have got their feathers up, mate. They're charging hard.
Yeah, it's great to see.
Suzuki with a 9.93, best single score of the whole tournament across every division. Here goes Kailani.
Yep, here goes Jono. She will be looking to put together a more solid heat than she did last time. A couple of good wraps to start things off. Not going totally bananas, but solid surfing nonetheless. She's gone with the matching green board shorts and green rashi, which I really like.
Gee, she really leans that bottom turn over. You know, when we see the replay, Billy, a big feature of her surfing. It all starts with a strong bottom turn. She's definitely got that. That was Willow really quickly as well.
Yep, and our surfer in white, sorry about that, on her backhand buries the rail a little bit on the top of that, but it's made no difference. She definitely made the turn and made the drop. This wave getting a little bit sleepy through this section and doesn't want to stick with it. That is our surfer in white.
All right, so everybody, a bit of a start going on here. None better than Kailani Johnson for me. She got a number of pretty quality turns, so let's watch. This is the turn I'm talking about. In a minute, she gets these bottom turns going on that really set up this hit in the pocket.
Yeah, easy to watch.
Right there,
very
boom.
pleasant to watch. Yeah, that was a good last bottom turn, you're right.
All right, so Rich will be at home, her old man, and he'll be going, all right, okay, that's a good start. I think the best start out of everybody.
Kana. That was a pretty committed top turn. Buried the rail a little bit, but kind of made no difference. This wave, as I said before, getting a little bit dreary through this section. Doesn't like what she sees down the line, so catch you a bit later. I'm out the back.
Willow Hardy didn't see what happened at the start of this, so we might have to rehash the call on Kailani having the best number because Willow's tagged it twice and gives a little third spicy hit out there on the shoulder. So Willow's was a good attack. I like that as well. I think her wave offered perhaps slightly better hits than Jono. Just speculating. White with a 3.17. Suzuki, the real threat here. You know, she will be brimming with confidence, having boosted into a 9.93 for that in that last heat. That was insane. Willow had 2 8+ rides in her quarterfinal to put herself in this position.
Yet Nanaho yet to get going. She does hit out with priority though. That's our surfer in red. Suzuki and owner of the highest score, as you were saying?
Yep, Suzuki for sure. 9.93, mate. That included 3 10s in that outcome. Okay, Jono there, 5.33. We're yet to see the judges' thought on Willow, a 6.83. So, yep, Willow's wave offered those 2 big hits out the back. The judges have been hanging their hats on that sort of surfing all week, and a 1.5 better there for Willow Hardy. Very next matchup, mate. I think it's going to be a 25-minute final for the Pro Junior men's. It's 3 goofy footers up against the lone backhander, Jamie Thompson.
Wow. I like Jamie. He's a natural footer though.
No, well, he's out of Lavina, mate. He's a confident lad. He's out of North Narrabeen. He got a 9.2 in his semi-final. I just saw him out the back and he was just strutting around, boardies on, the rig out. Just yeah, I've got the, country road all the way Team Lavina, and he doesn't give a, you wouldn't even know that he's about to step into a final. He's just...
It's pretty relaxed, isn't he?
Such a relaxed dude, and he's not short of confidence. I like his act. He doesn't mind having a coconut or 2 in the afternoons after the job's done as well, so... Bit of lad factor in Jamie Thompson's effort. we've talked non-stop about Jarvis, Earle, so we'll give him a bit of a re-break. Somebody like a Saxon Reba
could spoil the party.
He could, because he's sort of slid under the radar. He does a lot of good surfing. He's got quite a solid snap in the pocket. The goofy footer, tall, lanky goofy. He could come up and ruffle some feathers here as sort of the quiet achiever featuring in the next final.
After a fast start, the waves have kind of died off. You can see the wake that fishing boat has brought through there. The one boat with a big engine on down at the boat harbour has just come through at the wrong time for these girls. But this is Suzuki now on her first wave. Big, deep bottom turn and a bit of a speed check to get things going. That's a better turn from our highest score getter. And racing down the line. Must spy something down there because he hasn't tried any turns. There is the lip, and again, just going
too late.
Bit of a belly flopper into the flats.
All right, and green now. So Jono leans that bottom turn over again and again. So starting to get a groove on. She'd realised she started the last heat pretty well. Kind of tucked in a little bit there. Had a bit of a think about a barrel. Utilised the section not too badly. Decent number, I think, for Jono. We're going to throw down to Giada for the winner of the last heat. So take it away, Giada.
I'm here with Sai, the winner of the last heat and another finalist. You know, you're in the final of the Pro Junior. It's finals day. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm really stoked to be in the final, and then like waves are pumping like as always. So yeah, I'm just wants to have fun. Yeah, in the final.
Is this your first final in the WSL?
No, this is my third time in the final.
So, what is your game plan now that you're in the final? Are you going to change anything or keep it all the same?
Well, yeah, so now I'm in the final, so yeah, I'm just going to try like the best I can do, and yeah, charging to the big waves and hollow section. So yeah, I'm so excited.
Is there anything you'd like to say to friends or family back at home?
Oh yeah, can I speak Japanese?
Of course.
Yeah. 応援ありがとうございます。波もすごく良くて、インドネシアでの皆さんのサポートも最高なので、引き続き自分のベストをできるように頑張るので、引き続き応援よろしくお願いいたします。
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Well, I reckon there's a bit of Australian in that accent. What do you think?
She's pretty handy with the English and does have a little bit of a funky slang thing going on there. So maybe spend a bit of time down under. But she's all smiles, mate, and she's made 3 finals now. So watch this space. Meanwhile, this is Suzuki. She drew 10s earlier from the judges. There was 3 of them. It averaged a 9.93 this morning, only a couple of hours ago. So she'll be seriously still in confident mode. That was the replay that didn't quite go well at the end. Jono's last wave for another 5, something I think a 5.07 here. So she's got a pair of 5s to be in the lead.
That second turn was a bit better, a bit snappy. I like that.
This is where she almost got the barrel thing going on.
Ooh, almost not.
Had a look. All right, so that was the 5.07, I think. There it is. So at this stage, into the lead, Willow with the best number. Suzuki's score yet to drop.
So 2 solid waves there by Kalani. We'll see what her game plan is now after that. Does she stick with the formula or does she go pushing it a little bit more?
All right, because she'd have to be pretty confident with the way she went earlier today. So it is time to unleash the shackles and put her best foot forward. There's 10 minutes remaining in the heat. Willow's sitting there and has done for some time. The 6.83 still standing up pretty well, and she's got to just add something to that. A 3.57 or anything better than that will drop Jono out of the lead. So I think we've got another score for red to come. Is that right, Billy?
Not too sure.
Okay. All right. 10 minutes to go before our first final 25-minute matchup. Men's Pro Juniors. Following that, these women Pro Juniors will hit it. Then the women's QS 5000 and finishing the whole program with the men's 5000 coming up later on that final. Waves are still firing, mate. It is, what is it, about 22-12 here on finals day Friday. Willow Hardy now swings into it and cashes in her priority. Good looking wave for young Willow. I'm sure her mum and sister in Bali will be watching. Her dad's down here filming everything. Jean, what a going for the Dad of the Week award.
Oh, that's a good turn and rides out of it. That is Willow Hardy from Margaret River.
Well
Not
done.
a stranger to left-handers and really well put together wave and a little bit of drama right at the end. The judges love that and the surfers love that.
You can see Green waiting in the next heat. Saxon Reba ready to kick things off. Willow Hardy's action replay, Billy.
Really impressed with it, mate. Off to a strong start and then not putting a foot wrong. Looking back towards that whitewater, I kind of like it. They're a bit out on the shoulder these turns, but solid nonetheless. Keeping really busy. That's a better turn from the young lass. Eyes off this section, hits the lip and rides out of it. You can tell she has been surfing most of her life.
All right, here we go. This would be live action now from Kana. Only got a 317 to kick off a campaign, so a better wave. This section starting to grow. It's giving her plenty of opportunity just to hang in there, try and add something, but it doesn't steepen up enough. What does this inside track do here, Billy? No, that's out in deep water, so out she goes.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting sort of come in for our surfer in blue. So after this one, mate, we've got 4 to go.
Yep, all finals. 2 of them will be 25-minute jobs. And then the big ones, I think, will be at 30, I think it said on our press release. Anyway, let's stick with this. Oh, look at that nice turn here from Suzuki. Bam, jams one in the pocket. A replay here going on. So somewhere down the line we missed this wave. This is a replay. So once again, this is where she left off. Once again, just a little late on the end hit. So I wonder where this score factors in.
That
We might have missed that.
Been a recurring theme that to absolutely getting belted on the end section, but the work was already done. And that could really shake things up, that last wave. It must have slipped in between us when we were watching the replays. But Nanamo, really solid stuff. Maybe, yeah, Bonnie.
No, he's not. Anyway, let's have a look at this. A couple of spots up for grabs to join Sarah and Sai.
Look at that bottom turn, Mark.
Yeah, no, she does really undeniably strong surfing, and she loves to attack this lip. So this is going to be a big score, mate. And there was 2 of them, regardless of this fall here at the end. Got a little bit belted. I'm still tipping. Pretty good number out of Suzuki.
Yep, judges taking their time on that one.
I think it's a no-brainer for me, mate. Those 2 hits were really strong. You know, we saw Willow 683. The wave wasn't as steep as that. Even though she did a couple of good turns out the back, so did Suzuki. You can see Jono there just having a moment to take a breath. In the lead. She needs to upgrade a 507. Might see a little change on the leaderboard once Suzuki's score drops. Some big crowd starting to build up out there, Billy. I noticed before a lot of Indonesians have come down here to pay homage to finals day.
Right on.
I imagine there's a big prezzo going to go on out the back here. They've got the big tent up to, should it rain, they've gone and taken the initiative to get the tent going on. They want their prezzo to go well. They love a ceremony, as we were confirming earlier. There will be something going on down here this afternoon, which is why a lot of the Indonesians have sensed the ceremony. Down they've come. It's lunchtime down here at the point.
Love a festive. And Kalani Johnson. All right, a couple of solid waves under her belt already. Kind of let goes with that turn. Pushing the limit on this one. She's seen the wave from Suzuki, and that was a ripper. She's going to have to pull out all the stops here if she wants to progress, and just gets clipped on the ankles there. She'll be absolutely spewing.
All right, so meanwhile, Willow's got a second score as well, a 6-5. The score, the 8-1-7 from Suzuki. So Jono's got some immediate concerns here. This wave needed to answer back. She was sitting at the top of the leaderboard just a moment ago. Stuff's changed big time. It didn't go as scripted here for Kailani. That's danger.
Bit of an ankle tap there. But looks like she was releasing the Kraken before that. And we'll see if the judges reward her better than a 5.05. 5.07 rather.
So what I'm seeing out of all this so far, mate, is this Suzuki. You know, the surfing she's doing, the judges are just absolutely loving it. That 8-1-7, that was the fall off. She was on her way to a 9+ score again. Brimming with confidence after putting a 9.93 together earlier. She's only got to get steep sections. The turn she's doing for me is more brutal than any other girl, any of the other female surfers. Willow Hardy, she's got a different approach. She surfs differently to Suzuki. She's facing the wave for a start, so it's a little harder to get right up in the pocket and vertical. 12 o'clock, I think that's the advantage the backhanders have here.
And that 8-1-7 was a big set wave too, mate.
Here she goes. That's the turn. Forget about the fact that she's fallen. She's got that move in a belt, under a belt, and if she gets the waves in the final, I reckon a serious threat. You know, Willow's beating her at this stage. They went the 1-2 in the last heat. They're right there again here. Suzuki just has... you know, and I love the way Willow goes about it. I'm just thinking quite achiever. Something to really like about the X factor that Suzuki brings. Jono will be spewing that she's dropped into third. She's had a couple of chances here. Needs a 7.64.
5.33 for that last wave.
Okay, so a minor upgrade there for Kalani, but not enough. All right, who's got priority? It is Nakashio in fourth. That's a huge number. I'm not sure. He's going to need a real good wave here to get out of trouble. Paddling. This is her cashing in priority with 1 minute remaining. She's really going to have to get up there and stab this first section because an 8.77 is a huge score. Some good driving bottom turns, some manoeuvring going on in the pocket. It's not Suzuki sort of brutal, but it kind of fits in pretty well. I don't think she's going to move out of fourth. Nice try, just not kind of a steep enough wave. 35 seconds built. Either way, Willow and Suzuki will be pretty happy the way things have panned out. Jono's had her chances.
Yeah, it looks like red and green sitting out there together, so there is no way on earth that Suzuki will let her get a wave without a bit of shoulder-to-shoulder action. There's only 21 seconds remaining anyhow. Looks like well done to Willow Hardy and Nanoho Suzuki. So Willow Hardy, the only non-Japanese in the final. Super exciting.
Yeah, Willow doing it for the West Siders, flying the Australian flag. I'm sure the crew in Margaret River that are watching will be going, yay, go Willow. We're going to have a break and then we're going to cross over to this amazing men's final in the Pro Junior. So stand by for that crazy action. See you in 1 minute.
right, you are with us live, and the good news is our first final is in the water. It is the men's, the junior men's, the Pro Junior. It features Jarvis, Earle, also Jamie Thompson, Leo Casal, and Saxon Reba. What do you think of that?
Wow, what a great final. And it is our first one. They're all out there, and I'm sure everyone's excited. I was just down at the beach, and there's a huge crowd forming, so everyone's here to watch it. And the waves are pumping. The sun is not out. And this is the first wave of our surfer, Leo Casal. Talk us through, Billy.
Yeah, Leo, always strong, always fast and very focused. Expecting big things out of him for this final. He is traveling solo and just does a bit of a wheelie and a bit of a chucking the splits at the end there, but he didn't fall off. Heaps of speed. It's a smaller inside grower, but he did the best with it. The lone Brazilian in this final. Traveling solo. Fantastic.
Yeah, the lone Brazilian in the whole event.
Yeah. Now we have an Italian.
And there's just a quick mistake.
Unless Jarvis Earle has had a wearing a wig, something's going on there. This is Saxon Reba. He's opening his account for this final. A lot of bragging rights and a bit of coin on the line. That's a beautiful looking style, a great snap, and follows it up again. Now he's got his groove on and his rhythm. Our surfer in green, Saxon Reba, has a look over the side. He's pretty relaxed. He's pretty in the groove, loving the moment. Oh, it's going to get good. I love finals time. We've only got 4 heats to go, and this one I was really looking forward to.
Yes, you know, we have some standouts. All 4 surfers have been standout of this whole event, and that last wave from Saxon Reba was really nice, and it's a great way to start off his finals. Wow, the waves are incredible. It's been on glassy all morning, as this is our surfer Leo Casal from Brazil on a great looking wave. Billy, talk us through this one.
He's in the tube. He's got to work to get out of it. He does. It's a little bit bumpy. You saw the front of his board come out, but it just swallowed him whole there. That would have been an absolute keeper for Leo Casal. He's an exciting surfer. He's a great young man, and he's not going to lay down and let the rest of these guys walk all over him.
Oh, I agree. Leo Casal, he is definitely, you know, one of those standouts that has won so many heats. I've done many post-heat interviews with him. He's always happy to be here. He loves it, and it's his second time, as this is the replay of his last wave. 2 great opening turns, and just tries to pull into the barrel.
You see, he almost pops out at the end there. You see the white rashy.
Oh,
look, there he is, right there.
Gets clipped. Oh, that would have been such a great wave to see him finish off.
It would have been cool as.
You know, I was down there, and there is a big crowd forming around.
Excellent.
So it's going to be interesting to see what the crowds, who they will cheer on as well, and who they're going to be asking selfies from.
I would tip everybody, including yourself. I haven't been asked for one. I see you get mobbed every time you leave the commentary booth.
It takes me 20 minutes to walk 5 meters.
All right, it is the lone natural footer out there, Jamie Thompson, with priority. He's yet to get a wave. Leo Casal's best at 4.17 and Saxon Reba at 2.17. That scoring tablet will expand, and we can see the first and second waves. Early times, 25-minute final for this Pro Junior men's.
Yes, they've really early. We just started as we wait for our surfers Jamie Thompson and Jarvis Earle to catch their first waves in this final, you know. And Jamie Thompson's first wave comes out at 8.6.
Wow, I should have seen that.
Unfortunately, we did not get to see the replay of Jamie Thompson's first wave, but wow, what a way to start this final. Billy, what do you think?
I think he's got a big smile on his face, that's for sure. And if this is live action, he is looking to back that up. Here will be some bragging rights. 3 goofy footers against a natural footer.
Here is that replay we were waiting for. Jamie Thompson on his backside. Wow, this turn has taken him all the way to the finals with an 8.6. Great surfing, so sharp, so in time, and there was his smile when he finished it. He knew it was a good score.
Well, he did it yesterday, and he's doing it today. They're not long waves, but every turn on those scoring waves are solid and dramatic, and a little bit of flex from the big man at the end there. I love it. Jamie Thompson on his backhand and showing the goofy footers how it's done.
I do love to see that smile at the end of his wave, showing that he is also having fun out there.
Jarvis Earle, he has been on fire this entire event, and here he goes on his forehand. The kid is electric. He's got a big smile, and he's got a massive turn like that one. I'm loving the drone shots as he wraps it around, trying to find something to hit. Way out on the face now, a full roundhouse cutty. That sets him up for that turn right there, which is a bit of a tail slide. So you can see his surfing pedigree right there, but I'm not sure of the score of that wave. It's pretty hard to tell from the top. I'd love to see that front view.
Yeah, sometimes those waves from the drone shot look a little different to what it actually is. As we see the heat replay of Jarvis Earle's first wave, wow, what a great start to his final as well. That beautiful wrap he does, always coming back to the whitewash and getting that power to do his turns. You know, such a great surfer, such well-timed turns.
Yeah, tip I got was to try and stay within a metre of that white water, of that breaking part of the wave. You know, if you can do that, it's going to offer those big sections to hit.
Yep.
I mean, we saw Jarvis go out onto the face, but his cutback was that sharp and that electric, it's almost worth doing. And when he rebounded off the whitewater, it was way deep, so he could bottom turn around it and find that pocket. Hard to do out here, all the surfers have been remarking, but it is the natural footer now. Jamie Thompson opens up with a big lip bash, looking for it again, he finds it. You can almost see the smile on his face from here. This is not a bad way to start your backup score. A couple of 3 turns and he's back out there. He's got the kick on, he's got the body language, he's looking confident. Have a look at it from the front, Jada.
Here is the replay. You know, it's funny that the drone shot makes the wave look quite a lot smaller than what it actually is. His turns are some of my favorites that I've seen throughout this contest. Just 3 turns, but so powerful, and I'll be excited to see what the judges score him for that.
I reckon he's going straight to first.
I think so too, as he's in second with only 1 wave.
Yeah, Jarvis Earle out there with a 6.83 and that 5.60. And in fact, there it goes, a flat 8. So Jamie Thompson straight to the front as we watch the Brazilian on the inside now applying his trade. His trade is bashing lips, and he's just done it again.
Wow.
Leo Casal, he's just a bit of a flex and a bit of a thing to the judging tower. I don't know what that does, but I like it.
Wow.
That's going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons also. Good deep bottom turn there, Giada.
Yeah, what a wave from Leo Casal. You know, really throwing in that variety in this last turn. Wow, what a turn from our Brazilian surfer, just out there flexing, showing what's up, you know, like he's going back into this. He's currently in Como, but I don't think he will be for much longer after that last wave.
It sounds strange, but it's weird to see Jamie Thompson without a 9 next to his name.
Yeah, he has been posting some great heats, you know, and he almost seems unstoppable.
Yeah.
As does our Jarvis Earle.
Yeah, well, you would probably give him the heat now, unless there was those 3 guys below him.
Yeah.
All those kids capable of anything, especially that one in red, Jarvis Earle. He loves a tube, and it's starting to tube now.
Yes, I'm sure it is starting to tube now, and it's gonna be, you know, the tide is going down, and it's some great heats coming up. All our categories are in the finals, so it's gonna be a great afternoon of surfing here in Krui.
That's right. After this one, we've got 3 to go. All finals, all big consequence.
Yes.
And all points on the line.
Yes, in our next final, we have 3 Japanese surfers and the Australian Will Hardy.
Willow Hardy has her work cut out for her there, I can tell you.
Yes, we'll see who manages to take the win in that one. But for now, we are still in 12 minutes 40 seconds of this final, the Pro Junior Men. As we see
Saxon sitting out there with priority.
Yep.
He kind of let that one as a bit of a slider. You can see that.
Yeah, just not happy with what he was seeing on that one, but we see a big set coming out the back.
So tasty, Jada. Talk us through this thing.
Oh my God, looking at this makes me want to cry. He starts off nice and smooth. We'll see what this wave offers him. Wow, those are some great turns.
Oi.
Wow. He does a floater just to give those judges some variety, and just pulls off maybe the wave just running out on him. As this is our Brazilian surfers take us through Billy.
Yeah, look at him. He's getting going. He's got lots of speed. He's not afraid of the lip. Every turn he's looking to bash it, and he does that. Chucks a bit of a wheelie, makes it. Come on, give us a flex. He doesn't. Leo Casal, the entertainer and the deliverer. Man, this Brazilian kid is exciting. If anyone's going to take it to Jarvis, Earle and Jamie Thompson, it's him. And this is Saxon Reba, a bit of a setup turn there. He spies the lip. Really classy turn. And this is that floater we saw from above.
Wow.
There are floaters and then there's big roof rides like that. That was super impressive. Mark Sainsbury, bless your soul, son. Thank you very much.
As this is the replay of our surfer Leo Casal from Brazil, our lone Brazilian, and he does a first wrap. He hits the second one, gets slightly stuck on the top, I think, and just almost falls on this second one. But we are waiting for those scores to see the situation, as we're only on 10 minutes 40 seconds remaining in this heat.
Well, as predicted, everyone is having a crack and everyone's kicked a goal. Look at that score from Saxon Reba. Judges lapping it up with a 6.57. How do you like that?
Wow, I think most of that score came from that floater.
It was exciting to watch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Something we haven't seen a lot of, because those floaters, when you do them in that fashion, that's kind of how far you go on the wave, you know. It's not a projecting down the line sort of maneuver, but that was really exciting. Jamie Thompson still in the lead. Jarvis Earle now with the work to do. Let's revisit that that leaders board, because it's shuffling around like a jukebox. Leo Casal now with that 7.27. That was a great wave that he had. He is now in second position. So Jarvis Earle, the whiz kid, needs a 9.77 to first.
Yeah, and our
second place doesn't matter now.
No, second place doesn't matter. It's all about first place, and our surfer in green is in combo for that first position.
Unbelievable.
What a way to start our finals. It's exciting stuff coming through, as after this we have the Pro Junior Women final, and we're going to the Open.
Can't wait.
It's going to be a great day. Afternoon, of action, as we're finishing early. For the first time ever.
Yay. I think it's staff surf day after this contest.
Oh, yes.
All competitors are banned from going onto the lineup.
I agree.
I hope you give me a wave.
I'm super friendly out there. I just come from Canggu. That doesn't make me a snake.
All right, we digress. This is the first final of the Krui Pro 2022. We've got a whole lot of people to thank, and if without their support, none of this action would be possible. This is Jarvis Earle scratching into it. We'll get to those thank yous a bit later. He gets lots of speed. He's going to have to do something pretty special to get out of this situation. There's a 9.77 to take this whole event out. Starts off with that speed turn. Buries the rail on that one. A nice high return on that cutback. Spies something here. Might go to the air. No, he just does that bit of a tail drift. That was super impressive. This wave continues to deliver, and he continues to pat two dogs at once. And we'll see where that places him. It might narrow his requirement. I saw someone surfing out the back. I don't know who it was.
I'm pretty sure it was Jamie Thompson just pulling off of that wave as I see my friend Keon Martin.
Oh, look at him. What a little ripper.
Oh.
Doing caddy duties for somebody. Maybe it is
Leo Casal.
Leo, yep. Here we go. This is Jamie Thompson. Maybe the wave will be missed. Straight into attack mode.
Yep.
To his feet, straight vertical. I love that. This is how you get good points, and this is how it puts you in that position. It's a really fast whip. His board speed's incredible through those turns.
Wow.
And we see it looks like a surf video right here. Jamie Thompson delivering. Oh, the country road specialist is doing really well. I'll let you into that little secret in a second as we watch this action. Giada, I'll do it right now. So he has agreed if he wins the final, he's going to sing Country Road at the presentation.
Oh no way! I'm excited to see that. I hope
I'm
he
excited.
wins.
I don't think he'll deliver. It could have been Coconut Talk, but we'll see how we go. This is Jarvis Earle, Giada.
This is our surfer Jarvis Earle, been smashing heats all week, and you know, looking for a 9.77 to go into first.
Oh, that was such a good.
Wow, that was definitely the money turn of that wave. Let's see what the judges think as he pulls off and paddles back out. And as we miss a surfer wave from our Brazilian surfer in white.
Oh, chucks it up, turns it around, but comes off the back of the wave. Saxon River is in action right here, Giada.
This is a non-stop heat. Our surfer Saxon just gets unstuck on that second turn. You know, something I've noticed that I haven't seen many people go for the air out here. Why do you think that is so?
Well, it's a high-risk manoeuvre, and you're putting at risk all those scoring potential down the line. But Jarvis Earle, really sharp, really vertical. He's in a bit of a pickle to get this first place, but with surfing like this, he gives every chance. What's he got for us at the end? Just a bit of a Larry, hand flare, and a penny to finish it off. Jarvis Earle, a 9.77. I'm not sure that's going to do it for him.
I think he has a little bit more work to do to go against Jamie Thompson's backside. Those turns that Jamie Thompson has been giving us are incredible. You are right. It is like watching a surf movie.
Yeah.
Here is the replay of our surfer in green, Saxon Weber. Great looking wave and surfing from.
Oh, that's a ripper.
Yeah, just comes unstuck. Wow, there is a lot of work for the judges to do, and I'm just happy I'm not one of them.
It's mayhem in that tower. The big long point break, this left-hand point break, there can be 2, maybe 3 people riding a wave at once. So there's a lot of first turn. What is it? But it's all under control under the supervision of the WSL judges.
Our surfing green again, Saxon Weber. A quick almost tried to pull into that little barrel. You know, he caught that wave pretty fast, comparing that he just fell off of one. But as you saw earlier, the crowd is forming down here at Krui Beach. Here is the replay of our surfer in green.
Yeah, almost that beautiful little style there. A la Craig Anderson had to readjust his feet on that one and lost a bit of momentum.
Yes.
Now I'm going to quickly do this way that we're catching our breath. There's a whole lot of people we want to thank. It is finals time, so the government and the province of the west coast of Lampung, we really thank you for your hospitality. The Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economic of the Republic of Indonesia, thank you for your help. We are looking at the governor of Lampung. He's an absolute rock star. Thank you. PT Telkom Indonesia, Telkomsel Indonesia, and the PLN, the Electric Company of Indonesia. Thank you for your help as we watch Leo Casal on a bit of a medium small wave there. He finishes it. A couple of other people we have to thank Earth Island. Thank you guys for your sponsorship and your little pockets of wisdom through the week. And also Garuda International. They are the official travel partner of the ASC and these QS 5000s. Doing a bang up job. There's 3.5 minutes left in this one. You having a good finals day, Giada?
Yes, it's been the most entertaining day of surfing. I think it has been non-stop and the best day of waves, if I would say so myself.
Oh, 100%. I think you're right. Everybody is able to push those turns as hard as they can. We've seen people in tubes seen people going to the air. It's not a survival at sea scenario that we saw at the beginning of this contest, and those larger waves kind of restrict the manoeuvres into those shoulder hugging cutbacks and cut downs. We've seen a lot more variety in today. Krui has delivered.
Yes, Krui has delivered and is delivering at the moment as we see more waves. There has not been a single pause in this heat. The judges must be overflowing with scores right now.
Ty Grigson doing a great job up there, our head judge, joined by Will Hayden-Smith and a bunch of other WSL judges.
Yes, only 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 15 seconds in this last heat. As it seems as though Jamie Thompson has increased the score.
Wow, 8-4-0. Wow, he's got rid of an 8. He's had a throwaway 8. He's got 8-6-0 and an 8-4-0. The natural footer is dominating these list of goofy footers. Mark Clift is pumping his fist because goofy footers will not take that first place podium. Jarvis Earle back up where he belongs in second place. He still needs a 9.73 to get first, believe it or not. Saxon Reba down there in fourth, and our Brazilian surfer, he needs a 9.73 also. So massive scores needed by all three surfers to take that first position out. Here is Saxon
Reber, who is currently actually in combination right now. He is on a great looking wave, and we'll just see him. I don't think that was the type of wave he was looking for. As we did see Jamie Thompson with priority not paddle for it, so maybe he had a little bit more insight about what was going on.
Maybe he's tired. He's got a bag full of 9s and a bag full of 8s. He's maybe it's job done with a minute to go.
Yes,
he's got to save his energy to sing Country Road on the podium.
50 seconds remaining in the first final of this event. The Krui Pro, it's been a great week. 40 seconds as we see this wave go down by itself. Oh, just by itself, that lone wave.
Yep, you could have been on that.
I could have. I will definitely be later.
Right on, 30 seconds to run. It looks like congratulations to Jamie Thompson, unless something totally miraculous happens. The natural footer from North Narra has put on a clinic as we watch Leo go through the motions. He has put the rest of the field to the sword. Congratulations to the long, gangly, powerful natural footer, Jamie Thompson. It's been a pleasure. First final out of the way. We're going to bring in Oni Onwa to join you, Jada. I'm going to have a break, and I'll be back with Mark Clift for the final two banging finals. We'll be back soon.
Thank you so much.
Check 1 2 1 2.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Krui Pro. We are currently watching the women's junior final. I am in here with my friend Oni Anwar.
What's up, Jada?
So we have in this final 3 Japanese and 1 Australian. We have Sara Wakita We have Sai Maniwa, Willow Hardy, and Nanaho Tsuzuki.
Oh my God, there's so many Japanese and one Australian in this final.
Yeah, it's going to be a great final to watch as it's the second one. Congratulations to Jamie Thompson on winning that last final for the men's Pro Junior. So we will be finishing everything off today.
Oh yeah, we're gonna watch a lot of good surfing today. I especially want to say thanks to all the what's it called, pemerintah daerah Kabupaten Pesisir Barat, Provinsi Lampung, and Kementerian Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif Republik of Indonesia. And also I want to say thank you, terima kasih kepada Bapak Gubernur Lampung dan semua PT Telkomsel, PT perusahaan listrik PLN. We need like the electricity here, and of course we would like say thank you so much to all the locals welcoming us in their village here and the great waves, and everybody's having fun. It's our final day for the WQS, and we're watching the final of the junior woman. And of course we'll say thank you sponsor Earth Island and Garuda Indonesia to get us all the way here. Giada, so, and how's your day?
I have been having a great day. I've been talking to all the quarterfinalists, semifinalists, and later I will be interviewing the finalists of the Open. So I'm very excited. It's been a great day of waves. It's been pumping. It's still glassy, and there has been non-stop action out there.
Nice, and here we go. We got, what's her name again?
This is Suzuki.
Suzuki, but what's her first name? I want to know. One of the Japanese surfer. Anyway, she's ripping.
Nanaho Suzuki.
Nanaho Suzuki. Whoppa! Alright, I like that surfing. Can she make it? Unfortunately not.
Fortunately, it just gets unstuck. You know, I was talking to Sara Wakita earlier in this heat. She was raised in Hawaii, but now living in Japan, and says she's loving it, and she represents Japan in surfing, and would like to compete in the ISA Worlds, as we see our surfer in red, Sai Maniwa, on her backhand. Wow, what a great wave! Talk us through, Oni.
すごいね。サフィナ。これはソイマニは ripping all the way to the shore. So I'm trying to speak Japanese there. So
What did you say?
Say, oh my God, so good. I don't want to tell you more. Anyway, I'm so bad at translating, but if you don't speak Japanese, so shame on you.
Oh, thanks. Thank
So,
you.
yeah, Sara Kita, she's a ripper, and this is red, the replay of last heat. No, this is heat.
Yeah, this is the replay of the current heat. This is our surfer in red, Sai Maniwa. Living in Australia, but Japanese surfer, a beautiful person inside and out, and she is killing this wave as she took it all the way to the inside. We'll be seeing what the judges want. As we see Sara Wakita on a bomb right now. Talk us through. Oh,
Yeah, I mean, like, look, she charges, her dad is like one of the pipeline chargers. I think he has his own takeoff zone in pipeline in Hawaii, so he's well-respected family. And here you go, Willow Hardy from WA.
This is our lone Australian surfer, the only one in the final with the 3 other Japanese on her front side as she takes this one all the way down. Nice finishing from our junior surfer, Willow Hardy.
Oh,
And
this says big, huh?
this is the
I like
replay of Sara Wakita's wave.
She's a small girl if you want, only look how bottom turn that. Ooh, I like it. She's I like watching her surf in the right point break also.
Yes, Sara Wakita, a great surfer. I have definitely seen some amazing results and surfing come from our Japanese surfer in blue.
Yeah.
Still waiting for those first few scores to come in for the finalists. Still a lot of time, 18 minutes, 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And this is Krui, everyone. This is what we're where we currently are.
Yep. See all the locals down there come in and watch. Inspiring a lot the local people to surf. Yesterday I was surfing in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a couple of locals boys surfing, so I was like, yeah, I like to see this more, you know. So we're coming all the way here to show and that everybody should be surfing, not
Yeah.
sitting and play games at home.
Yeah, I
And,
agree.
yeah, it's so good. What's up, everyone? Here's me. Here's Jada.
Hello.
Oni.
We,
Alright, alright.
We're here at the Krui Pro. It's been a great week of surfing, Oni.
Yep.
Tell us some of your favorite parts of this week.
My favorite part of this week? Oh man, too many. It's
Too
too much.
many.
But because
I can tell you one of mine is
Oh, yeah, tell
Made Joy's Wipeout.
Oh yes, actually that's also really good. But I was surfing Mandiri like 2 days ago. That's also good with the boys and everyone's out there. All the Aussies and Indos. We have our own little banks. You know, this Mandiri is like a beach break, but a lot of big barrels on that beach break, and everybody have their own banks. That's probably the one of the highlight too.
As the first wave for the surfer in red came in at a 7.5. She's definitely going to be feeling quite confident after that.
Yeah, 7.5 by red. Oh my.
A great wave surfed by our surfer Sai Maniwa.
Here's the sets coming out the back. Who's gonna get it? Purdy is wide. Oh, let it go. Sarah Kita in second birdie. I think she's on the wider one. Some bigger set on the wider one. And okay, who's paddling? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no.
Just taking a quick look at that wave.
It's so easy to watch from here, like, hey, why don't they take the wave? But actually, probably a fat one, you know. So, for everyone who's watching, for me, it's the same view as you watch and what I see right now. But on the beach, you can see the whole thing. The wave can run. Just look at the back, some barrels.
Yeah, there's some great waves out there. I was just telling Billy, I think this is probably the best day of waves we've had since we've gotten here. I mean, definitely the most perfect conditions.
Yeah, I want to see people go into the green room, like
Yeah.
Jarvis this morning in semis. He got some into the green room, a small green room.
We also haven't seen many people go for the air.
Oh yeah, I talked to Jesse before he paddled out. Hey bruh, there's some airs. And it's like, oh really? Is there wind? It's like, nah, you don't need wind. You can do it without a wind. So let's wait and see what Jesse Mendes can do in the final with Billy Sturdman.
Yeah, we'll see another great final. It'll be a regular versus a goofy, so we'll see who takes the top in that heat as well. But that is all coming in later as we're going just under 15 minutes left in this second final of the day. We have our surfers in white, red, and blue on the screen, waiting to start off and start surfing again.
Yeah. I guess you definitely going for Jesse because he's a goofy footer and you good for I don't know who I want to go with.
And he's Italian.
Oh, Italian. Pasta.
So I'll be cheering for Jessie on that next one as we see Willow Hardy. Talk us through, Oni.
Wow. And she throw that first turn. Oh, another one. That's probably a really good turn if you look at from underneath. And well, that's good enough already. Probably put her into first or second. Wow, still going.
I do
Man.
believe after this wave, I personally believe she will be going into the first position as she already has a 4.53.
Oh, yes. Oh, she hit it.
What a great wave from our surfer Willow Hardy. And right behind her, our Japanese surfer Nanaho Tsuzuki in green. on her backside, just going for a kickflip or
I love it. Girls are pushing the limit. This paddle battle.
I would love to see the replay of Willow Hardy from the beach. This is our surfer in green. Let's see what she did, as we did not see her first part.
I love that grab the rail, hey, when the
Yeah.
bottom turn the cup. This girl has a really good style. Look at this. Oh, deep and man, I like it. Japanese are going for it. Look at this one. Wow.
Yeah, great style from our Japanese surfer.
Oh, sick. It's trying to chop up.
This is Willow Hardy. Talk us through as we saw it from the
Yep.
drone.
You know, like, I think this score is going to be high because she went into the bucket. She's hitting all the way to the bucket. And see, this wave will link up more, yeah? Right here. Oh. Willow Hardy from WA. The family of Bunga and Billy. Okay, here you go. Boom. She's a grommet. She's only super young.
She is 14 or 15 years
Yeah.
old, so still a very young girl. She's very happy to be here. Comes from WA.
Yeah.
I have been told she comes from a line of big wave surfers, which is great to see her here in the final. Charging the first few days when it was big here. And this is our surfer, Sara Wakita. I love her style, and on her backside just comes unstuck. But I'll be hoping to see a little bit more of her before this heat ends.
I know. She's one of my favorite surfer. The style. Look at this one. Red, our currently heat leader.
This is Sai Maniwa. She is on her backside, a very strong, powerful surfer, and has been doing some great heats here. Let's see if she can finish that off. Just gets exploded in the whitewash. And we'll have an interview with our last heat winner now.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce Jamie Thompson. You are the winner of the Pro Junior, my man. Give me some skin.
I'll leave you hanging, mate. I'll leave you hanging. Yeah, no.
How the hell are you feeling?
That was pretty good, you know. It was pretty much one of the best heats I've surfed, one of the smartest ones, I think. Just good wave selection and kind of try to push my turns a lot more, especially being in a final with all those boys. They've been dropping hammers all week, so yeah, it's pretty scary actually.
Well, more to the point, you seem to do your best work when you don't sleep a lot. Is that your theory you took into finals day?
Yeah, look, I've had some fun over here, you know. You can't let anything go to waste.
All right, Matt Kettle's your coach. He was pretty pumped, mate, so all good.
Yeah, Matty's great. You know, he's been here before every heat, always writing down notes, always knows what's going on, so it's been great to have him here. Thanks heaps, Matty.
And out of North Narrabeen, there'd be a few of your mates at home watching. What would you like to say to them?
Yeah, all the boys at home. I don't know, Ned, Ethan, even James Tomo sent me a message. Shout out to all those boys. But yeah, thanks heaps to everyone for all the support and watching the whole week. It's been awesome.
All right, and one last thing, out of Team Lavina, down there, the surf camp we've all been staying at, you said if you won this, you were going to karaoke. Are we going to get a country road rendition out of you at the presentations?
I think we might have to get it going up on the stage. I heard even Jesse Mendes is going to make an appearance for this one if he takes it out, so we'll see what happens.
All right, everybody stand by for a really bad version of Country Road during the prezos. Good on you, Jamie. You're an absolute lad. Thank you.
Yes.
Everybody, Jamie Thompson, good work.
Great event, and he surfed so well in that last heat. What do you think, Oni?
Yeah, I mean, I would be so stoked too if I was him. And yeah, congrats, champ. He's been ripping the whole event. He almost like take on QS as well. But yeah, I mean, next time he's only a junior, so I'm looking forward to see more of him.
As this is our surfer Sara Wakita on her backside on a great looking wave. Let's see if she managed to finish this off. Beautifully surfed, our Japanese surfer Sara Wakita. it'll be. I'm excited to see some of the scores drop and what the situation currently is.
Yep.
As the wave runs beautifully by herself.
I know. I just don't like watching it here, but ladies and gentlemen, how great is this? This is Krui, just a pro junior.
Yes.
Imagine there's a QS coming. We have a QS woman next year. Final.
Coming up is the QS women's final.
And it will be 2 women, yeah, in the water.
2 women's
Yep.
for half an hour
Yeah.
by themselves out there.
I know, and I was I'm coaching one of the finalists, Earle right now. I was just talking to her, like how excited she is, but she also is tired. She surfed like 5 times today.
Yeah.
Imagine like surfing all week, every day, a lot of different heats. There's so much energy, and yeah, she's really excited to surf against Sophie from Australia. Yeah, that's exciting. Let's see what she can do.
Yes, Sophie McCullough. Another highlight heat of hers that she passed one of her quarters in the last dying seconds of her heat, needing a 4 or a 5 and got a 7.5. It was a great heat to watch. As we see our surfer in green with priority taking off on this wave. Talk us through, Oni.
I like her bottom turn, this guy. Oh, I don't know where she's going.
Here.
Nanaho Suzuki, you are my favorite surfer too. Look, she's going fast. Okay, here we go. Wow. Damn. Can she make it?
Oh,
Yes.
she made it.
You're my hero.
Wow.
Yes. She actually made that turn. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see what score she needs.
Let's see if the judges count that as a completion. We will see. I definitely count it.
If I was a judge, I would give her, she has a
me
style,
too.
bottom turn.
A nice smile at the end as well to finish off that
She
turn.
smile.
Yeah. This is the replay of our surfer in green, Nanaho Suzuki. On her backside, you're right, a beautiful bottom turn, so low with the center of gravity. And this is when she finishes off, just somehow makes it out of that.
Yes, he climbed it. Yeah, I think that's a definitely a make. Judge can be so critical though with those kind of things.
Yeah, it's
hey, she did it.
It'll be nice to see what she got
Is it out
for
yet?
that last one. As another one from Willow Hardy. Talk us through, Oni.
I love how bright her board is. Next board I'm gonna spray my board like that so fast. That board is, that wave is too fast.
As Willow Hardy did get an 8 on her last one, taking her straight to first place. The other girls second, only needing a 5.04 to jump to first. Second doesn't matter anymore in this heat. It's all about first place.
Exactly. No one remembers second. But sorry guys, we are watching out there. But Willow Hardy is currently in first place. Got 8 point, and I'm sure she want to replace that 4.53. I think she can do it, but red is looking for small score. So let's see. Oh, okay, here's the Saimaniwa. She's looking for 5. Okay, you can see that to advance. To win, to advance or to win?
To win.
Yeah. To
no
be
more
a winner.
advancing. It's just winning now.
Yep. No more advancing.
Yes, our surfer Willow Hardy, she'll be looking to replace that 4.53 to secure her spot at the top, to make sure she stays there with only 4 minutes 20 seconds remaining in this second final of the afternoon here in the Krui Pro.
Yep. So everyone who's watching around the world, this is our final day. And there's 4 minutes to go. We're going straight into the women's final. Are you excited?
I'm very excited.
Who are you going for, Giada?
Well, Ella is a really lovely girl, and so is Sophie. I could not tell you. I'm cheering for both and let the best surfer win.
Oh, yeah, too nice. Too nice. Okay, I'll go for Ella for now because I'm coaching her.
All right.
And also she's looking sharp.
Yeah.
And I don't know, both girls serve very good. So what's your strategy if you're in this final? What would you do? Where would you sit?
I would sit in front of the judges' tower where I usually do and take off on a beautiful wall and just surf.
They all look beautiful though. Huh? Look at it.
Yeah.
It is fun.
As priority is with Red, she doesn't like what she sees, so we'll see if Willow trying to sell that wave, but the other girls just not falling for it. You know, our surfer in white is still in first. Red only looking for a 5.04, as the other surfers are looking for a wave in the 7-point range.
2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes 45 seconds. Alright.
Yes, in the next final we have Ella McCaffrey and Sophie McCulloch, a surfer from the USA and a surfer from Australia.
Oh yeah. Is that bintang time now?
Not just yet, Oni.
Not yet.
Not just yet.
Selamat makan. Selamat minum. So yeah, third and fourth looking for big score, right? So
2 minutes left in this heat. Yes, third and fourth are looking for a larger score than our surfer in red.
Yep.
Let's see if this Australian can take out this final in a field of Japanese surfers.
Konnichiwa, genki desu ka?
We have Oni speaking.
I'm trying to think what else I can say in Japanese. 今私はちょっともう腹減った。ギャダも腹減った。You're hungry, right?
Yeah.
That's what I just said. So here we go. So 3 Japanese is second, third, and fourth. All right, we got Red is up and riding.
Red only looking for a 5.04, starting off to a great way as she hits it again, wasting no time to go for her third turn. This is Saimaniwa from Japan. Again, only looking for 5.04. What do you think, Oni? Do you think she's got it?
I don't know. It's really very close. Let's see what's the end section's gonna do. Oh.
She definitely needed to finish that, and she did. She's looking quite comfortable. 50 seconds left in this heat. Will the Japanese surfer take this away from Willow Hardy?
Okay, here we go.
Here is the heat replay. Talk us through it, Oni.
I like the first 10. If she gets another one, kind of a bit catchy though, so maybe, I like that one, but not really vertical. I say, I don't want to say anything because I don't want to make an enemy here. But I think, I don't know. Willow Hardy is more vertical and her wave is more like, but small score required. I don't know. I'm not the judge.
This is our surfer in green, Nanaho Tsuzuki, having a last crack at this final.
Chop up.
Tries to chop up again.
I love it.
What
a character.
This final has finished as we're on standby waiting for the last score of Red. Do you think she has gotten the 5.04, Oni?
Wait, is this Pro Junior?
Yep.
Ooh. I would say very close. Very close.
As we're gonna go now on a break, we'll update you all with the situation later.
Oh, that's
Welcome back, everybody. It's getting exciting. It is time for the senior men's and the senior women's final. Right now we have in the water Ellie McCaffrey and Sophie McCulloch, the two form women surfers in the during the week. I'm welcoming back to the microphone Mark Clift. That last heat, mate, there was a whole bunch of waves. This is our surfer from Jam. She only needed a low 5. We're not sure if she got it from this wave, and I think Willow caught another wave after this. Willow was leading, so we're going to wait for the results of that one before we kick off this women's final. As has been the case the whole week, it came down to the last minute or two, and we had to cut to a break, let the judges decide, and we'll see if that was enough, or in fact, Willow caught one behind. So,
all right, exciting times again, Billy. So here we go. This is the overall results. We might have to get that flashed up again real quick if we can, but it looked like Maniwa might have done enough. Her scores are in. She needed a what did she need? Like a high 4. She gets a 5.83.
That's right.
So if we could just get a rundown of that list again, please, Toto, of all the finalists. We know Maniwa won, so I'll pencil her name in.
Right, there we go.
Simon Ewart with a 13.33 total.
And Willow Hardy with that 12.53 and 8 she belonged to. She couldn't quite find a solid backup, only a 4.53. It's probably cost her the final, but she's had a great campaign. I hear the siren in the background, and that means that our women's final is underway. The two form surfers during the whole week, it's the American Ella McCaffrey and the Australian Sophie McCulloch. Both really solid performers. Sit back, folks, get yourself a refreshment and enjoy this final. Looks like the American Ellie McCaffrey on the hunt for the first exchange. Flicks it up there as she's done all week. Finds the lip, becomes unstuck, as we like to say in Indonesia.
Well, decent start, you know, get rid of some nerves. We've said that all week. I think these are 35-minute finals. They are. So plenty of time to work on it. Absolutely pick the A-grade waves if you want to win a final. You can't be fluffing around on B-grade waves, as Simon Ewa shut it out in the dying moments of that Pro Junior Women's Division. So insane surfing. Really good work from Sai. We will have a beach interview with her and Gia shortly. And just getting all the stats down here for the Prezos a little later on. All right, but geez, what an impact the Japanese surfers have made this week, Billy. We've been saying it all week, and for a reason, everybody. We're not pulling your leg. They are here on force. They are dominant. This, though, is all about an American and an Australian. Ellen McCaffrey opened with just a 2.50, so not much going on there at this stage. 35 minutes. The heats have been upgraded, made. An extra 5 has been added. Sophie McCulloch could thank her lucky stars. It was only a couple of days ago that she was in a heat where she was on the ropes. I think she was in 4th position. She didn't have priority. The surfer that did have priority was on her outside. She caught a wave. The person didn't drop in on her. She got the score she needed and advanced out of a pretty gnarly heat. And that's your get out of jail free. You ride with that, and does she ride it all the way to the gold medal?
Well, let's hope so. Yeah, come on.
Meanwhile, Ella McCaffrey, she surfed a lot of heats. We know she's been also in the Pro Junior Women's. She didn't make that final. That will give you an idea of the quality of the field that was in the Pro Juniors. She cut her way through the Open Women's, we'll call it, in the 5,000 event here, and featuring up against Sophie McCulloch. So that's just testament to say just how tough the Pro Junior Women's has been. A lot of Japanese just stomped Ella out of that final.
Yep.
Some bossy stuff going on out here at Ujong Bachor. It is, let me see, it's 12:40 on Friday afternoon in Krui time. We're running off the Jakarta clock here, everybody. And welcome to South Sumatra. If you haven't checked it out, today is a very good day of surf. It's probably our best day, Billy, in reality, because the ocean's nice and smooth. There's so many good waves coming through, and those big bombing, scary things just aren't in the lineup anymore. It's good.
Yeah, it's a lot more civil today, the lineup, Mark, you're right. And the surfers are able to push those turns a bit more. They're able to eye off the lip and really attack it. as opposed to the beginning of the week where the lips were quite intimidating and a little bit of survival at sea sort of stuff. And we've seen them come down for those aggressive cut downs and cutbacks to really attacking the lip, and a couple of tubes this morning.
There has been, and that was always, everybody loves to see a tube ride. What is another impressive thing about today, mate, is every competitor goes out there now. They don't have to keep an eye on the horizon. They're not concerned about getting belted by a big scary set. They can move in on the reef. They can go a little deeper. We are approaching low tide. We know this wave, Ujong Bachord, loves the lower tide. So right on cue, this is our second last final. We will have a presentation directly at the end of this final, the men's final. So Jesse Mendes next will square up against New Zealand's Billy Stearman.
That's going to be exciting.
They've all been pretty exciting, mate. I've been pretty pumped on how good finals day has been. And what about Jamie Thompson? I got to interview him when he came out of the water before. And what a lad. He just had the biggest smile. I suggested he does his best work when he doesn't get a whole lot of sleep, because I think he was on the dance floor last night.
I saw him cutting the rug. I saw a couple of videos of him doing the moves. Just as well he can surf, because he is an average dancer.
And he has promised to bust out some karaoke at the Prezos, because he said, if I win the Pro Juniors Clifty, I'm going to go for it.
And sing Country Road up. We've got to join in with them.
Well, you have to get up. I'll already be up there.
Yep.
So you've got to get up there. Sam Norwood has to get up there,
Yep.
because he's the instigator of the whole Country Road thing.
Toto and Ryan.
Yep, all the Lavina surf camp demons, night owls, we'll call them. Here goes Ella now. We know she's got a great backhand top turn on her.
Ooh.
Gets a little bit of cover on the way down, gets up there and repeats the dose. This is her go-to move, trust me. It's earned her a lot of points this week, Billy, and this is way better than her opening ride. Sophie prepared to just hang tight and sit on priority. What did you make of that?
I think it's better than the 250 for
way
sure.
better.
This is Sophie's choice. She has sat out the back for a little while. I'm not sure she likes the look of that. There's going to be a bit of a paddle battle here, I would imagine, but it is the Australian with the clear advantage on that one. So she'll get out the back, get first priority, and wait for a decent wave to garnish that massive score she's after. Here we go. That was a big wave at the beginning. This is the beginning of it. Double entendre there, and she hooks it off the top, and a bit of a mid-face cutty. This is kind of where we joined the action before.
All right, then she probably spied where Ella was positioned, and looking down the line, she went, well, no point sticking with this one. Probably more important to get priority, so a wise move. There's some pretty good top-to-bottom surfing going on here from Ella on a smaller wave. There was more surfing done. There was that pretty vicious backhand hack that she's got, 4 of them, in fact, and flicks out. So the judges now will kind of convert those numbers onto our 0 to 10 scale. There is the judging panel up there. There's our competitors area right there, Billy, and as you can see, Ombak Indoor Resort. Thanks for hosting us down here, our work site.
You bet, it's been a beauty. See all sorts of competitors down there from all around the world. Indonesia, Korea, we had a surfer from Korea, China, a lot of surfers from Japan and Australia. Also, we see our lone Brazilian surfer down there, Leo Casal. What a ripper he has been to meet. Jake Drifter with his shirt off, looking resplendent, always stylish, always very cool, and why wouldn't you want to hang out down here? The Earth Island banner, we thank them for their support. It's a cool little logo. The ups and downs of life, you got to ride it, and at the end, you're going to come out really cool.
Well, that's what he said. That whole little squiggle looks like there. There is a meaning behind it all, as everything Tibby does have some sort of message attached to it. But the 517 for Ella, backup is pretty low. Sophie will be hoping to not include the 417 at the end of the day. So it's pretty early days in this GF, a 35-minute final.
So the tension's starting to build outside. They're setting up the presentation stage. Your MC will be Mark Clift. I look forward to that one, and I also look forward to the second wave from Sophie. Really hooks it around that time, looking better this time. The Australian follows it up with another tight arcs top turn. Looking at this one down the line, it gets a little bit sleepy here. She's got to be patient, and luckily it ends up a bit of a lip bash section. She rides out. That is Sophie's best wave by a gazillion miles, I would say.
Best wave of the final right there so far, Billy. That attack to get up there and really punch it through the lip. Top to bottom surfing all week has been the method to get the big numbers. It was done on a pretty good wave, and just the work rate there from Sophie on a good wave. A number of moves that was pretty sick, so I'm tipping something probably close to excellent or thereabouts. Momentarily lost our screen. We'll work on that. But yes, the presentations will happen directly after our very next final. Billy Stearman and let's not forget about Jessie representing Italy, Jessie Mendes.
Yep, we'll be back to the live action as soon as possible. The absolute gun, Sam Norwood on the job. We have live action again here in the commentary booth. Thank you. You're an absolute gun, Sam Norwood.
Well, there we go. We're suggesting that Sophie's number would go high and close to excellent. A 7.93 blockbuster score in the scheme of things. She's been doing it all week. Every one of the women's surfers that we've interviewed and said, who do you reckon is a big threat? First name to come out was?
Sophie McCulloch.
Yep, it certainly was for a reason. Look at this lineup though, ladies and gentlemen, this drone footage. Thanks to Ryan and the production team for putting this together. It's been epic. There's been non-stop replays and slow-mos, and here goes Ella McCaffrey now, trying to burn off a 2.50. Also trying to track down maybe a 7. That's not it. Plenty of time though to get back out there, maybe regain priority and work on these next 24 minutes.
Of course, Sophie the only one able to gather those QS points. All the fanfare and the money can go to Ellie, but she will not get any of those QS points. But Sophie, she can take the whole 5,000, so that's great. All right, we are down with our last final winner with Giada. Let's cross over there.
Okay, roll it. So I'm here with Sai, the official winner of the 2022 Krui Pro Junior Women's. Sai, how excited are you right now?
Oh, I'm extremely happy now. I got pretty good waves, so yeah, I'm really happy. Yeah.
Is this your first junior win?
Oh, this is my second time. Yes.
Oh, so you must be over the moon right now. Is there anyone you would like to thank or say hello to back at home?
So everyone in the competition. Especially in the final, all the girls are literally ripping. So yeah, I really want to thank them and all my sponsors like Harley, Murasaki Sports, and Brisa Marina or FCS Japan, Sticky Bumps Japan, and my coach, surf coach Prince Big, and Hideo Sato, and also my family. Yeah, their support is pretty big for me. So yeah, I'm really happy.
That is amazing. I'm going to let you enjoy your moment, and thank you so much. You are ripping. Congratulations, Sai.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
All right, Sai Maniwa there. What an absolute pleasure it was to get to know her during the week, Mark. The biggest contagious smile you've ever seen.
She won the very first heat of the very first Pro Junior Women's heat that's got sent out there. It was in some pretty maxing surf about 6 days ago. It got that big, it got called off. She won that heat. So she put her best foot forward, a number of days ago in some really tricky surf, and she was kind of happy that, she kind of said, "Oh, so why was it called off?" It's like, "Well, it got too big." She's like, "It was pretty big, but it was still all right."
It's still okay.
So she was into it right from the word go and invested into this event, and features on finals day here, day 7. With the big gold medal, she'll be number 1 on the podium when we get to the Prezzo. Looking forward to that.
Yep, look out. You might need to wear your sunnies. You'll be blinded by that smile.
Oh, I see what you did there. The Pepsodent smile.
You like it?
Oh.
All right, Sophie McCulloch sitting out with priority and the lead. By no means is she safe. 694 is the only score that Ella McCaffrey is looking at. She wants that, or she wants better. She wants that first place.
Yeah, there's a lot at stake here. Let's, not mistake how important this final is for Sophie McCulloch. 5,000 valuable, qualifying points here to try and, qualify her for next season's Challenger Series.
Yep.
Some big bucks. I'm not sure exactly how much, but we'll get to that a little bit later on.
More than you and I earn, Mark.
Yeah, well, I'm not working that hard, so it's not that. It's quite easy to see that. I think we got 10,000 there for the men's. I'll just get to the women's draw as well, and I'm pretty sure there's hefty paydays on either side of the draw. For the women's, it is also 10,000. $10,000, 5,000 for second. More importantly, 5,000 points or 3,900 for runner-up.
How much did Jamie get?
Good question. Let me just have a little look. Pro Juniors, 1,500. That's quite a few coconuts.
Yeah,
He'll be happy to shout the boys down there at Lavina, I imagine.
All right. A bit of flair play here. I'm going to predict, Mark, that we see these two surnames doing battle for the next 5-10 years. They were the standouts through the draw. Every time someone drew them, they're a little bit nervous, and yeah, I can see a whole big future for these two surfers.
Yeah, spot on, Billy. I mean, Ella's already had a little crack and a taste of Challenger Series life. She's not much going on in America, so she thought she'd boost over this side of the world and enter these two events in boiling water, perfect conditions. It's a nice, environment. It's cheap. The locals are cool as. She spent a bit of time in Bali getting a groove on before this event. She goes back there after NIAS. So just a little taste of Indonesian life, and she's loving what she's seeing so far. Should this be a victory for her, it will just be an epic trip to Indonesia. But she's got to get over rampaging Sophie McCulloch at this stage, who is in the lead with the 7.93. Although Ella will keep the belief right here, just chasing close to 7 points to reverse that current situation. How's the backdrop there, Billy? Look at that tide draining off the reef perfectly. It's just about low tide.
Absolutely epic.
It's all heading in the right direction. When we woke up this morning and got here, every other morning, Billy, we've just seen a fairly grumpy lineup and waves just unloading in all the wrong spots, and a really tricky Indian Ocean to deal with and negotiate. But we got here today. It was clean as a whistle.
Yep.
The rule of straight lines were just pouring down the reef, and the organisers went, quick, let's get the semi-final straight out there. It's the best morning. It's been the best day, and it's all come together on Friday here, finals day.
Oh, well.
Cheers to that.
Cheers to that.
$18 minutes, a well-timed final here. Plenty of opportunity for both these surfers to express themselves and put their best foot forward. They were 30-minute matchups earlier. The Pro Juniors were 20. They got ramped up to 25. So there's not a lot of pressure on our format anymore. We did get a little bit snookered throughout the day. I remember Sunday, Billy, our second day of running, we copped a shocking weather squall, rain squall. There was very little. I think we only ran 3 heats that day, so we fell way behind on our on the format curve.
Site destroyed.
And then we've caught up pretty big time over the last few days. None bigger than yesterday with 24 heats.
Yeah, I couldn't be happier for Tipper Jubrick and Wyatt Pitcher and Tim Hain, all the legends down there. Aria, They've really put on the last 10 years, they've really put all their heart and soul into Indonesian surfing. To see it culminate right here at the Krui Pro 2022, these cranking waves, an international field, and a really strong competition. It makes you feel good inside that you're involved in that with those sort of people, and things have come together.
Certainly has, and the government here in the Pesisir Barat province of Lampung is where we're located. The government there are squarely invested in this event. They're watching what goes on. They want to ramp it up and go bigger and better like they have done pretty much every year since its inception. Here goes Earle now with second priority, so she shakes her head and says, have I got this wave? You have indeed. Here she goes. So Sophie didn't like it. Earle did. Let's see if it can deliver some steep, mean sections to impress our judging panel. That was a pretty good hit.
Yeah, she's got that fast whip on tap. Increasing her board speed as she shoves it up there in the lip. This is Ellie McCaffrey under priority. A bit of a head scratcher. I'd like to see that exchange again as she finishes this off and rides out in front of the whitewater. The no claim. I kind of like that from Ellie.
I reckon that's her best wave. Yep. It was a lot of surfing done. It took the wave a little while before it sort of stood up. I think a third turn was one of her better moves, but in these situations, you know, like for someone like Sophie to let this wave go, you can just see how good the conditions are today and what's out there, because Sophie reckons, no, that's not worthy. And Ella's put together some pretty good hits. That was quite a strong turn, top to bottom there. That real quick whip, as you said, Billy. Her body language and the amount of grunt she's putting into these moves, she realises this is it. A great opportunity to answer back and challenge for the lead here. Boom. A lot of surfing done on this wave. No perhaps major killer moments like Sophie's, but the judges will still square that off against what Sophie did for the 793, what Ella did for the 517, and probably go somewhere around about that neighbourhood.
Yeah, I agree.
Good looking wave now out the back. Here we go. Sophie a little out of position. Look at that thing just rampaging down the line. The waves are out there. We are 15 minutes remaining. We've seen some outstanding performances today, and the women's side of the draw has been a real pleasure to watch. They have destroyed this wave. It is a user-friendly day out here at Ujong Bachor, which is the name of the reef. And our men's that are on next, Jesse had a super close matchup earlier against Jarvis to be in this position. Billy Stairman went absolutely crackers to delete Rio Wider out of the draw, and that's not an easy feat. So they are coming up next, the goofy footer in Mendes, the Italian, and the Kiwi, the backhander in Billy Stairman on next. Judges still having a think about Ella's last wave. Sophie now putting in the big strokes. Is she going to get this thing, Billy?
Yeah, it's a chunky looking wave. Throws herself over the lip, which is great to see. I reckon this thing's going to run down the reef. A little bit of a mid-face carve to start with. Has totally put egg on my face. Sophie will pull out and most probably get out there and get first priority again. Smart competition surfing.
Well, she caught that wave, but she let the one Ella got go.
Which was smaller, but hugging the reef.
It did. So a little bit of a moment right there. Let's see where Ella's number goes to see how much she capitalised on that little handball there from Sophie to that last wave of Ella's. Paddling out, Sophie will regain priority. She knows she's trying to improve on a 417, but she's probably got eyes on another 7 or an 8 to really, kind of shut this out and give Ella no breathing space at all in this grand final. There's the locals. Check them out. They're everywhere. It's a busy scene down here, mate. They've all come out realising this is the day. There's no point rolling up tomorrow. We won't be here.
Hello, mister.
Photo.
Oh, photo, mister. Fantastic. There's one bulle in the middle there. He's loving the action too. It's been a pleasure to get amongst all the local crew down here. They've been super polite and super nice and really engaged in the pro surfing scene, Mark.
They are. There goes another 5-something for Ella. So, not a big number. Like we said, there was no real devastating moves. It was just lots of sort of same surfing on an okay wave. No big steep sections. So Ella still chasing a number, being now a 6.51. So the requirements come down a smidge.
That guy just flashed the old L for Lumpel.
Or Lavina.
How good's that? Look at that rock star in the red with the reflective sunnies on. All happening down here at Tanjung Setia.
This is
And
not
the
far
beach
off.
we're on.
Not far off the judging tower right there. Some really good drone work from Ryan. And on the first couple of days, mate, we started on a Saturday, rolling into a Sunday. The weekend was like what you're seeing there. You could probably times that by 5, and that was at least that was the state of the beach here at Tanjung Setia. There's stalls, there's all sorts of Buxo crew, there's snacks, there's garments for sale, there's little stalls everywhere up and down. Even an Indomaret on the other side of the road. We saw that, a pop-up Indomaret.
Pop-up Indomaret, that was so good. I tell you what the local government has been doing. They've been employing squads of people to clean up the rubbish, clean up the sumper, and squads of 15 or 20 people just mowing through this beach district and cleaning up every day. It's been really refreshing to watch, and I give them a pat on the back and an applause every time I see them. So hats off to that crew, whoever that is.
Sophie McCulloch now, here she goes, cashing in that priority. A good looking wave now as it stands up. She gets up there and goes kind of semi upside down on that section, but it was a real strong hit. So the judges have 2 backhand approaches to equate these comparisons to. So you can see the surfing that Sophie's done right there. It was pretty strong. The wave stood up nicely. She'd been waiting quite a while to really cash in that priority in a worthy manner. I reckon she has right there, Billy. The 417 will be deleted, and a decent second number about to drop.
Yeah, I totally agree there, Mark. The judges love it when you can get a bit of a groove on between your turns. So you see her get up for the first attack there, and then she comes straight down, very little board movement, straight into the next one, and it's just flowing in between those maneuvers. They seem to really lap that up, and Sophie had that on a tap then.
Yep, that strong driving bottom turn, that the vertical attack straight up the face to get up there really close to the lip and to tag it. There comes another 7. So really good work from Sophie. She's increased her score by almost 3 points. So the requirement now for Ella has just blown out a little. A 9.33 is a big number. We've seen a bunch of 9+ rides thrown today, Billy. The judges have reserved the big numbers for finals day. They've been more than happy to throw them should the performances be there. So Ella can just have to keep the belief here and go, right, I've still got 10 minutes.
Yep, we've seen it happen time and time again. It was 4 minutes yesterday when we saw Roy come back from the combination.
Kanazawa, didn't he? What?
And
look at these waves peeling down the reef. So the waves are there. The time is on the clock. Ella's got priority. There's no one else fluffing around her and giving her any sort of grief. She can do what she wants here, but she's got to try and go really big here, and I reckon she's got to get the board above the lip at some point.
Yep.
To really kind of even go anywhere near a 9.33. Or 15 points as a 2-wave total to win.
Okay, yep, got that. Could be the next heat picking their way across the reef up top there. That's the popular jump-off spot.
That'll be our final, our last moment of action. So pretty much, what have we got? About 45 minutes of the whole Krui Pro remaining, Bill.
It's gone so quick, but gone so slow.
It has. It seemed like days, ages ago that we started on that Saturday with the big field. I think we had a round of 104 in the men's.
Wow.
Because we had a little sort of a trials round there, 4 heats to sort out some locals into the event. And that's happened last Saturday morning. Ella having a good think about that wave, but opting not to pull the trigger. And we've got our little sponsor list there, Bill, that we might want to just give a plug as to how we got here and what happened. All right, let's do this. We'd like to thank, and we will again at the presentation, but the Pesisir Barat Provinsi of Lampung, that is the government of the province of the west coast of Lampung. Thank you very much. The Ministry of Tourism and the Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, the Governor of Lampung, who made his way down here last Saturday for the opening ceremony, Telkomsel Indonesia, PLN, the Electricity Company of Indonesia, and then our main sponsors being Earth Island and Garuda for bringing all the officials and surfers here, mate. We seriously thank you a lot for putting on a 5,000 QS event, 4 divisions. That's big dollars. That's a lot of commitment.
It certainly is, Mark, and Garuda International doing a bang-up job I'm going to get myself some of that Earth Island gear. Happy to have my name associated with Tippy Jubrick. And it's pretty cool looking stuff too.
The boss, Tippy. We'll hear from Tippy at the presentations.
He'll be back having a shower and getting dressed in his best gangster stuff right now.
Bartik shirt.
He was the best dressed at G-Land by about 1,000,000 miles. Put everybody to shame. He's got a great sense of style and very generous on presentation day too, so I look forward to that.
There's the drone view. Check out the reef, everybody. Have a look at the ridges through there, the little canals that go on through the reef. Note, no rubbish in the lineup.
I love it.
As you were saying before, Billy, about their clean-up action on the shoreline. Crystal clear water.
I'm not sure if you noticed or not, Mark, every good reef breaker around the world has got those fingers, those channels running through it. There's a heap of them at Lakey Peak, there's a heap of them at Macaronis, and there's a whole lot right here at Krui.
The girls are on the hunt here, buddy. Something's going on. Ella has top priority. So the surfer in red is able to catch any wave she wants. Here she goes. This is a pretty cool angle. Now this is how the judges will view it. Our front on camera angle, so a little out there on the face for the first move. Bit of a setup turn, we'll call that, from Ella. This is a little better, jamming in the pocket with that vicious backhand whip she has. A good section now. Gets up there and does it again, but something goes a little wrong. She did not quite time that to perfection, Billy.
She didn't want to know about it.
So the pressure is kind of mounting a little bit here for Ella. She's chasing a big number. Sophie looking pretty strong at this stage, trying to improve on a 7. Have a look at the replay. See what if you can pick up what went wrong here,
A
mate.
bit of a lazy turn there. Not a lazy turn, I'll be corrected. The wave was a bit lazy, so Ella dealt with it beautifully. This one looked like a pretty good turn. It's kind of, she spied what she didn't like down the line and pulled out there. Maybe she knows she needs a 923, and that ain't it.
No, you got
to. Very pretty smart competitive surfing there.
Got to punch the lip at some point here. We've seen a lot of that turn of hers. It's pretty good. It's right in the pocket generally, but I think board above the lip is where Sophie's been going, and the judges have been noticing that and making a bit of a point of a difference between the two natural footers here. Sophie just looking for a bit of input from Made Joy, the beach announcer, Oni Anwar, sharing the duties up there.
Yep, they're up there having a great time. Done a bang-up job. Mate Joey's had a fantastic week. He's had a birthday. He's become a viral internet sensation. And he's learned a whole lot about beach commentary.
Yep, that wipeout he got the other day will stick in my mind for some times. That was one of the biggest wave ridden over a pretty brutal few days of too much surf. Got absolutely squashed. And
well, the head judge Ty goes, listen, you don't have to describe every wave. Just do the updates. And when I saw that, I couldn't control myself. Picked up the microphone, it was as Mate, and got into it. It was incredible to see live, and even funnier, but a little bit terrifying, but fantastic to watch back on the multi-platforms of social media around the world. Here goes Ella, Mark.
All right, so she needs a big number, we know that. You need A-grade waves. This is a small wave, so she's going to have to go nuts on this wave. I imagine she's the first opportunity she needs to get up there and really stab the lip. It's a grower. That's the good news here. So Ella, she needs the 933, but more importantly, if she could just drop, say, a 7 or something right here, that will make that 9 disappear, and she'll require something much less. So she's probably thinking, right, I might as well have a swing here. It's a smaller wave. Got to go for it. A well-surfed wave, but here goes Sophie trying to burn off a 7. Go for it, Bill.
That's a beautiful bottom turn and a great attack on the lip, but also a bit of a throwaway. I think it looked like it was closing out that wave. But the form on this young lady, I tell you what, she gets a chance to belt a wave down the line. I can't wait to see it. A 7 and a 793, pretty good score line in a final. Looking to get rid of that 7 as we watch Ella on her last wave. It was a bit of a grower, Mark, but it was a smaller, small to medium sized wave, and a couple of really snazzy turns in there, and this was the bonus section. Not sure if that is going to factor up into the 7s or anything like that.
Well, that's the job of the judges. They're going to have a few replays to think about now. Sophie's score will be an absolute throwaway, but at this point it's looking like she might get out there in time to grab first priority. The men's are positioning themselves out the back with 2 minutes to go. Look at these oily conditions.
Oh.
Waves rolling down the point.
Two minutes to go, Mark. It's kind of flown by.
Well, it's kind of the end of the event here. We have our two best female surfers in the water right now. We can see, I think that is Billy Stammen waiting for his final to start to the right of screen. That would have to be Jesse. He's done the late walkout from up the top of the point each heat, so he's keeping that kind of part of his ball game alive. That's him up there. Coming up next. But I think Ella's going to run out of time here, mate, with 90 seconds to go. We still haven't got an indication on that last number, so maybe it didn't factor in.
So what do you reckon Sophie's feeling right now?
Pretty good. Yeah, she'd be quietly chuffed under the rash vest there. She'd be hoping this last minute and a bit wind off. She'd be quite happy for the ocean to go flat, obviously. She has put on a good performance. You can see her now giving herself a little rev up. 1 minute to go. She might have been kicking herself at the fall. We'll never know. Maybe I'll ask her at the Prezos.
That's a great question to ask.
Some great drone work there, zoning right in, getting up close and personal here with Sophie McCulloch.
Getting a few face twitches going on, touching her face, a little bit nervous, a little bit jittery. I'm getting excited here in the commentary booth, Mark. I can only imagine what Sophie McCulloch's feeling.
Yep.
QE 5,000.
She's looking around non-stop at the lineup spot, at the judges. She's like, where is red? What do I do? Do I go and sit on it? She still needs a 913. She did improve her scoreline a little with a 5.8. So the requirement came down by 0.2. Either way, it is all academic from here, mate. Sophie will take the next wave if there happens to be one. They go over. They're about to shake mitts and exchange pleasantries here. A good bit of sportsmanship about to go down 10 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think this is the last time we'll see this between these two.
There they go. Look at that, bit of a team hug.
Oh, I like it.
Good work, girls. All right, well, that is it. It's congratulations to the Australian Sophie McCulloch. The American in Ella McCaffrey will have to settle for second place, but that is still a great result. So well done, girls. Women, surfers, we will go on to a quick break for 1 minute and be right back with the men's final.
You. Well, it is action time. The men's final features Billy Stedman from New Zealand. He takes on the Italian in Jesse Mendes. These two have been putting it alight the whole week. I can't wait to see the action. We see the results there of the women's final. Sophie McCulloch with a 14.93, a 7.93 and a 7 makes up that number. And Ella McCaffrey, she's had a great campaign. It's fantastic to see her in action. I'm sure it's not the last time we'll see it. We'll see them on the presentation dais with Mark Clift, but right now it is men's finals time. Mate, it's been a good week, hasn't it?
insane week, and this is it. As we see the surfers out of that last final paddle in, Sophie and Earle, they'll be pretty stoked with what just went down. The waves are firing for any sort of surf comp, but there are 5,000 QS points attached to this and a whole bunch of prize money. So the campaign is over. They can now just kind of take a big deep breath, relax, and go, all right, job's done. Let's just enjoy the moment and soak up the presentations. Lots of Indonesian locals have come down to watch this, but now it is all about a 35-minute final. You can see Jesse Mendes surfing under the Italian banner. He is out of the red corner, and in the blue corner, Billy Stearman from NZ Turbo.
Definitely, I reckon there will be a few people tuning in around the world to watch this. A big hello to all our friends in West Australia. Big hello to Finn Maguire there in Greece.
He'll be passed out surely.
I think he would know. He'll be keep going. A big hello to all the surfing associations around the world who have athletes in this contest. Thank you for your effort. And also a big hello to all our Indonesian friends watching on Bali. None more than Nick Chong, and probably Ty Graham will be tuned in also, a friend of Billy's. No doubt Tatiana may be getting up super early or just staying up late to see her husband surf.
I reckon she's watching for sure.
Yeah.
It's a big moment for Jesse. Around here doing a bit of filming through his Indonesian campaign. We saw him at G-Land, mate. Up here, he's pretty sure he's coming to Nias as well. And he was telling me earlier, after the mentor-wise, this is his next favourite spot.
Wow.
Yep, he said, of course, Desert Point, all that's really good as well, but as a location and what's going on and what's on offer, he said this is one of his favourites.
Never been a trig.
Well, Damon Hayes, you don't get a wave off him.
So it's just clicked past midnight in El Salvador. Anyone watching from the WSL involved in the CT over there, a big hello. It's been a great week, and the next generation of surfers vying to get onto the Challenger Series and then the CT are full of beans, they're full of character, and their surfing is quite amazing.
Yep, they're coming for you. They're pretty bossy, packed down here. There's a lot of Japanese involved, as many as the Australian team, I think, and there is some serious campaigners chafing at the bit to get on the big tour via the Challenger Series. So that's what we're doing here, is sorting out who's worthy to get up into the Challenger Series through these two regions, and then put in a series campaign to get onto the Championship Tour. So Billy started this morning, mate, on fire. Opened, I remember, with an 8.17. Towards the back end of his semi-final, he got a 9.5.
Yep.
So they were the two highest scores and the biggest two-wave total to get into this grand final. Jesse, on the other end of the scale, had an absolute arm wrestle and a real tough battle, a back and forth seesawing semi-final with Jarvis. At one point, it was just 0.03 separating them.
Wow.
Jesse needed a score there at the end, and he got over the line by, I think, maybe 0.2. It wasn't much more than that, so it was a super close one. Meanwhile, Billy just had a big morning out and earned himself a spot here.
All right, still half an hour, these 35-minute finals. Just what the doctor ordered. We'll look outside, and there's a heap of people streaming in to watch this final. Already a solid crowd out the back. I saw a couple of Harley Davidsons and a heap of police rock in here. So it is the show to be at in South Sumatra, Sumatera Selatan, and we are at Pantai Tanjung Setia, excuse me.
Ujung Bocor is the name of the reef. The boys have been hugging and surfing all week. The beach, yeah, Tanjung Setia, the Krui area, the southern province of Lampung. And to get here, if you're interested, look, we went from Bali to Jakarta, and
Yep.
you fly up to Lampung. You then get in a car and drive over this amazing ridge. Takes about 6 hours to get here, but it is a pretty nice drive when you see it in the daylight hours. And then you are set up with a pretty untouched area with lots of surf options. It's pretty cool.
All right, no shots fired yet, but this is the New Zealander starting in the same fashion he did in the semi-final. Really sticks it up through the roof on that one, wraps it around for his second one. Billy Steadman getting his flow on, and this is looking dangerous for the Italian. Billy Steadman really finding his groove on this finals day here at the Krui 2022. Doesn't quite stick that last turn. It's super shallow on the inside there.
I was going to say, he probably would have lost his fins had he, but this is pretty much how he started his semi-final this morning. That big backhand blast, Billy, it's probably as good as you see in this business, and congratulations, Billy, a good start. So let's watch this again. In the scheme of things, it's a smallish wave. The turns are big, and that's what counts. The judges, they want to see that really committed approach, that high risk factor. You can see how much the wave is hugging the reef, and right here, had he ridden out, I reckon he'd be looking at his caddy for another set of fins or his backup board.
And
pretty
the
shallow.
Mercurochrome.
Yeah,
Yep,
pretty
for sure.
shallow. Jesse will remain 100% unfazed. We know he's had a spell on the championship tour, and he's been using that experience to his best advantage all week over the up-and-coming Tigers up through the ranks, and he's like, nah, this is how you do it when you get onto the CT, you remain composed, and you bank all your waves. So here he goes now. Let's have a look at the Italian. He used to surf under the Brazilian banner, but he's swapped flags. A really heavy grind, a nice big foam climb, a totally different approach, as you can see, Billy, to the goofy footer, facing the wave as opposed to back against the wall of Billy Stearman. A really good bit of wave choice here for Jesse. He's clocked up a number of super high scores all week. He's had one of the best tubes. He's ridden probably close to the most amount of waves out of any competitor. And a good finish here would be super handy. His legs are burning. He lays it back, but hangs in there. Good core strength to complete that manoeuvre. Well done. Billy Stearman open with a 7.5. Jesse Mendes is right there. That's a great answer back. Really good stuff.
Yep, that finish could be super important in the wash-up mark. Billy not quite finishing his wave, but Jesse finishing his. But you're right, two totally different approaches. A lot of variety in these turns. Have a look at it. Gets a bit of a speed run first. I thought he was going to go to the air there for a second, but it sticks with the wrapping combination. A wrap and then straight up to the lip again. So 3 different turns already on that wave, and he's only done 3 of them. And here the super slow-mo is good, straight back into the white stuff. This wave really continued on down the reef, and a little snap there. That won't bother the judges too much, but what was really important was finishing this wave. It's a point of difference between his and Billy's. And we see the super slow-mo releases the fins out the back and almost fell on his backside, but as you mentioned, really good core strength to pull himself up and upright and get that bonus points.
And what I really like about the start of the wave, and this is part of the criteria, is combination of major manoeuvres.
Yep.
And the first three hits he put together, those first 2 were basically one move, but just done, you know, the big slicing, the big combination of major manoeuvres. Really good. The third hit as well, what a way to kick off and get the attention of the judges. It does go better than Billy's by just over half a point. I reckon that's fair enough.
Yeah, good judging.
A slightly bigger wave, a different approach, different set of manoeuvres. 807, worthy number. Advantage to the Italian.
Well, as expected, mate, there has been very few mistakes, and both these guys will be not too worried at this time. They're still just on 24 minutes remaining. They've been here before.
Yep. And Billy's had a taste of life at the CT, the highest level possible, with some wild cards, etc. And some moments there where he's matched up squarely against the absolute world's best on the championship tour. So an 8-time New Zealand champion. That's a record down there.
8 times, you're kidding me.
8 times, yep. And was in the final, just got beaten by his mate Daniel Farr, he was telling me, this year. Otherwise it would have been 9.
Farzi.
Yep. So there we go. There's a lot of people, I imagine, in New Zealand right now watching their favourite son in Billy Stearman. He's a great bloke. There's no ego attached to what Billy does. He's really cool. 807 versus a 7.5.
Not a bad way to start your heat in the red or the blue. Last heat winner is down there with Jada. Let's have a listen.
So I'm here here with Sophie. You are the official winner of the Krui Pro 2022 Open Women's. Tell us a little bit about how happy and excited you are right now.
Yeah, I'm really happy. It's probably the biggest win of my surfing career so far. So yeah, I'm feeling very content right now, and yeah, it was good to sort of just get all this experience surfing my backhand in these kind of waves. I think I probably could have performed a little bit better in that final and pushed my surfing a bit more, but I'll take that and try and improve on that in the next event. But yeah, I'm really happy to come out with a win and yeah, put a couple of sevens on the board.
Wow, that is amazing. Is there anything you'd like to say to friends, family, or sponsors back at home?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank everyone, O'Neill for all the support, Paizel Surfboards, they felt amazing all week, all my other sponsors, my coaches, Grant Thomas, Kerry Keatley from the Ocean Performance Centre, and also Jay Thompson from the Goldie. Yeah, also my board riders club, North Shore Board Riders, they've been a massive support for me over the years, and I'm pretty happy to be bringing the trophy back home. And yeah, just my friends and family, everyone for watching and sending messages, and I can't wait to see you when I come home.
Wow, that must feel amazing, and a huge congratulations again. Here, everyone, is our Krui Pro Women's Open champion.
Couple more thank yous.
Sorry?
Can I thank you again?
Oh,
sorry. Yeah, just also thanks to everyone, everyone from Krui for having us here, WSL for putting this event on, and yeah, all the judges, commentators, got a lot of appreciation for everything that goes on to run an event. So yeah, big thanks to all those people as well.
Perfect. Those extra thank yous, and here you guys, your Open Women's Krui 2022 champion.
Right on, Sophie McCulloch, very well spoken, as well as a banging surfer. Hey, we even got a mention there.
Well, you know, what a well-spoken young lady, and to mention all your sponsors, that's going to go a long way. They love it.
Oh yeah,
they do invest.
And your Board Riders Club.
They invest a lot of money into athletes. Sophie would be, you know, a high-profile athlete in anybody's stable, and all those crews she just mentioned will be pretty stoked they got a rev up. Yep, the Board Riders Club, her friends at home. She did also, you know, acknowledge the WSL and all the staff, so that's pretty cool. And the locals for their time in Krui, which I reckon, you know, the only reason she's done that is she's really enjoyed her time, and so they've just proved how cool they are. So congratulations to all the local people.
Yeah. All right, back to this action. It looks like still the solitary wave ridden by each surfer. There's those two lads on screen. Check it out.
How are you, everybody?
Special finals hat on, the Indonesian flag. Thank you very much for your hospitality, the nation of Indonesia. It's been a great week. Can't wait to get up to Nias and see what the right-handers have to offer.
Well, I love that wave, mate. You know, the legendary barrels at Lagundri Bay, and that's what's on offer next. The crew have been going left all week down here on a really long, challenging sort of point break. It is going to change a whole lot. We have a gnarly right-hand wave that when it does its things, it's all about the barrel. It's not as long as this wave, but it is big and throaty, and we are going to see a whole lot of tube rides at our next event.
Oh, Jesse Mendes coming unstuck there, falling on his face mid-wave. I don't know what happened there. Maybe he hit a coconut or just a big piece of chop. Don't know, but it's very surprising.
And we've got Ungi in here as well, another unsung hero doing all the logistics on the land while we're in G-Land. He was up here getting it all sorted. And without people like him doing all the backbone work, then we can't just rock up. There was cars waiting at the airport.
That's true.
All our flights are booked. He's got our accommodation looking pretty spot on. He's about to go down and fluff up our Prezzo area. So good on you, Ungi. He was there in G-Land as well. He had to leave early to get up here and do all this stuff for us. We'll see him in Nias as well. And he's kind of the person that liaises with a lot of the government officials and does all the necessary backslapping at the right time and all the necessary hosting.
Pressing the flesh, kissing the babies.
Because Tippy Jabrick can only do so much. So, Ungi, we love you. Out he goes. Gives us a big salute. Thank you. So it is finals day, mate, and all the you know, the pleasantries go down and all the thank yous go out. So that was another worthy one right there. Jesse Mendes, not sure what happened on that wave, but it won't really matter because it's not going to count. A 193.
A message from Damo Hayes there back in Perth. It's good to know he's tuning in. It's a beautiful part of the world up here. He'll probably never know he doesn't leave trig.
No, there's about 200 metres of sand that he only surfs in his whole life, and apparently we're blowing it. Of course we are, Damo. Sorry, mate.
It's good to know he's tuning in. He's one of the great coaches there in Western Australia, doing wonders for junior surfing. I bet he enjoyed the Pro Junior division of this contest.
Well, he does a lot of good work with juniors down there in Perth. There's a lot of other surfers that have helped Chargers be here, sharing their experience. People like Matt Cattle we've seen on site.
Yep.
Robbie Sherwell sent me a couple of props out the other day out of the Gold Coast. Mark Richardson, who's had a good stable of surfers here. Gary Cruikshank, who's worked for the Surfing Australia for a long time. All these, well-experienced campaigners back in the APSA days are lending a hand to all the juniors here, and I reckon they fully appreciate it. This is Billy Stairman.
Yeah, I love this guy's attack on waves, eyeing off this lip. Bit of a setup wrap there, if you don't mind. This wave kind of rattling off down without producing a lip. Now he spies it and absolutely belts the living suitcase out of that. Double up again, a free fall out of the lip. Does he ride out? No, the wave gets the better of him that time. And out the back mark.
Well, Jesse, we haven't seen much of that over the last 6 days. That was a monstrous big blowtail by Jesse Mendes. What a recovery. And just charging down the line now. Hit this, make this a good score. He looks to the judges and goes, what more do you want to see?
Wow, how was that?
First time all week I've seen somebody do something as outrageous as that manoeuvre, Billy. So a real point of difference. I haven't even seen Jesse try that all week.
I reckon he's been keeping up his sleeve.
He has. He's been saving that. The replay is going to look unreal. Toto, let's do a super slow-mo on this move, Billy. What did you like?
Check it out. I like that first turn. It was nice and high in the pocket. There's no way I predicted he was going to do this. Fully tweaked out. Bit of an out. I don't know what sort of aerial that was. But, yeah, super impressive to see. A bit of a fumble on the landing, so the judges won't go really crazy with that. But it is a point of difference between him and the rest of the field.
I reckon they will go crazy on that, mate, because it was a no grab. It was a huge separation from him in the top of the lip as we watch Billy here. His best work came down on this next manoeuvre. When you watch this stab he does here, boom, that was his best turn on that wave. Had he finished this, we'd be neck and neck, but I really reckon Jesse Mendes, the judges haven't seen a whole lot of that flair and that progressive, innovative part of the criteria. Okay, so Billy's a 5.77. Needed to make that, probably could have pushed it up 2 points.
Yeah, into the good range for sure.
Jesse, stand by, but that was a fairly hefty look. The commitment involved in that was just outrageous. Let's watch it again, and let's super slow-mo this, please, Toto. Here we go. We couldn't see it coming. You couldn't see the setup. He went straight into it, made up his mind. I'll just go huge and see what happens.
Yeah.
That was the connection, was halfway down the face of the wave, the reconnection.
Yeah, that was a crazy manoeuvre. Good on him.
There was a little moment there after the recovery, and he went, hang on, there's another lip, and there's another lip, and helped himself to 2 more manoeuvres. After that, I reckon the judges are going to soak it up. There we go, 8.43.
Yep.
Thank you.
Rightio. The Italians know how to claim, don't they?
That was pretty good, mate, and we haven't seen that sort of body language really out of Jesse all event.
That's true, very true.
He saved that move for the final, got a peak at the right time. That's what I'm seeing right here with that manoeuvre from Jesse. 14 minutes now to fend off the Kiwi, who needs a 9. He went there this morning. Went into the 9.5s.
He did.
So Billy will keep the belief alive here. He'll know that last wave. He did his most famous move. That third hit was really strong. The end didn't pan out properly, but should he get perhaps another wave similar to that, but just have a little bit more to it, he can do what he did this morning. 4 big backhand blasts for the 9.5, mate. He's got it in him, and he's got time. This is really good. 16.5 points for Mendes, 13.27 for Billy. So effectively, Jesse has the 2 best numbers. We really haven't seen anybody land a manoeuvre like that all event. I reckon that was the biggest of the airs and the innovative side of life that we've seen. Go for it.
Yeah, this looks very similar to the last wave that Billy got. Really same size, but that offers a big section to hit first off. Finds the lip, floats that down, and follows up with a bit of a wrapping manoeuvre. That's a bit more vertical from the Kiwi. Another free fall out of the lip for that third manoeuvre. Coming out stuck again on the fourth, so a bit of a pattern forming for Billy Stadman.
Well, just pushing.
Not happy.
No, you see him slap the board. He had a really kind of ideal wave. The first turn, a bit of a drift going on with the fins. We'll see this again on the replay. Maybe Toto, if we could slow-mo this move.
Yeah, I like that.
It was pretty good. So he was set up and he was well positioned to extract the big number. And he didn't quite stab the lip there. He'll know it. So he tried to stab it there and didn't quite connect 100%, and then he tried again, and the pressure just mounted. The further he went down the line, it looked like to me that more the pressure was on his shoulders to do something really big.
Yep.
And he didn't quite get it right, and another fall for Billy. Good news is he's still got 12 minutes, and we know he's busted into the nines today, so keep the belief alive, Billy Stadman. Here it is all again, ladies and gentlemen. Judges are probably having another think about it. We haven't got a number to go with this performance, but you could see the fins out. That was pretty big time. He probably needed to really just square up and really stab that lip a couple of times. Little high line kind of hit there. He did well and a nice recovery to get to this point, and then just tried to stab the lip and just just overweighted on the front foot, I think. Didn't quite get the timing right on that end move, and just the pressure was building the further on he went. Meanwhile, Mendes having a look at a good medium-sized wave all his own, Billy.
Yeah, he's got his tail up the Italian high line speed here. Will he go to the air again? Let's hope so. That is a beautiful wrapping turn. Finds the pocket on that second one. Jesse Mendes, he has got his groove on. He's feeling it and looking magnificent. Not a foot wrong on this wave so far. He's got the last section, flares it up, TC style, and yeah, finger click, give me some more score.
Feeling it. A really well surfed wave again from Jesse, and as we've said earlier, mate, doesn't seem to be rushed. He's getting these waves that break at a nice pace. His first three moves again, mixed it up well. So here comes the replay, everybody. This big setup slice, he really uses the whole wave face.
Oh, I love it.
Boom, and then he just squares it off the bottom here again and eyeballs the lip, crunch. There he goes that time, just laying back on the heels a little bit more just to show a point of difference and a little bit of variety. Winding up now, realises there's a finish on offer and just gets up there and does the bizzo and really completing a well-surfed wave right there. So with 10 minutes to go, I feel he's possibly improved his scoreline. Billy will be nervous to hear the number.
He needs a 9 right now. Once it goes above that 9 mark, it's a bit of a Hail Mary for the last 10 minutes.
Well, it's probably already a bit of a concern, realistically. 9 is not an easy number. You need the wave, a 940. Hang on, Jesse Mendes.
Combo land for Billy Boy.
All right, that's tough times now. So it's it's an 8 and a 10 to win, or a couple of 9s. What an effort from Mendes. Really, really loving that. I'm going to have to put these totals down because Jesse Mendes is going to be hard to stop from here. Pretty much, I think, at this point, Jesse's biggest two-wave total of the whole week. Billy Stadman had an amazing, he needs to dig deep here and have the same sort of back 9 minutes as his first heat this morning. That semi-final was a famous one for Billy. It included an 8.17 and a 9.5. So should he get those numbers, he probably still wouldn't win, but he'd be pretty close. He needs that 9.5 and he needs it in a hurry, and then he needs another pretty strong wave. So with his back on the ropes here, Billy Stadman, we know he's a famous surfer. He's just got to dig really deep. He's got to get the waves. He needs 2 of them. Jesse will be feeling fairly comfortable. Immediate thought now for Jesse to improve on the 8.43. Dreamy conditions. It is 1:48 down here on a Friday afternoon in South Sumatra. Conditions have remained insane all day. This piece of reef Ujong Bachor has just delivered. All the lumps and bumps and kinks have ironed out on day 7. As you can just see shimmering conditions. There's virtually not even a knot of breeze. I reckon we're at about a nothing kind of breeze. So perfect conditions. Billy Hangen's just rejoining me again here. So a big number for Mendes, mate. We're down to 7.5 minutes. There's our crowd. It's packed full of locals. It's not every day they have a big show like this come to town, so it's a big deal. The judging stand right there. What a week.
Yes, mate. That's where you'll be doing the prezos a little bit after our last final. Oh, man. Mendes just stamping his authority all over this final.
Yeah, that's the way I'm reading it. And I think, you know, at some point everybody peaks and has their best heat. I think Billy's was in his semi-final this morning.
Yep.
This right here is the best heat that Jesse's put together, so he's peaked at exactly the right time after getting over a real nail-biter this morning against Jarvis Earle.
And this could be another one to Team Lavina.
Yep. The karaoke kings are going to be out in force tonight, mate. I'm sure Eurus will have bought himself an extra packet of Rockox as well, because he's the king down there. He's the owner. Lavina is our homestay we're at. It's probably maybe 200 metres, 250 metres from our work site. That's pretty cool. There's a swimming pool there.
Yep.
There's a bar. The food's been awesome. The ladies have been spot on with our laundry and all the good things. We'd like to thank them down there at Lavina Homestay. So if you're thinking of coming up here, that's a name to remember, as is on Buckinda, where our work site's located. I reckon that's about dead set low tide right now. Haven't seen those rocks in the background poke their head out all day. So it's all come together at the right time.
Yep, culminating in a solid final from Billy Steadman, but Jesse Mendes just stepping it up at exactly the right time when you need to.
Yeah, that big air that he threw in for the 8-4-3, mate, that kind of gave him the belief that he was in the mood, he's in the groove, it's all going well, and then he dropped the 9-4, so he's kind of got better every wave, which is perfect way to surf any sort of heat, let alone a final with 5,000 points attached. Of course, it's all about the prize money for Jesse and some clips and a bit of practice with the rash vest on. He can't take these points away to Italy and his region. So Billy Stearman will earn himself, I think, 3,900 points here.
Yeah, it's nothing to sneeze at.
That's pretty good. Fair bit of a payday as well. Yep, so the first prize is 10,000 Australian dollars. The second prize is half that, but the points aren't halved. 3,900 points, 5 grand will help Billy's campaign. I'm sure he's off to Bolido next.
Yes, that's right.
Yep. Next Challenger Series event over there. 4.5 minutes. You can see Jesse's just hanging off him now. Billy's got priority. There's no point doing anything silly at this stage. Jesse's in the box seat well and truly. He knows it's going to be a miracle, take a miracle from the Kiwi now to get over top. So he's like, well, I might as well just make sure I stay interference free or any sort of fuss.
Keep my nose clean. Yep.
And for the crew online, our next event, we're talking about the NIAS Pro. That starts on Wednesday the 22nd. We've got a bit of a hoof before we get up there. We've got to drive out tonight, mate, about midnight. I hope you're ready for that one. And an 8 o'clock flight tomorrow morning.
Oh, wow.
Down to Jakarta. Back up to Medan. Bit of a zigzag across Sumatra. And I think we spend a night in Medan before we fly over to Gunung Sitoli and back to Sanali territory down there in Lagundri Bay, my mate. See you soon, team.
Set up the whole show in the north. We look forward to bringing more action. This time it will be big bombing right-hand tubes. Good forecast predicted.
I think there's a really big swell up and around the 10-foot range at some point. I think not long after we start, so that will probably linger around and hang in there for a while as well. So I hope some of these crew brought bigger boards than we've seen here. You need it to get over that ledge. It's a pretty steep, mean wave. It's all about getting in and getting that knifing approach off the takeoff up there at Nias to really stand tall in a big Lagundri Bay barrel.
Just under 3 minutes now, Mark, and a little bit of action out there. It's the blue with priority. Bit of cat and mouse stuff happening. It's all kind of academic because that massive scoreline of Jay Mendes of a 17.83 is not very assailable for our surfer in blue. Still putting pressure on, as does all the season campaigners, but this is Billy Steadman. He has a fantastic campaign. Just as I pump up his tyres, he crashes the bike.
Well, it's the pressure. Mendes has just heaped it on him. You know, you comboed. Look at the wave that even Mendes let go. He's like, well, I think I'd better just hang out the back and I'll look for a tube and sign off in famous style with 2 minutes remaining. Billy Steadman just still attacking the lip like we saw him do this morning. It's a real quality A-grade manoeuvre that he's got there. That's as good as most people we see in the business on their backhand. A bit of an air rev, but at this stage, you know, he had to try something funky. It hasn't been his final. It was definitely his semi-final this morning. Did his best work then. Mendes has really stepped it up and peaked at exactly the right time here. So it is going to be congratulations to the Italian. And Team Lavina taking out another division here. Jesse's been pretty well focused the whole time, mate. We've seen him rocking around, water bottle in hand, up early every morning.
Yep. On the phone late at night, you want to imagine for the to the old misso over there, the other side of the world. So a few sacrifices made by most pro surfers around the world, but none more than Jesse Mendes, leaving his wife over there in El Salvador. Check out Billy going on this last wave, probably of the event for him. Beautiful pace, a beautiful attack on his backhand. Goes for a little air rotor, doesn't quite pull it off, lands on top of the wave, but a quality surfer and one I look forward to seeing again and again.
50 seconds. Mendes looks at his watch. He sees Billy's right down there. He's comboed his opponent. An absolutely epic grand final here. So he'd be feeling the chicken skin right about now, mate. What a worthy decision for himself to come up here and just contest some heats. Knows he can't take the big points. 10,000 Aussie dollars is a lot of rupiah.
Yeah, well, I don't think we'll pay for a coconut this afternoon.
Jesse, well done. 20 seconds. It's over and out, ladies and gentlemen. That is a famous win and a big one. I wonder where this sits on his scalp of victories throughout his pro career. I think I'll ask him that at the Prezos, mate. So it's been a pleasure working with you, Billy Hangan.
Thank you, brother.
We've had a great time for everybody online out there. Thanks for tuning in. We just have the presentations to get through right now. There is our Krui Pro 5000 winner. His name is Jesse Mendes. Flies under the Italian banner. A bit of applause. And all cool. Well done, Jesse. See you a lot for the presentations. You.
So what are we going to do, Sam? Talk over top of them. Oh, cool, we can beat it. Oh, cool, no worries. Oh, that'll give us time to get out there. We are back live, and this is Jesse Mendes. He's just pulled off a great victory at Krui 2022, he'll be very happy. It's his first campaign underneath that Italian flag, and he's been getting around the contest site all week, sipping the waters, going for serves, saying hello to everybody, passing on a bit of knowledge. It's been great getting to know him over the last 7 days. He has really kept a bit in the tank, I think, a little bit in reserve until that final. And right now I think we're going to have a look at his 2 best waves as he shakes hands with his caddy. I'm not sure who that is, I can't quite zoom in, but wow, he'll be stoked. Splash the water, celebrate. Well, let's have a look at this. This is his first scoring wave. A bit of the same old business, and then he surprised everyone with that maneuver, a really skipping out skateboard sort of recovery, and from there on he had his tail up, really whipping it around and eyeing off that end section. That's his first wave where he started to beg the judges for, not beg, demand the judges for a bit of a score. And that really was a surprise, that aerial maneuver, because usually you can tell about a few seconds out whether they're going to go up, but a beautiful setup and a really dramatic recovery. So Jesse Mendes, that was his first wave. He was well on the way to victory. Billy Steadman was in the hunt then. I think he was still in first place with a series of really snazzy and hardcore down the line backhand attacks. But it was the Italian who came out better. And hopefully we can have a look at his second wave, which garnished a 9.40 if I'm not mistaken. But that was a beautiful display of surfing in a final. It's been an epic week. Started off with a massive storm through the contest site. It absolutely destroyed it, and hats off to all the crew who got us back online and got us going again. It's culminated in this fantastic barrel, and he celebrates with a little tube, if you don't mind, comes out, points to the sky, I am the man, and it's hard to argue with.
No way, did that just happen?
That was his celebration.
Wow.
Yeah, he'll be on shore soon and ready to celebrate. I have the production manager, Sam Nord. He's looking at me. He's got a highlights package for the last 7 days. We're going to have a look at it. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing you the broadcast. On behalf of myself and Jada and Oni Onwa, Mark Clift, it's been great fun.
It has been, mate. So all good. Everybody online, check out these highlights. It's been epic.
So what do you think, Tippy? How big was that last set? Like 10 foot plus?
I think there's a couple like 12 to 15 footers because everybody like so far, you know, in the channel, nobody even close to those, you know, like impact zone. I think it's, I don't know. I think we all gonna call it off, yeah.
Yeah, I think if the waves are perfect and everything, they can surf big waves, but the way that they're sectioning and everything, it's a little bit too dangerous. I think for the athlete safety, it's probably the right idea to call it off.
Yeah, and because also, you know, Krui is known for this fun, perfect left, and today this condition, I think we all not even prepared. I think the athletes, they don't even have a big board. So.
Yeah. And the forecast for like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday looks perfect. It's going to be so clean and pumping. So.
Yeah. Good call.
All right, let's do it. Thanks, Tippy.
Fear comes on like a fever. It gets under your skin. Starts playing with your mind until you're losing time. Then the pain starts.
We did an 8 a.m. call this morning for a possible 8:30 start. We thought we had wild conditions this morning waking up, but seems like the swell decreased enough to have good contestable conditions, and so we're gonna send it at 8:30, finish that round of 96 of the men, get into the round of 64.
I know the way from today is kind of similar like Uluwatu outside corner. So, but this way is a bit more harder because you don't know where to sit and big sets can come from nowhere. So it's a bit hard. But equipment and how to serve this wave is I'm ready to serve. Just it's all about who find the best wave. That's it.
It's huge out there. So it's like I need 6'2" or 6'4". That's my longest board I ever ride. So I feel like I need that. That's how much big it is. But you know, my strategy was catch a wave, run away from the set, catch a wave, run away from the set. I just don't want to use my energy on the getting smashed. That's it.
So in here we have the live webcast. We have to be really quiet as the live commentary is going down, but another super important part of the contest.
Good morning everybody, my name's Jarvis Earle and welcome to day 6 of the Krui Pro.
So what do you think, Tippy? How big was that last set? Like 10 foot plus?
I think there's a couple like 12 to 15 footers because everybody like so far, you know, in the channel, nobody even close to those, you know, like impact zone. I think it's, I don't know. I think we all gonna call it off, yeah.
Yeah, I think if the waves are perfect and everything, they can surf big waves, but the way that they're sectioning and everything, it's a little bit too dangerous. I think for the athlete's safety, it's probably the right idea to call it off.
Yeah, and because also, you know, Krui is known for this fun, perfect left, and today this condition, I think we all not even prepared. I think the athletes, they don't even have a big board. So.
Yeah. And the forecast for like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday looks perfect. It's going to be so clean and pumping. So.
Yeah, good call.
All right, let's do it. Thanks, Tippy.
Fear comes on like a fever. It gets under your skin. Starts playing with your mind until you're losing time. Then the pain starts.
We did an 8 a.m. call this morning for a possible 8:30 start. We thought we had wild conditions this morning waking up, but seems like the swell decreased enough to have good contestable conditions, and so we're gonna send it at 8:30, finish that round of 96 of the men, get into the round of 64.
I know the wave from today is kind of similar like Uluwatu outside corner. So, but this way is a bit more harder because you don't know where to sit and big sets can come from nowhere. So it's a bit hard. But equipment and how to serve this wave is I'm ready to serve. Just it's all about who find the best wave. That's it.
It's huge out there. So it's like I need 6'2" or 6'4". That's my longest board I ever ride. So I feel like I need that. That's how much big it is. But you know, my strategy was catch a wave, run away from the set, catch a wave, run away from the set. I just don't want to use my energy on the getting smashed. That's it.
Outside, looking a 4-foot.
1-2, 1-2 on set with the Sunny Coast crew.
What are you doing on the camera? Who gave you that?
Pardon? I don't know, the camera dude told me to like just film mates.
Oh yeah. Oh, we mates.
Yeah, so I'm Bronson Matey, and I will be surfing in Heat 6, and the condition looks super good, but super big at the same time. But hopefully I'll get some waves. It looks pretty fun out there, so I'll be stoked to go out. And yeah, I'm stoked on all my boards. I brought 3 boards here, so I don't break any. And yeah, I just can't wait to go out there. So I'm the last heat of round 2. Yesterday I paddled out for my heat, and like a 12-foot set closed out the whole bay, and they call it off, and then we have to go in. So first heat of the morning today, it's firing. Can't wait to get out there.
bloody day 5 of the contest, and the waves are firing again. It's 4 to 6 foot, and every bit of 4 to 6 foot, if not more. So we're going to get the girls around 32 out there, and yeah, sure they're going to go out there and smash it.
Right on, shall I tell everyone?
Yeah.
Right on. Okay, folks, the call has been made. It is the women round of 32, first in the water. 7:30 will be kick-off time. That will be followed by the junior men's.
Conditions have been super fun all week, and today it's a little smaller and more manageable. There's a few sets out there still, even though the swell has gone down a bit. But my strategy was just to pick the ones that I felt like were going to give me a good wall. And sometimes it doesn't always go to plan, but I made it work and I made it through.
What's up everyone, we got Ketut Agus and I'm Oni Anwar. So we are sitting here talking about how good this wave is, similar to like Uluwatu, yeah? It's kind of similar like outside corner, but here it's more nolly. I mean like heavy waves. This morning I went surf out there and I broke my legs. I need to swim like inside. So far I was like, okay. I didn't catch any waves. I just like, okay, not my day. Maybe just like later I surf in my head.
Looks like this afternoon the swell, getting bigger again.
I know, this is the first heat of the women's event, and we've had some of the biggest waves we've had for the entire event, and it's pretty out of control out there.
Yeah, there's words also, in the athlete area, some girls saying like, I want to go, and some girls like, like, I don't want to go. It's pretty crazy, huh?
Yeah, and I spoke to Mahina Maeda, who's like the athlete rep, and she said on behalf of all the girls that it's probably the best idea to pull it, so we're going to call it off after heat 1.
Yeah, I think so. Even though it's, like perfect 8-footers out there, but still, we need a safety number 1.
Yeah, safety's number 1. Thanks, Tippy.
Well done, Will.
Let's do it all again tomorrow.
I know.
So in here we have the live webcast. We have to be really quiet as the live commentary is going down, but another super important part of the contest.
Ven y viaja el mundo conmigo, mi amor. Ven y viaja el mundo conmigo, mi amor.
Oye mamacita tan linda, let's take a trip that'll last us toda la vida. And never go back, us juntos, amor tan profundo, let's go around the mundo twice. A lavish life, but what does that do? Cause I don't need a thing in my life long as I have you. Cash, cars, jewels, whatever. We reached another level and still shooting for better life.
Ven y viaja el mundo conmigo, mi amor. Ven y viaja el mundo conmigo, mi amor.
Tú me dices que tú quieres, yo lo hago ahora. I don't even need to waste a minute, I'ma give you all I got. La vida mío te doy hoy, mañana, any day de la semana. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Have your cake and eat it too, every day is your birthday. Spoil you like you never imagined. I'll cheat dinners of lobster and wild salmon. I buy wifey nice things that might be bright as high beams like ice. Bling, I see you and I Tai Chi sipping by a nice beach, celebrating the day I got down on my right knee. Wifey, now you right beside me for life. Y eso tu vida, mami.
Ven y viaja el mundo conmigo, mi amor.
Good morning everybody, my name's Jarvis Earle and welcome to day 6 of the Krui Pro.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the closing ceremony, Krui Pro 2022. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tabi pun. The Honorable the Regent of Pesisir Barat Regency, Mr. Dr. Andes Haji Agus Istiqlal, SHMH. And also tim penggerak PKK, Mrs. Septi Istiqlal. The Honorable the Vice Regent, Mr. Haji A. Zulkoini Sarip. The Honorable Ketua Dharma Wanita Pesisir Barat, Ibu Asma Yuni. Yang kami hormati, Deputy Regional House Representative atau Wakil Ketua 1 DPRD Pesisir Barat, Bapak Pidi Nuri SH. Kami ucapkan selamat datang Bapak di acara penutupan Krui Pro 2022. Juga yang kami hormati Forum Communication of Government Pesisir Barat Regency and West Lampung. Yang kami hormati Secretary of Pesisir Barat Regency, Mr. Insinyur Haji Jalaluddin. Yang kami hormati Kepala Kantor Otoritas Bandara Udara Wilayah 1 Kelas Utama Ditjen Perhubungan Udara, the Chairman of the Airport Authority, Mr. Captain Yufridon Gandos Situmeang. Welcome to this event. Dan yang kami hormati juga para pejabat pimpinan tinggi Pratama, administrator, pengawas fungsional di lingkungan pemerintah daerah Kabupaten Pesisir Barat. Yang kami hormati pimpinan PT Pertamina, pimpinan PT PLN, pimpinan PT Telkom, pimpinan PT Telkomsel, pimpinan BTN, pimpinan Bank BNI, pimpinan Bank Lampung, pimpinan Bank Rakyat Indonesia, pimpinan Fitbar, Indomarko Pristama, pimpinan JNE, UC Akmal, Multi Bintang Indonesia, and all of the sponsorship of this event. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to say thank you very much for your spirit and dedication of the event Krui Pro 2022. And also the power of the surfing competition, especially the power of Asian Surfco, PSOE, WSL, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Government of Lampung, Government of Pesisir Barat Regency, Ijamit Krui, Lampung, the treasure of Sumatra, wonderful Indonesia, and all of media. And the surfing competition was running successfully starting from 11 June until 17 June 2022. Well, and as our warm greeting for your coming today on this event, please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia Raya and March of Pesisir Barat. Hadirin dimohon berdiri. Dilanjutkan dengan Mars pesisir barat.
Pesisir barat negeriku, tanahnya subur makmur, negeri para saibatin dan ulama julukannya. Alamnya subur sentosa dari hasil buminya, gugus bukit barisanan menawan yang ada di pulau Sumatera. Beragam hasil buminya, kamar mata kucing andalannya. Beragam hasil lautnya, jiwa tubuh jadi kebanggaan kita. Putra putri pesisir serentak ikut membangun negeri. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, semboyan Pancasila. Satukan tekad usaha yang nyata bagimu pesisirku. Satukan visi-misi yang mufakat padamu, baktiku selalu ada. Putra putri pesisir serentak ikut membangun negeri. Itulah tanahku Krui, penuh adat yang kaya, pesona ragam wisata, pesona Indonesia Jaya.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, our next event is Praying Together, which will be led by Mr. Dr. Andes Haji Nur Saad, MMMPD. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Marilah kita sejenak bersama-sama menundukkan kepala, bermunajat kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan yang Maha Esa, agar kegiatan kita diberkahi dan berjalan dengan lancar. Izinkan saya di sini memimpin doa dengan cara agama Islam, dan bagi yang beragama lain untuk dapat menyesuaikan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin, hamdan syakirin, hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhika wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma a'inna ala dzikrika wa husyrika wa husni ibadatik. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, Tuhan yang Maha Pengasih dan Penyayang, pada hari ini, hari Jumat tanggal 17 Juni 2022, kami semua berkumpul di Pantai Tanjung Setia, Kecamatan Pesisir Selatan, Kabupaten Pesisir Barat, Provinsi Lampung, dalam acara penutupan Krui Pro tahun 2022. Kami bersyukur kehadirat-Mu ya Allah, karena pelaksanaan kegiatan ini berjalan sesuai dengan rencana. Ya Allah, jadikanlah momentum kegiatan Krui Pro tahun 2022 ini dapat meningkatkan daya tarik wisata, meningkatkan perekonomian, meningkatkan kesejahteraan bagi masyarakat pesisir barat. Ya Allah, ya Qawiyyu ya Aziz, Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa lagi Maha Perkasa, berikanlah kekuatan kepada para pemimpin bangsa dan Kabupaten Pesisir Barat khususnya untuk membangun negeri kami tercinta menjadi negara yang baldatun thayyibatun warabun ghafur. Ya Allah ya Hadi, Tuhan yang Maha memberi petunjuk, tunjukkanlah kepada kami bahwa yang benar adalah benar, dan berikan kepada kami kekuatan dan kemampuan untuk menjalankannya. Serta tunjukkanlah kepada kami bahwa yang salah adalah salah, dan berikan kepada kami kekuatan dan kemampuan untuk meninggalkannya. Ya Allah ya Ghafur, Tuhan yang Maha Pengampun, ampunilah dosa-dosa kami, dosa-dosa orang tua kami, dosa para pemimpin kami, dosa para pejuang bangsa kami. Tempatkanlah kami dan mereka semua dalam lindungan, rahmat dan ampunan-Mu. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next event is the report of the chairman of this event to Mr. Insinyur Haji Jalaluddin. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Tabib pun yang saya hormati Bapak Bupati Pesisir Barat, Bapak Dr. Andes Haji Agus Istiqlal SH MH. Yang saya hormati Bapak Wakil Bupati Pesisir Barat, Ketua DPRD Kabupaten Pesisir Barat atau yang mewakili, Dirjen Perhubungan Udara Kementerian Perhubungan Republik Indonesia yang dalam hal ini diwakili oleh Kepala Otoritas Bandara Wilayah 1 Kelas Utama Soekarno-Hatta. Yang saya hormati dan Sat Brimob Polda Lampung, yang saya hormati unsur Forkopimda Kabupaten Lampung Barat, Pesisir Barat, yang saya hormati Kepala Dinas Pariwisata Provinsi Lampung atau yang mewakili, Sales Menjadi Pertamina Patra Niaga Area Lampung Bengkulu, yang saya hormati Manajer Perencanaan PT PLN Persero UIT Lampung, pejabat pimpinan Pratama pejabat administrator, pejabat pengawas dan pelaksana di lingkungan pemerintah Kabupaten Pesisir Barat, Ibu Ketua Tim Penggerak PKK Kabupaten Pesisir Barat, peserta WSL Krui Pro QS 5000 tahun 2022, insan pers, serta hadirin tamu undangan yang berbahagia. Puji syukur kita panjatkan kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Pada sore yang berbahagia ini kita sama-sama berkumpul dalam rangka penutupan Krui Pro 2022. Hadirin yang saya hormati, izinkan saya menyampaikan laporan singkat tentang kegiatan Krui Pro 2022 yang baru saja tadi kita lihat selesai dilaksanakan. Yang pertama, kegiatan ini dilaksanakan mulai tanggal 11 Juni sampai dengan 17 Juni 2022. Pada tanggal 11 Juni secara khusus dibuka oleh Bapak Menteri Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif Republik Indonesia, Bapak Sandiaga Uno, didampingi oleh Bapak Zulkifli Hasan sebagai tokoh Lampung dan juga Ibu Wakil Gubernur Provinsi Lampung, Ibu Husnunia Halim. Kedua, kegiatan ini juga didukung penuh oleh pemerintah pusat, pemerintah Provinsi Lampung dan stakeholder terkait seperti Kementerian Koordinator Bidang Maritim dan Investasi, Kementerian Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif, Kementerian BUMN, Direktorat Jenderal Imigrasi, Pemerintah Provinsi Lampung, PLN, Pertamina, Telkom, dan Telkomsel. 3. Jumlah peserta yang mengikuti perlombaan sebanyak 230 atlet yang berasal dari 17 negara, termasuk diantaranya 12 atlet lokal pesisir barat. 4. Seri kali ini dibagi menjadi 4 kategori, yaitu Pro Men yang diikuti oleh 106 orang atlet, Pro Women yang diikuti oleh 59 atlet, Junior Men yang diikuti oleh 40 orang atlet, dan terakhir Junior Women yang diikuti oleh 25 orang atlet. 5. Efek dari kegiatan ini terhitung masif. Jumlah kunjungan wisatawan mancanegara diperkirakan kurang lebih 400 wisman yang memenuhi 70 hotel yang ada di pesisir barat. Publikasi kegiatan WSL Pro 2022 ini dilakukan dengan melibatkan berbagai pihak. Selain live streaming yang dilakukan oleh WSL, publikasi Krui Pro 2022 juga bekerjasama dengan beberapa TV nasional, media cetak, media online, dan media sosial. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, Bapak yang saya hormati, pada kesempatan ini saya mewakili segenap panitia mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua pihak yang sudah mendukung program Krui Pro 2022 ini. Kepada Bapak Polisi, Polda, Polres, Polsek, dan seluruh jajarannya yang sudah luar biasa mengamankan. Kepada semua pihak, perhatiin masyarakat, alim ulama yang ada di Kabupaten Pesisir Barat yang sudah membuat suasana menjadi nyaman, aman, tentram. Saya juga mengucapkan permohonan maaf kepada para peserta Krui Pro 2022. Ada yang tidak nyaman, dan ini menjadi perhatian kita, mumpung ada warga masyarakat di sini, bahwa tahun depan kita akan mengadakan Krui Pro 10.000. Tolong dijaga sampahnya. Pesan dari para peserver bahwa mereka kecewa karena ada beberapa tempat yang sampahnya masih banyak. Untuk ke depan minta perhatian kepada seluruh masyarakat menjaga sehingga Tanjung Setia khususnya, Kabupaten Pesisir Barat umumnya bisa menjadi destinasi yang luar biasa. Demikian laporan kami. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Kami hari wabillahi taufiq wasilah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you for the report. Ladies and gentlemen, our next event is welcoming speech. The first welcoming speech which will be delivered by Asian Servco to Mr. Tipi Jabrik. The time is yours.
Selamat siang semuanya. Mari beri tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk Krui Pro. Sekali lagi, tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk pesisir barat. Sangat istimewa sekali hari ini kita dianugerahi ombak yang sangat baik sekali untuk final. Ini suara kenapa kenceng banget ya? Maaf. Oke, sekali lagi. Kita sebagai warga negara Indonesia harus bangga. Tidak perlu memiliki gedung tertinggi di dunia. Kita wajib bangga karena kita memiliki ombak terbaik di dunia. Mari beri tepuk tangan. Ini yang harus kita banggakan. Hal yang lain menyusul. Saya banyak belajar dari Bapak Bupati cara berpidato yang baik dan benar. Tanpa Bapak Bupati saya nggak belajar apa-apa. Jadi sekali lagi ini adalah hasil kerja keras dari semua warga dari pesisir barat, dari semua jajaran dari Bapak Bupati, dari WSL, dari semua official, dan tentunya mari kita beri tepuk tangan untuk semua peserta Krui Pro. Terima kasih banyak. Dan semoga ketemu lagi tahun depan. Terima kasih.
Well, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next welcoming speech is from WSL to Mr. Will Smith. The time is yours.
Hello everyone. Bupati Istiqlal, you've been a supporter of the World Surf League and this event for many years, and on behalf of the World Surf League and all the surfers, thank you so much. And thank you to all the government officials for bringing us back here. We really missed Krui over the last 2 years when we couldn't come here, so we're so happy to be back, and we hope to come here many more times in the future. So thank you so much, and thanks to all of our surfers who came here. The people here are amazing, and we love you so much. So on behalf of all of us, thanks for welcoming us. Thank you.
Kita ucapkan terima kasih kepada Ketua WSL. Baik hadirin yang kami hormati, our next event is the announcement of the winner of Krui Pro 2022. Where to the announcer from WSL, I invite you to join me on the stage.
Okay, good afternoon and thank you everybody. I'd just like to acknowledge that this event was the biggest QS event ever held in Indonesia, a QS 5000. It involved 200 surfers across 17 nations, and that has never been done before. So for all the local peepers that have come out here and acknowledge this event, I'd like to, everybody put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you very much to all the locals. Woohoo! Okay, a couple of special thanks, especially to Bupati Agus Istiqlal and Prestia Barat government. Thank you. Tourism Indonesia, the AASC and WSL. Thank you very much. To all the staff, judges and everybody that's worked tirelessly over the week. I'm sure we're all very happy to see the best surf happen on finals day. So it's all come together. It's been unreal. Thank you very much. I think we may get a speech from Bupati Agus Istiqlal. Is that correct? Would you like to come and have a speech? Yeah. So, Bupati Agus, if you would like to come up here and give us your thoughts on the event. Thank you. Everybody, please put your hands together for Bupati Agus Istiqlal.
Terima kasih. Daripada saya bahasa Inggris Bapak tidak mengerti, saya turun di marah-marah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Krui Pro. Krui Pro. Terima kasih kepada semua peserta dari 17 negara. Yang saya hormati Bapak Wakil Bupati, Bapak Wakil Ketua DPR, Bapak Mabes Polri yang diwakili Bahar Intel, Bapak Polda yang diwakili oleh Brimob, Bapak Kapolres, semua yang terlibat dalam mensukseskan Krui Pro 2002 KS 5000 menuju Krui Pro 2003 KS 10.000. Tidak pernah ragu Kabupaten Pesisir Barat mengemban tugas demi negara dan bangsamu ini. Maka dari itu sekali lagi mengucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh yang terlibat. Kenapa tercapai? Karena kami kompak, karena kami sepakat bahwa Tanjung Sia merupakan ombak terbaik di dunia. Maka dari itu sekali lagi saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada Pak Polisi yang mampu menjaga keamanan kondusif dan menurut Kapolda Lampung, Kabupaten Pesisir Barat, Negeri Sebastian ini paling aman di Provinsi Lampung. Sekali lagi kepada juara yang selamat dan yang belum dapat juara, mudah-mudahan tahun depan juara. Jangan tanggung-tanggung. Tak kalah Krui Pro 2023 KS 10.000 yang juara harapan jadi juara, yang juara tidak masuk bibit penyisihan. Itulah kita berganti-ganti. Saya juga ucapkan terima kasih kepada Bapak TV dan Pak Irianto Subakto bahwa inilah Krui dengan segala upaya, dengan segala tenaga, kami tidak pernah melihat malam. Kami tidak melihat siang, kami tak pernah capek. Kami akan persembahkan yang terbaik. Ini ada Krui, ada Mandalika, ada Formula E. Krui, kata Pak TV, kita punya laut. Anugerah dari Allah SWT untuk Kabupaten Pesisir Barat, untuk kemakmuran Provinsi Lampung, untuk Indonesia, dan kita persembahkan untuk dunia. Sekali lagi, kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada PT PLN, PT Telkom, Telkomsel, Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Bank Tabungan Negara, BNI 46, Bank Lampung yang telah sudi memberikan kami support. Hari ini belum berupa uang, baru berupa banner. Insya Allah Pesisir Barat hanya menyiapkan banner dan sponsor akan menyiapkan uang di tahun 2023. Kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada teman-teman DPRD yang mau mensupport, mengesahkan anggaran tahun 2002 KS 5.000. Tapi saya yakin karena kami kompak, kami bersepakat untuk menganggarkan pada saat KS 10.000 2023. Kekurangan kami adalah kesalahan Bupati. Rasa aman itu karena kita bersama-sama menjaga rasa aman. Kekurangan biarkanlah Bupati yang kurang, tetapi kelebihannya ada sama peserta surfing. Selamat meninggalkan Indonesia, selamat tinggal, selamat berangkat ke negara asalnya. Kalau boleh tahun depan Pak TV 60 negara yang ikut. Jangan hanya 7 negara. Bila perlu pesertanya 500 orang. Kita tinggalkan destinasi lain. Tapi Krui merupakan kebanggaan Indonesia. Jujur aja Bapak-bapak semuanya, sampai 2 hari sebelum pembukaan, kami masih nego dengan Kepala Staf Kepresidenan. Melihat bahwa ada wilayah kecil yang mengangkat nama Indonesia di luar negeri. Tanjung Setia, Kecamatan Pesisir Selatan, Kabupaten Pesisir Barat, Lampung. Itulah yang bisa saya sampaikan. Terima kasih kepada semua yang terlibat. Bahu-membahu kita tidak boleh kita ada pertentangan. Kita harus kompak lagi, kompak dan kompak. Sekali lagi, terima kasih. Saya minta tolong semua orang mengikuti kalimat saya. Krui Pro 2022. Krui Pro 2022. Krui Pro 2023. KS 10.000. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Bupati Agus Istiqlal. Okay, we are going to go through all our placings and welcome up all the athletes. So with our Pro Junior division, we'd like to acknowledge 4th position, Nanaho Suzuki from Japan. Please, Nanaho, come here. We have a trophy for Nanaho. We'd like to acknowledge all our finalists. Thank you, Nanaho. We'd also like to now welcome to the stage Sarah Wakita in 3rd position, please. Sarah. Grab your trophy. Would you like to take your trophy? Would you like to take your trophy? Well done, Nanaho. In 3rd position, Sarah Wakita. Well done, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. Okay, runner-up in our Pro Junior Women's was Willow Hardy from Australia. Well done, Willow. Runner-up, a great result. Put your hands together for Willow, everybody. She's a great person. We love the way Willow goes about it. And our winner of the Pro Junior Women's Division from Japan, everybody please welcome Sai Maniwa. Yoo-hoo! Here she comes. What a worthy finalist, what a worthy winner, everybody. Sai Maniwa. A quick question, please. Your week in Krui, how good has it been?
Oh, like, so good. Yeah, I'm loving this place.
And valuable experience here. What is your favourite memory from Krui?
Nasi goreng.
Nasi goreng. What an answer. Everybody loves nasi goreng. Put your hands together for our junior women finalists, please. Woohoo! Thanks, girls. Thanks, ladies. Okay, our next division, the Pro Junior Men's, a hotly contested division, I must say. So let's bring up 4th position, Saxon Reba from Australia. Come on, Saxon. Good work, Saxon. That was a tough final. What a division this was. Can we also please bring up Leo Casal from Brazil, 3rd position.
Thank you very much. Amazing
Yeah, well done, Leo. Surfed unreal all week out of Brazil. Thank you, 3rd place. Excellent. Our runner-up in the Pro Junior Men's, this guy turned a lot of heads and has stamped himself as a future champion. Everybody, please welcome from Australia, Jarvis Earle. All right, everybody, remember that name, Jarvis Earle. You're going to hear a lot more of it. Well done. And our winner of the Pro Juniors, representing the Lavina Surf Camp, Jamie Thompson from Australia. Come on down, Jamie. Woohoo! Here he comes, everybody. He had a great final. He just about had all the other 3 in combination. Such was that effort. So let's get your trophy and then we'll have a chat. Grab your trophy. Let's have a look at that. Jamie Thompson, what a day in your life. What does this mean to you?
Oh, it's pretty crazy. It was one of the best events I've ever been at. So, yeah, really happy.
All right, and what's in the future? Where are you looking as far as your surfing career goes?
Ooh, who knows? Might have to start getting back on the QE and giving that a shot again. So, yeah, we'll see what happens.
A great victory, everybody. A very tough division. So please put your hands together for all our finalists. Yeah, boys. Thank you. Yeah, our Pro Junior Men's was a very tough division for 4 very good surfers. Thank you, everybody. Cheers, boys. All right, moving along to our Krui Pro 5000 women's event and the equal third. Let's bring them both up. They're both from Japan. Rina Matsunaga and Minami Monaka. Come on up, please. 2 Japanese surfers, everybody. What a great performance. I must say the Japanese surfers put up a strong campaign this week, so well done, ladies. Let's give them another round of applause, please. Equal third position. Our runner-up out of America, let's welcome to the stage Alan McCaffrey. Yeah, everybody, here's Ella. Well done, Ella. What a week she's had. And the winner, out of Australia, everybody, please put your hands together for Sophie McCulloch, a great final. Sophie, you are a dead set champion. All the girls in the QS 5000 women's event, some famous surfing. Thank you to all the women surfers. Well done, Sophie. Come here, a big week in testing conditions. Where does this sit in all the events you've competed in?
I guess I won, so it'd have to be my favourite. But yeah, it's been an amazing experience here in Krui, and the waves were pumping. So yeah, we couldn't really ask for much more.
Okay, and to have waves like that on a final day, it's all come together right at the end. How good was finals day?
Yeah, it was amazing. Woke up to like glassy running left-handers, and yeah, it stayed offshore until the end of the finals. It looks like it's going onshore now, so safe to say you guys nailed it.
We nailed it. We did indeed. So did you. Everybody, please put your hands together again for the women's finalists. Put the trophies up, girls. Yeah, that's what we want to see. Photo opportunity, everybody. Everybody. Thanks, girl. There we go. Congratulations, everybody. That was a very strong division. We're next going to call up our QS 5000 men's, please. In equal third, let's welcome out of Australia, Jarvis Earle, and from Indonesia, Rio Wider. Equal third, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, everybody, put your hands together again. Rio Wider, a famous Indonesian, and Jarvis Earle has a very big career ahead of him. So has Rio. What a result. Really strong stuff. Okay, our runner-up, and what a day he had from this morning's semi-final till now. Billy Stammen, we love your work out of New Zealand. Please, everybody, give Billy a big rev up, our runner-up. Yeah. Thanks, Billy. And we'd like to ask Bupati Agus Istiqlal if you could come up, please, and hand over the winner's trophy. Please, Bupati. Thank you. Everybody, let's make him welcome. Here comes Bupati Agus Istiqlal. Everybody, thank you. And our winner from Italy with a great final, everybody, Jessie Mendes. Yeah, come on everybody, put your hands together. Here is our winner of the Krui Pro 5000, Jessie Mendes. Grab your trophy, let's do this. Everybody, the champion, Jessie Mendes. Jessie, what a big week, what a great day, and you peaked at the right time, right in the grand final. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling so blessed to be here, man. We're so fortunate to be surfing these waves. I feel like the best conditions show up for the final day, and we had amazing conditions the whole time. I have to say this is probably the best left I've ever surfed in a heat was this last few days. And yeah, I want to congratulate Billy. We've been on the road for so many years already, and it was a pleasure to do a final with you. Been ripping the whole contest, and all the boys too, and everyone in the contest, and terima kasih Krui.
Yeah, everybody, put your hands together, please. Jessie Mendes and the men's finalists. Thank you, guys. Now, listen, that concludes our presentation. We'd just like to invite everybody to watch the NIAS Pro coming up next week. That starts on Wednesday on Palau NIAS. We'd like to thank everybody that has been down here and come and paid homage to this year's Krui Pro. The Bupati, all the government officials, everybody. Thank you very much. Can everybody please make some noise for this year's Krui Pro? Thank you.
Baik, kami undang kepada Ketua Tim Penggerak PKK Kabupaten Pesisir Barat, Ibu Septi Istiqlal untuk bisa mendampingi Bapak Bupati. Ketua Dewan Pesisir Barat, Forkopimda Pesisir Barat.